If you choose family, then it's gonna easily be fuck the money, and you're gonna do what makes
Exactly.
sense. We're in the conditions we're in, not because we keep getting fooled, because we've been in them long enough to figure it out. We figure out everything else. We learn the latest dances, phrases, old people breaking it down on TikTok. But we still can't figure out that it's what we choose to be important to us that lead us where we are. We're afraid to say that. And we keep on making it that we're this beautiful, smart, athletic, strong person, the top of the notch, but they play us in the movies. Leroy, the first one, died. We deserve to be played like that because we're all of this, and we don't understand it's where we put our energy, what give the very energy to the things that enslave us, then we should be where the fuck we at.
You're right, brother, and it's also a difference of, some of us will do this for the mere fact that it's content, but we're not serious about what we're talking about or serious about what we need to be doing as a people. To some of us, it's just content, and you can't hold them to a damn thing that they're saying. You can't hold
Yeah,
them to
that's
it.
up.
You know what I'm saying? But
Hey, man,
it's just content to some of these people, brother.
but you my age. You big guy like I'm 6'3", you 6'4". At one time, you got assumed to be the fucking trouble every time you got played a certain type of way. You learn to move intellectually, not losing the way you aggressively handle yourself and defend yourself, but you learn to use with your mind, move with your mind. I understand that this is content for most people, but what I'm telling them is, bro, this is a tool that they're clearly watching it. They're clearly using it for their beneficial need. They're clearly policing it and everything. But there's still a way that this can be used. Because to me, this is monumental. I'm talking to a cat I may have never met no other kind of way, who has a
That's
very
true.
is a very powerful brother. And to me, that we're not organizing, we nigga rig everything else while we ain't using YouTube as a tool. We so quick to, oh, you that's just YouTube. It's only as important as you value it, bitch. A pig don't
Fact,
value a pearl,
I
so he
keep
gonna
saying the
fact.
trample it.
same thing, brother. You are saying the
But
same thing that I've been
if you,
saying for
to
years
me,
since I've
this
been on YouTube.
to me this is a unbelievable opportunity. But to us being intellects and not being able to figure this out, I have to question how much of an intellect are we really? Because we should be able to subvert them and
That's a
use this
fact.
shit to our benefit,
That's a fact. Hey, shout
not
out
as
to
a whining
everybody.
tool.
Hey, we got a Director Bay joined us too, man. Salute. We is live too. Salutes to
Right on,
everybody.
brother man.
Hey, make sure
Hello,
y'all
hello,
hit that
everybody.
like button. Please like, share,
Salute,
and
my brother,
subscribe.
Director Bay. You
Peace and
know,
power.
it is also people. Some of our people, brother, are slick with their wordplay, and it's how things sound, and it's the optics. You know, sounded intelligent but not yet equivalent, meaning that what I
Right.
said earlier, you can't hold them to nothing that they say. It's all about sounding good. And someone come on a platform, brother, for the mere fact of, if you're a grown man and you come in public, which is, this is a public domain, and all you can think of doing is clowning. You're being a clown, a grown man, and you're cracking jokes and being a clown for free.
Yeah.
Facts.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? For
Truly.
free, when people get paid a lot of money to clown. At least they get paid for it to be a clown. But you got cats come up on platforms where we're sharing information, and they think that's the correct forum to be a damn clown. We got That's very problematic, and we got a lot of work to do.
That's a
Yes, we
fact.
do.
That's a
And
fact.
brother not said
Yeah.
I can't, and I'm gonna shut. I'm gonna get this in right quick, Mr. Norfolk. I'm gonna shut
Go
up.
ahead, go ahead, you got it.
Uh, hey, bro, I akin it to we first of all we got what we always asked for, a platform to speak to us.
Yes, sir.
We're
That's a fact.
devaluing it. We're not taking it, even if it's the negative shit, it's still getting out to the fucking world. We devaluing it. So how serious we are about being heard? I feel like we all got the, not us as a whole, uh, me and you individually, but as a whole, we got this big pink ass megaphone in our hand, and we just spouting out all this
That's
fucking bullshit. When this is an opportunity, if you
Yeah.
can get the slightest information to a brother, dog, you did a whole lot. Because at one time we couldn't say nothing past your hood, and most of the time the people right around you don't want to hear shit.
that's a fact.
Yeah. When you can speak to brothers from New Hampshire and Texas and wherever Director Bay at, or any other brother that come up on these platforms, where you can just speak directly to brothers, and you got people from different perspective areas listening to you. Why would you waste that? We don't. Some of our people don't realize what we can do with this.
Tell me about it.
And
Fact.
a lot of I'm going to say that they knew that some of us would use this and behave like idiots. It's just that some of us are serious about what we do, and we're seizing this opportunity, brother. You and I and the brothers on this platform seizing the opportunity to be able to give our people pertinent information. But a lot of people don't share that sentiment.
That's a fact.
They don't share that sentiment, brother. They're not serious. They're not some people, brother, with the behavior that's displayed. They're not serious about a damn thing. About nothing,
they put a tool and a weapon. They put a tool and a weapon in your hand. For the most eloquent, well-spoken, talented person on the planet, us. And these niggas see it as a toy.
Exactly, bro. It's a toy to some of them, bro. You got that correct, bro.
I got some questions for y'all when y'all ready, man, so we can get the show started.
Yes, sir.
Ready.
Let's
go. We did the shout out to Director Bay. Could we get a mic check? Mic check, Director Bay. Yeah, I just want
he probably stepped away from his mic for a second.
But per our conversation that we had last night, man, what's y'all thoughts on is FBA causing division in the black community? And as far as what the knowledge you know about FBA, and as far as how a lot of our especially so-called black people in the conscious community are coming under the umbrella of FBA. What's your thoughts on them causing division in the conscious community?
Okay, I'll go first. What I feel is, bro, if it's not encompassing all of us, and if you're not talking Aboriginal, that gets all of us. If we're talking foundational black, that's just another perspective of more of the same shit we already been offered. I mean, and not only that, by including the verbiage black in it, when we're not black. That's not what we call ourselves. That's a legal term. It means nothing. You talk about your stocks and a shit, black being in the red, being in the black. I mean, it's just more the same to me, man. And it's something that's not putting all of us together, and we not the useful and the use. It's just gonna lead us.
Well,
that's designated as a political party, gonna lead right back to the same fire.
I agree with that in a sense, but I'm gonna say this. Regardless to what we call ourselves, if we're not serious and we don't exercise some force and power, regardless to what it is, it's going to be disrespected. Our people accomplished a lot under the name black. We accomplished a lot under that. But I agree with the Aboriginal, but FBA, foundational. I see my focal point is on that foundation part. That's my focal point on it. I don't like, when people, how could you be foundational Black American, but then you go back saying that, some of our people came from Africa. That don't sit right with me. That part don't sit right with me.
I agree.
And when you say when I think of foundational Black American, I think of people who've been here on the continent of America since the beginning. That's what I think about when I think of foundation. I think of building, because when you start building something, a structure, you start from the foundation.
That's a fact.
The deeper the foundation in any structure, the higher you can go with the structure. That's what I think about when I think about foundational. That when I'm focusing on the word foundation.
Yeah.
I think well spoken. But how does the word aboriginate for the definition include that?
Your mic is breaking up, good brother. I know what you're saying. It's important, and I want to hear it. Your mic is breaking
Yeah,
up.
your mic breaking up. Direct debate. Did you want to answer? Yeah, your mic breaking up bad, bro. Hey, direct debate. Did you want to answer? Get a chance to answer the question. What's your thoughts on FBA causing division in the black community? And yeah, the brother Voodoo Child, he'll come back.
You know, I don't necessarily think that it's causing division.
Mm-hmm.
Not on a large scale. It is because some of our people don't understand the delineating because we've been. I'm gonna say this: we kept when it came to uniting with other people who look like us in prospective areas. We kept that bond. We honored it, but everybody else didn't. See, it's a difference between an alignment and a camaraderie. That's why I stress camaraderie. When I greet y'all as comrades. We're not just aligned. It's a difference between an alignment. Alignment is only being seen with you. And some
Facts.
people align themselves with us to I'm gonna go with that word. You can't tether off a person unless you align with them. And
Mm.
I disagree with everybody just because they're from somewhere else being a tether. No, it's a tether class of people. Those who display that behavior, that's what make them a tether, not merely being from Jamaica or Africa or these other prospective areas where
I agree.
what I'm saying that don't automatically make you a tether because you're from somewhere else. But if you
Yeah.
come here and you undermine our efforts and you align yourself with other people that's against us, but yet you want to go out and you want to represent us, but you really don't share our sentiment and you undermine our efforts, that's tethering.
Yeah,
You don't
I
supposed to
agree.
be speaking on our behalf when you really don't rock with us.
I agree with you on that. It's just with the foundational Black American thing. I think this is more of an issue between just the so-called blacks from America because of indoctrination. I think half of us are, we've been indoctrinated and put through these school systems to learn what's in the book. All we know is his story. So a lot of our people,
Mm-hmm.
when it comes to the his story part of it, they have the rhetoric that, hey, we came from Africa. So at the end of the day, as we're joining and coming together under the guise of being foundational Black Americans, most of us realize that, hey, we from here, we've been here, and we're different people from those people over in Africa. And a lot of us say, hey, well, no, we've been here, we from here, but also our roots derive from Africa, which makes me say that that's going to turn you into some sort of immigrant. And we can look at all these
Exactly.
immigration laws that's going on right now. Like, well, how I like to ask a brother, okay, you from Africa, that's cool, but can you tell me what country you from in Africa? See, you can't tell me what country you from in Africa. What city in that country are you from in
Very damn
Africa?
sure.
Africa is a continent. Africa is not a country. If I could tell
Exactly.
you what city and state that I'm from inside of America, you saying you from Africa just like me saying I'm from America. So you're gonna say, okay, what state you from in America? Like, you see what I'm saying? So
Exactly.
I think that it's we start getting stuck in these mind frames. You know what I'm saying? And we not really looking at the big picture to where, hey, we finna bump heads. And this is a problem that's solely between us so-called blacks in America, us so-called indigenous people, because they even got an indigenous flag on, they got an indigenous picture saying FBA indigenous Americans, but it got red, black, and green in it. So how can we be indigenous of America and Africa at the same time? It don't make no sense.
Yeah, that's very confusing, brother. And to me, it's disingenuous. I mean, you have to. I don't believe in straddle on the fence, and if you straddle on the fence, you're going near me, you're gonna get over on my side, or I'm gonna push you on the other side. Go on over there. That's where you want to be. But
That's the point.
but this it's just added to the confusion because again, I had that sentiment of a coalition back when I was younger. That black and brown, and that coalition that we thought we had with other people. We honored it, but they didn't.
See, yeah, I
You know what I'm
agree.
saying? They didn't honor the so-called coalitions that we supposed to have had. They didn't honor that. We honored it when we were going through things and trying to build things. A lot of people come over here and has
That's the point.
disdain for us. They have disdain for us when they come over here. And you got
That's the
some
point.
that come over here that don't have disdain for us. They'll come over here, yeah, because I know all the areas that people talk about, where people are tethers from. I know
Yeah.
people personally that rock with us.
See, this is what I'm saying though. I'm saying I think the people of our people amongst us, your mic unmuted. I'm gonna mute you until you ready to talk. When you ready to talk, you can get it. I'm gonna be real quick, right? But I think that people amongst us have taken the FBA movement and they've created out of Africa, the out of Africa theory, Pan Africanism all over again. It's just a new age Pan African movement to me. And I don't want to say COINTELPRO as if I'm just, I mean, we could go down a rabbit hole and really get to that, but it even if it's not a direct COINTELPRO operation, like he's working for somebody, it kind of is counterintelligence when you start thinking about, what's my mind frame with what I want to do, because we be wondering why we don't never get the results we looking for, because we got people who align with the system who not want the same shit of us. So we fighting with people who we ain't even fighting for the same thing. So we the people on the other end, the people who saying we really the indigenous people, the people, it's a difference between black people and niggas. We got this black boule system set up, this divine nine, these people who are already sold out to the system for their position inside the system. That's what I'm seeing with this situation. And as far as any foreigner or anybody else outside of us black Americans, when it comes to this, all I can do is take their account of what they see, because my issue was with the person who from over here, just like me, who's saying that we the foundational black Americans, but we from Africa.
Yeah, all I'm gonna say, my brother Key, is it's crunch time, and I'm not gonna make time for no foolishness, brother.
Facts.
I'm not, because it's crunch time, and there's a whole lot going on to be having a goddamn identity crisis. There's too much going on for that, bro.
I think the same thing, and that's why I'm saying what I'm saying. I think the identity crisis is us us not straightening out this issue in the first place. I think we should be information with our information. What are we saying? Are we saying the same things? Because if we gonna come together, cool, we can come together. But when it get to this part, let me separate myself. Why? Because I'm in fear that by you being by me and you saying you from Africa, that's like making it like we saying we from Africa. Now we got a bunch of immigration talk on the table. What if you agreeing to be from Africa then turns you into an immigrant, and now some type of immigration law is gonna fall upon you and me for falling up under the umbrella with you with something that's saying we FBA and that we derive from Africa, when we don't know if we derive from Africa. It ain't been proven if we derive from Africa.
And
So
it
we gotta
can't
put
be.
that nonsense out first.
And then it can't be also, my brother, proving that we are from Africa. That's the part that be killing me. You got cats that's die hard saying they African, but they cannot tell you where they're from. And they don't even have any aspirations of going there. They just saying that that's who they are. That makes no sense to me. When everywhere you go, you know, if you go back, if you go to cemeteries and people family are there, you ask them, are those people from Africa? They gonna say no. They're not from Africa. So therefore, if you can go back all the way back there and the people are your family members are buried and none of them from Africa, where's your roots? You're saying you're African with no ties. And then
Right.
when people come over here, I know if I was from Africa and I have brothers and sisters over here in America, the first people I'll be looking for is my long lost family. They don't do that when they come here.
They never done that, good brother. And that's one of those things. Hey, Director Bay, you want to give us a mic check, good brother? Yeah, I just want to I know your mic was unmuted. If you could just give us a mic check,
Talking to me.
Director Bay.
You loud and clear now, though, Voodoo Child.
Yeah, you clear now. Director Bay, can you give us a mic check?
Yeah, I'm here. Mic check, mic check.
Okay, yeah. I was making sure it was you, just to make sure we don't have no porn bombs or nothing like that. But did you want to give your thoughts on, what you think about FBA? What do you think about FBA causing division in the Black community? What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, man.
I know they had paid for it. They had paid for a long.
Yeah. Okay, you got it, Voodoo Child.
Yeah, man. Like I was saying, bro. If we try to designate anything other than Aboriginal, to me, it's kind of like a problem. Because why not just go back to what we know is good? We ain't got to debate it. It already says I'm from here. It says I belong here. It says this is mine. That's enough. I don't need no new names. I don't need to add up nothing, because we'd have been tricked so much. We'd have been offered so much off of trust and going with people that has never benefited us. To me, we need to start doing what we ain't never did before. And that's everything that we ain't never did. Moving like we understand that they playing games, making decisions predicated on future and past decisions. If we're not doing what makes sense, then we to me, we going back down the same lane once again.
I agree with that, brother, and I'd rather just handle that business that you're talking about, bro. Just handle that business and stand on that business right there. I'd rather just do that, bro.
So do you think
establish it and stand on it? We need to establish that and stand on it.
Do you think it would be a good idea for us to, and I'm only posing the question because of we looking at these people playing chess. And so I'm looking at being swept up under a certain umbrella for a specific name, a specific movement. And like I always say, the revolution ain't gonna be televised. So people get incentives for coming out and getting people to join something. But when it's something so blatant as foundational Black Americans, we have people with so much pride and so much spirit to want to represent being a foundational Black American under the guise that this is solidifying them being indigenous to this land. But then we have the turning point where, yeah, we're indigenous from this land, but we all came from Africa. They're looping us. It's like a looping technique. If you ever worked in sales, then you talking to the customer, in a circle to loop the customer right back around to your selling point once again. And the selling point is going to be that we from Africa, because they're trying to misplace. They trying to redirect us from having stakes to this land. See, like, shout out to OTK too, man. Shout out to OTK, because he brought up a valid point last night that when the ADOS movement, which turned to FBA, when they were out here fighting and talking about reparations, there was the Africans descendants of slavery. ADOS
Yeah,
was first.
yeah,
So
indeed.
Hey,
white people,
Mr. Norfolk.
yeah, once I'm about to land my plane. White people are went out and they got reparations under the ADOS movement. See, the foundational Black Americans have changed to foundational Black Americans and didn't get no reparations. That was the whole fight from the jump. That's
Let me
where FBA came from, ADOS. And
let
then
me tell
white
you
people,
why. Let me tell you why, Key, real quick. Let me tell you why. Because they keep concentrating on slavery. And white people know they lied about that narrative of slavery. They know they lied. So that's why reparations is they keep getting turned down because they'll never get reparations under that narrative of slavery. But if they went the crimes against humanity route, that shit happened in my lifetime. I could point to incidents of crimes of humanity. They keep going to some false narrative of slavery. White people know they lied about that. They know that story's falsehood. So you'll never get reparations under no damn slavery. But they know they lied about it.
do you think that the white ADOS affiliates got slavery because they proved crime against humanity? I mean, because it sure wasn't slavery if they saying they came from Africa. So I'm just zeroing in on what you're saying. So I mean, because you said that we need to go that route. What route did the white affiliates of ADOS? I mean, what route did they take? Because they was able to get reparations.
Well,
See, it's something with this whole ADOS movement that transformed into the FBA movement. You know, I'm trying to show the hypocrisy and I'm trying to show the agent-like tendencies when it comes to this FBA movement.
Yes, yes, yes. So, Mr. Norfolk, so that's why I say, okay, how long has FBA been around? Do you know when it got started?
it's just a few years, the past 5 years,
How old was ADOS?
just about the same amount of time. Same
Okay.
amount of time.
It's a little longer,
How,
but it
how,
ain't been 10 years,
how
maybe.
long? How long has Aboriginal been around?
I don't think you even have a birth record.
Exactly. So fuck the new shit. Let's go with the cook down. I don't need all that stepped on shit. Give me that real shit. Let me that real shit. And guess what? It's attached. If you want to go with the slavery movement, Aboriginal tip. If you want to go with the volcano time and the dinosaur, Aboriginal was here. So we ain't got to do all these other talks. Why are we trying to confuse and disguise shit into some new shit? Hell, Aboriginal, the end. That explains it all. That leaves no room for any other conversation. And if I feel like I gotta wonder with it after the beating we done took, dog, we should be like a dog that been beat. He ain't trusting you no more. It's no more of this shit. If it don't look like I can directly connect it to me, fuck your wording, because I understand this is a place that operates under the law, and the law is all about the words. We saying no matter what you call it, it does here. It matters everything what you call it. They know the definite direction you're coming from. Let's not leave them with any room to squirm around or interpret anything. Aboriginal don't leave you a room for no interpretations. I don't need no acronym. I'm just A. That's it.
Yeah, because I think they playing their game with that foundation. I think that's what link people over. Because I think when people hear foundation, people thinking like Aboriginal. You feel me?
I agree.
Right.
If you use our original lineage, Aboriginal, they automatically put you at the foundation.
Everything.
Automatically put you at the
It's
foundation.
swiped up in one word. And then we dealing with English. English means what? To hang oneself by the leash. You always got to be suspect of a language that's described that way. It means that one word could mean three different things. It's all how you use it in context. But when we do Aboriginal, there's no other context to have to accept. How many more things does Aboriginal mean?
I agree.
I agree.
Foundational could mean a lot of things.
Cut their head off the game, brother. Just cut their head off.
Cut the head off the snake. I totally agree. Because that's what brought me to my first question was, that I wanted to present, but I didn't want it to be like I was just specifically coming and saying Tariq Nasheed is COINTELPRO, woo-de-woo. No, there was a whole thought process behind what I was saying. What I was saying was, do you think this is a COINTEL movement? Because you got to think about this, right? Because
brother,
okay, yeah.
You're going somewhere that when you saying that I'm pondering it. A person doesn't necessarily have to even know they are part of a COINTELPRO movement, because we've been a part of one and we didn't even know it.
They don't even know.
We didn't even know we was a part of it, because what COINTELPRO, like I said, we need to start saying it all the way out instead of abbreviating it, because some people don't know what it is. Counterintelligence, and it's self-explanatory. Whatever intelligence we gather to free ourselves, they are countering it with other shit.
Hey, and on top of that, brother Nasir, I heard earlier, so I think it was Keith mentioned that they playing chess. Okay, and we use that analogy. Think about chess. What's the most secure place that your king can be? In a position he started out in, not in castle or anywhere else. In a position if he's in. So guess what? Aboriginal sits there. If you tell me it was AOA or ADOS, and then they switched it, slid it to the side to this damn FBA, that sounds like the shell game to me. That's not chess. Chess is the best places for your king to be at is where he was meant to be, and where we don't even have to discuss. Aboriginal says first, indigenous to the land. We don't have to discuss no other thing. We don't have to give no focus. Give me focus on foundational, brother. Where you coming from with that? Is that foundation on your theology and how you move? Or no, we don't even have to do that with Aboriginal. Aboriginal, I'm from the land. The end. Conversation over.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna pull up what they did, man. Right? I'm gonna pull up what they did.
No more shell game. No more bait and switch.
That's solid, Voodoo. That's solid.
FBA, right? FBA came up with they got in 1526. If you look at this picture that I got up here, right? So in 1526, that's on their trademark. Y'all see that on this? That's that black fist. That's the Black Power fist. See, when we was doing that Black Power fist, we was all under the ideology that we the African American. That's African American. You understand what I'm saying?
Indeed.
So what they did was they took this African American thing. Now look at this black fist. Now this black fist would usually have red, black, and green behind it. Why is it red, white, and blue now? They don't recreated the whole.
I can tell you why.
African movement.
I can tell you why. Because what you're looking to me is an evolution. It's a living entity that's changing according to what it takes to appease the people. And like I said, if we stop at an Aboriginal, we don't have to. Aboriginal incorporate all that. It came before everything we're looking at on the screen right now. All of it is encompassed. But that there to me is an evolution of something. We got the fist, we got the red, we got the white and blue, we got the triangle at the top pointing down with the symmetry. We got the red triangle pointing up with the blood rising. You dig? I mean, it's just more the same shit to me. We don't need to even do that. Reinvent. Aboriginal puts us here from the beginning, and there's nothing else to debate. The people in Australia, they call themselves Aboriginals. There's nothing else to debate. Something could come before FBA. Nothing could come before Aboriginal.
That's the truth.
Oh yeah.
By its definition, that's what it means. The first, the people of the land. That's it.
Man, they ain't letting me bring.
I remember Brother Malcolm saying that we were Aboriginal.
Right. That's where I'm coming from.
I remember Malcolm X saying that. I remember the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan saying that we were all Aboriginal. I remember him saying that back in 1985. I remember him saying that.
If it's a correct statement, Mr. Nasir, it puts you at the head, and there's no opposition for Aboriginal. It in the definition it states that is the original inhabitants of the land. The end.
That's
We
what
to figure
that's
out
what I was
what we
told.
did later and all that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so that was my whole thing. Like, how
FBA can be
can-
attached.
oh yeah, go ahead, bro. You got it.
No, you. What I was about to say is, okay, I understand the brother fight, what he trying to do in the effort, but to me, the best cook down would have been property church lowest common denominator, where you can't do anything else with this number. Aboriginals, it's not the definition of it doesn't say an amalgamation of Africans and Americans. Nothing. It's
Yeah, your
to
mic
get to some
breaking
other
up.
point of view and what it became.
Clearer now.
Okay,
Yeah.
right on.
Okay, yeah, you there now, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to let me see this foundational Black Americans. Foundational Black Americans. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Salutes to Von Hall. Salutes to the brother OG Philly. Salutes to everybody. Much love and respect. So the meaning for foundational Black American. FBA is a term used to identify a Black person in the United States whose ancestry traces back to the era of slavery in America. The term is sometimes used by groups like American Descendants of Slaves, ADOS, which began as African Descendants of Slaves. It's American. It turned to American Descendants of Slaves, and now we got FBA. I said that before we got here, to distinguish themselves from other Black people who may have immigrated to the US from other countries or are recent immigrants from Africa. And this is why I'm making the connections
Oh,
between,
that's a trick bag, Key.
I'm making the, oh yeah, I'm about to land my plane. So I'm making the connections because I see where you're going too, but I'm gonna land my plane. I'm saying it's a trick bag because I'm saying that the majority of these people, even Tariq Nasheed himself is of the Divine Nine. Tariq Nasheed is a Kappa. So if we want to go to, we had and a lot of people don't want to hear the Marcus Garvey talks. Like I was saying, people will come out and say that some of our people but the revolution ain't gonna be televised. You see what I'm saying? So sometimes now the only thing we would have to say is, now, are they doing this willingly or unwillingly? Are they conscious of what's going on, or are they conscious of it or unconscious of it? Because it's all placing us back in the same bags that's following an agenda of the powers that be. So
Yes, sir.
I agree.
I think they're very conscious of what they're doing. They understand that the control of this government itself is not in its power for us to enforce, but in its power to captivate and use the word, the language, the English, the hanging oneself by the leash. And like I said, when you go to Foundation of America, that's attaching us to an event, slavery. It's not attaching us to the land. Aboriginal attaching to the land. And you could have still went all those events. But
real talk.
The happiness in this land. FBA is attaching us to an event, something that happened. I'm not a slave. My history didn't start as slave. My history started for slavery. Slavery along the way. So far, but it's not where I want to start off my existence.
Okay, you sound a little better. But see, look now, check this out.
But real quick though, kid, you point. I was reading with you as you was reading. What you have put up on the screen. In the beginning of ADOS, it was not called American Descendant of Slaves. It was not called that in the beginning of ADOS. It was African Descendant of Slaves. See, that's why I said it's a trick bag. Now they're gonna change the definition on this right here, Wikipedia.
Yeah.
But it was called African Descendant of Slaves.
That's right.
ADOS first began.
And that's why I said we can't afford to play that word game, bro. It needs to be direct to what it is.
Exactly.
See the definition, we're gonna go by definition because we want to say, like, because I rocked with FBA. I rock with FBA, but what the question I'm asking FBA, like, hey man, I'm rocking with you, but I ain't from Africa, bro. You see what I'm saying? So what's your move? Now,
I agree with Voodoo.
can you prove to me that you from Africa? Because the definition of a foundational Black American is a Black person who can trace their lineage back to the American system of slavery to be considered FBA. At
And
least
that's the
one
event,
parent.
brother. That's the event. That's not tying us to the land, as the brother pointed out so beautifully. It's tying us to an event, and that's not definitive of our people.
Brother Nasir, not only this is tying us to an event, it's tying us to an event that this corporation institutionalized. It's tying us to an event that they caused.
That's right.
Indeed. Exactly.
It says one parent must come from a non-immigrant background in the United States. So it's kind of that's why I was asking the brother OTK last night, like, and that's why I love when the brother OG Philly didn't shout out to OG for joining. He was asking about the mixed thing. And I know that probably went over a lot of people's head, but this is what it's saying. The FBA members, it wants you to have one parent that's saying they not from Africa, basically, and you got another parent who's saying that they from Africa. This tie you into it, and this is a whole movement that's put together to make everybody else fall into, and at the end of the day, you're gonna end up being a damn immigrant because whatever one of your parents is, you just have for that. So it by default, it still makes you an immigrant and not indigenous to this land.
Yeah, that's the criteria. That's the criteria of being FBA. One parent has to be, from the lineage.
That's a fact.
That one parent, at least one parent, has to be from the lineage of, Aboriginal in order for you to be,
Now, the distinction there is the term used to differentiate from other Black populations in America, such as those whose families may have immigrated from the Caribbean or Africa more recently. The origin is the term that has gained prominence in the online spaces, often associated with advocacy groups focusing on issues like reparations for the descendants of enslaved people. So at the end of the day, it's time you in to be an enslaved people. So why try to put the wool over the eyes of the people who saying they're indigenous? You tricking the people who saying they're indigenous to this land. I can't be FBA because I can't tie none of my people to. I can go back hundreds of years, 200 years, 300 years. Ain't none of my people, even them people in the ground didn't come from Africa. Even they mamas and daddies didn't come from Africa. So that's going to take us back another 100 or 200 years. Where do we get this African narrative from? This African narrative come from the slave theory.
Changing that wordplay, brother, is totally disingenuous, brother, and it can't be trusted. They act like we didn't know that. They act like it wasn't just a few years ago that it was called something else. Click on that who coined the term, brother.
Well, it's saying who coined the term. It said it was popularized by Tariq Nasheed, but I know we spoke about that other fella last night.
Yeah,
and now I have to go and I have to look into these guys' ties with the secret societies and orders and things like that. Now I got to do my own research and say, well, what type of orders do these guys protect?
I think it was Amos Wilson, Dr. Amos Wilson, who coined the term.
Right. Because we keep trying to miss the fact that, the Black Caucus is controlling the fate of the Black community. The dead state of the Black people was controlling the state of the people who getting tricked into following suit with these Divine Nine motherfuckers or these Black Caucus people or the Black Boule system that's set up ahead of us. Because we looking at their cars and their houses and how successful they is inside of this American dream, and we putting them up high over the people who telling the truth and telling us that this shit bullshit out of tradition. We don't want to say it's bullshit. Come on, man. You can't say that, but it is what it is. Like when I was speaking to the brother last night, he said, well, back then, this shit was real. But today the shit fake. I said, what make the shit fake today? If it's fake now, it was fake then. No, well, they didn't have the resources. That sound like fucking Obama. That's that shit that Obama said. Obama said he putting up a bigger fight than Martin Luther King right now because the difference of the times back then and the times now. Like a fucking fool. When he know
You know what's
damn
crazy,
well,
brother? You know what's
yeah.
crazy? They're giving Tariq Nasheed the credit. And they're not saying he coined the term. They're saying he popularized the term, and he actually got it trademarked in 2022. So they're not even going and saying who actually coined the term. You know, and I know for certain that it was Dr. Amos Wilson
And this is what
who
I'm
coined the
saying.
term.
It was Dr. Amos Wilson. And what did Dr. Amos Wilson represent? Black power. What is on the front of Dr. Amos Wilson's book? Red, black, and green. This is Pan-Africanism 2.0. That's all
Supposed to
it
spill
is.
over this shit. Not supposed to get happy just because somebody new doing something. I don't sound like, but we supposed to be critically thinking. And never say shit like, well, it don't matter what they call it. It don't matter what they call it. Because everybody's in control is overthinking everything. And you don't have to wonder if they did it for a reason. So again,
Your mic was breaking up pretty bad. You in a bad area or?
yeah, I'm in a bad area, but I'm in the middle of nowhere right now.
You sound better now, brother. You sound better now.
Well, what I'm saying is we don't get the ability to say things like it don't matter what they're calling it. Because at this point, through critical thinking and showing you over and time again, it doesn't matter what they're calling it. Everything matters because they're moving like these people are not moving in a fact where one thing does not connect to the other. And like I said, it was ADOS and it switched over to this FBA. Our positions don't need to be interchangeable like that. We need to be definite on how we move and know exactly what the fuck we say, not saying it in a roundabout way. And to me, that's the same shit. I'm sorry. I want the brother. I do. I fuck that. If you're not taking us where we need to go, I'm not. That's it. We ain't time to be playing with you motherfuckers no.
I agree. Indeed.
Oh yeah, shout out to the brother OG Philly. Salute. If you a director may want to interject so far in the bill. Oh yeah, salute. Because yeah, man, that kind of grabbed my attention when I was able to do the connection between the Black Power movement. This is the Black Power movement revised. So this was my whole thing, but a lot of our people were trying to come out of that Black Power movement once they realized, like, man, we've been indigenous to this place the whole time. That's their whole fight. So why would I align with something that's telling me that's telling the world that I'm saying I'm indigenous, but then I'm just gonna take the anchor that I'm from Africa still. At the pyramids, at the end of the day, we originate from Africa. It's once again bringing us back to this Darwinism and this whole creation theory thing that everything derived from Africa. It's taking us off of this land.
And that's exactly what Tariq Nasheed said recently. He said that everyone was from Africa. And that makes no sense at all, brother.
They're pushing more the same concept from the same person we claim we fighting to get away from. It's a uniformitarian outlook of the life. And we all know this ain't. This is chaos out there. Nothing uniformitarian. That lines up where every man came from this one spot. That's a stupid ass way of even looking at it. But then we develop diversities over years.
It is, bro. That's
not intellectual at all.
No, it's not.
It's childlike. And to me, we got to get away from this because the brother trying to do good. Yo, that's how they got us with everything, because they had a figurehead that seemed to be doing good, but really behind the scenes, we need to be checking everything. Everybody need to have receipts. Everybody need to show that this shit, I don't give a fuck what you feel and what you say. Point out to how does that connect to the next thing. And not only that, confirm with me what was that before it became that. And right now, as Aboriginal, which is the best word in the conversation, we shouldn't even be dealing with stuff that was once something else. We should just be dealing with the original. We can't deal with these markups, and these remakes, and these knockoffs. We need the original, and we are that. So that everything else came from that. And the original is the Aborigine. That's it. Not this other guy. This thing you showing now, he looks like one of these bullshit ass politicians. Then you just say he one of these Kappa dudes. Why are we still trusting him? Why are we calling them boule and letting them run anything? Why you think you're going to get anything else from this person? How do we keep residing our feelings that keep leading us with our asses way up in the air and somebody behind us with some slow music with some grease in his hand?
Facts. Like Brother Nasir said, hey, he did great me, but he gave me flowers. You know, and it brings me back to this whole independent party. You know, like the independent party they have in people's mind say, well, if I be independent, I'm not gonna be right wing or left wing. So I'm gonna be independent. But that's pulling you right back in, just like this whole FBA movement.
Yeah, that's a party too. Independent is a damn party too.
If you're delusional, have a lack of understanding of how this works, independent is for the people who own the fences. You know what I'm saying? It's the purgatory, the waiting room. But if it's still a part of that same machine, it's still gonna give you the same outcome. I don't give a damn how you feel. Like I said earlier, you gotta stop dealing in our feelings, and we gotta start dealing in reality of things. Your feelings are real, you feel them. But how does that add up in reality? If the sum zero, if the sum is zero, then we got to switch that to the side. It's good to talk about over a cup of coffee, but in real life, we can't afford that as a people. In fact, I tell a lot of us, bro, you should be telling your kids not to dream. Oh, I don't want to take my kids' dream. We've been dreaming forever. We've been dreaming off Mount Martin. We've been dreaming with Malcolm. We've been telling people what we dream and feel. Okay, let's do the add up. What does that get us now? We should be doing what makes sense, not what you dream.
Exactly.
You still have your dreams, but we need to be moving in commonsensical reality type moves, tangible things that I can see what I'm getting. My feet took me here. My hands did this. I got this. You shouldn't have to feel it's good in the end. You should know it's good.
You know, to dream, you have to be at least thinking subconscious. We need to be wide awake thinkers, brother.
And not only that, not serious.
Not no subconscious thinker.
There's people that can dream, but you have to be in a position to dream. And right now we're in survival mode. We need to be putting stuff in our mouth that we can eat, not dreaming about hot dogs. And ain't that nutritional anyway.
Exactly. And you know, if we have aspiration of doing stuff, we just got to work hard at it. You know what I'm saying? You're more likely can achieve what you want if you work hard to get it, other than dreaming about it. I'd rather say this is what I want. I'm gonna work to get it instead of dreaming about it.
Now I know that sounds bad because you stealing people's dreams, bro. People who are in positions to dream should dream. But right now we're on the same ship, homie. We need to be scooping water out fast as fucking possible.
Yeah, wake your ass up and grab that pail.
And we don't need to be taking and buying gas and diesel from somebody who got diesel, and on the sign it says it's just like diesel. No, we need only diesel. We don't need just like diesel. We can't afford none of that other shit. No cook downs, homie. I need that hard drop. When I drop it on the plate, I want to hear that plink. I don't want to hear that other shit. I want to see it crumbling. I don't see it cracking. That's no good. We can't afford that right now.
Indeed.
Yeah, man. So I got another question too, man. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Much love and respect. Now I did do a short the other day, and I wanted to know, how do you guys feel about the thought of my question of, is is feminism and the independent woman the fall of families in America today?
Well, first of all, the woman's name is woman. Latin prefix wo means unto man. Now that don't mean she's a slave. That don't mean she beneath me. She's an equal and opposite component of me. The law of equivalent exchange. It's the law of equivalent exchange. But to tell her she needs to be independent, when we cook this down to the point to where it's lawless in the street, things are crazy. You don't have a job. There's no protection for the police. How are you going to do? If you come up with independence, you're gonna be dead. And all things don't make no sense, and you can't make them make sense every day. In good times and bad times, we need to walk away from. You're not independent. Your body is built with the womb to bring forth the life of our people. If you're not honoring that by being dedicated to it, then don't use it. Independency, there's nothing independent here. Everything here is bipolar, and bipolarity with the line in the middle allows you to get balance. You talk about it all.
Yes, sir. You're breaking up again, brother.
There's no singular. The sun has the moon, the up has the down, the water has the dry. There's nothing here that's singular. And if you attempt to do that, you'll be deemed as obsolete and you'll be moved to the side. Everything here works in conjunction with each other. And an independent woman, to me, is just a reason for you to go out and do all kind of things that in the end not going to benefit you, and you're going to regret doing it because your purpose won't be served. How many people dedicate their life to careers, and in the end they did everything they could and they still unfulfilled?
And not only that, brother, our women are the only women who are taught that they're supposed to face life alone and be that strong woman. You don't hear about the strong, oh, that's a strong Chinese woman. That's a strong white woman. That's a strong Hispanic woman. It's always strong Black woman. And that was established with the feminist movement when our women joined the feminist movement to be in the numbers, that fake camaraderie that white women was in with them, that they tricked our women into getting, I call it the sister act, because they wasn't really sisters. White women went back to their men, to their comfort. And our women, at the end of that, was taught to have disdain for us. And it's been that way ever since. I was on a platform about a week or so ago. Brother, I haven't heard such ignorance from a woman that much in my whole entire life. These women were clueless. And the thing is, some of these women don't even think nothing's wrong with them. They don't even think nothing's wrong with them. They think they're okay the way they are. Being rebellious and not wanting to listen to anyone. The host of that platform wouldn't let no one speak. If you was a man, you came on, you couldn't complete a sentence. I forced my way into that conversation, and I told them off and I left, and it was quiet 5 minutes after I left. Just quiet, sitting there on the platform. The time just ticking after I left.
Yeah, it seemed like within this whole feminism movement, it's like women and homosexual men are being pushed in the forefront in front of the masculinity. It's like a whole attack on the masculinity of a man. And I think that is our main problem with that we're having with the the vanishing of the family system, basically, because this even trickling down from so-called black women, all the way to women of other races, but more prominent in our race. What's your
Yeah,
thoughts on
yeah,
that?
yeah. I
brother,
think we're looking at this wrong. Think
brother.
about it. We're the progenitors. We bring everything to the world, bro. Everything to the world comes through us first. If it's
Yeah,
gonna
but
be cool, we
I'm
gotta
just
accept it first.
basically, I'm just basically calling it for what it is. I'm
What?
not saying
Yeah,
my
but it's not an
thoughts.
attack on the man, though. It's an attack on the
Yeah,
family. We got
yeah,
to look at the
no,
result of
It's
what
an
it's going
attack
to
on
get.
yeah,
the entire family, and it was done.
Exactly.
It was
yeah,
done on purpose. It was like I said, it was done purposely
exactly.
to separate the black man from the black woman.
That's
This,
what I'm
The strongest
saying.
the
entity on the
so-called black
planet Earth.
man from the
Yeah,
black woman. It was done on purpose.
one second though, because I can't. I gotta say what I'm saying. I gotta say what I'm saying. So
Yes, sir.
all I'm doing is just saying to make you think. I'm just bringing it up because I got a talk show and it's just topic of discussion. I've been
Yes, sir.
asking questions. I haven't given my thoughts on it at all. So I just want to make that clear.
Yes, sir.
And I'm not challenging your
No, that's cool. That's
all
cool.
this.
That's cool. But I haven't given my thoughts yet. I haven't given my perspective yet. I just posed the question and that was it. I don't mind giving my thoughts, but I haven't yet.
Yes. I would love to hear your thoughts on that. I think it's just an attack family unit.
It is.
We got to start looking down the road at what's producing. A lot of us say they're against me. No, that's the simple way of looking at it, homie. And these people move 50, 100 years out. What are they trying to produce from being against you? Because they don't really give a shit about you as an individual. It's an end game that they're moving towards. And to me, with all this other alternative views injected into our neighborhood, when we usually was closed-minded on all this openness, we did what makes sense. And that what made us so strong and so impenetrable. But now we're opening our mind and our feelings to all this crazy shit. And what is it benefit in the person that's having us open up to in the long run? Where is this going?
You know when we were separated through all that foolishness, it did a lot of damage to the family structure, and it also, by default, it feminized some of the. When I say some of, I mean that directly. Some of the young men, because a lot of times, if a woman had disdain for her children's father, and they have a son, that little boy is going to be treated terrible because he reminds her of his dad. And sometimes they'll make their little boy a girl, despite the dad. They'll make their little boy a girl. I've seen several times little boys be sister girling with his mother and her girlfriends. That's a problem. And that was part of the end game of that feminist movement, to put us away from each other, to destroy the family unit, to effeminize the young boy, and to make the women hard. Because some of them, if you look at feminist women, a lot of the feminist women are not feminine at all, but they call themselves feminists, but they're not feminine.
Facts. And that all goes along with the whole depopulation agenda as well, brother. You cooking, salute.
Exactly, depopulation, because if we don't get together, we're not gonna bring no life in the world. And they taught that, and they're taught as feminists to handle things on their own by themselves. They don't need a man. That's what they're taught.
That's the crazy thing about it. Yeah, Mike, check.
You're loud and clear, brother. And that was the sentiment, and that was, again, they ran back to their comfort, brother. other women that was in that so-called movement. That turned out to be a bowel movement all over our women.
Right. And not only was it
You're muted, brother.
not only was it not only did it break down our family structure, and like I was pointing out, is also a part of the depopulation agenda. And these people are just okaying this because it's serving their agenda. So they got the LGBT community, and it's a part of the feminist movement. We showing the correlations of how these things are all connected.
They're all connected.
One movement started the next. So we see that's the next phase we in. That's how we keep getting caught up in loops, because we keep taking these movements. It's just like what I was talking about with the whole FBA movement. That came from the Black Power movement. So they're able to keep recreating their movements to keep driving us toward their destination, depending upon whatever agenda they have put forth. You see what I mean? So this whole feminism movement has moved all the way over to the LGBT movement, to where it's starting to lean in for, let's make the women masculine, let's make the men feminine. The feminism movement started with women and ended up in the lap of men.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the crazy part. They call themselves feminist, not feminine, but they turn their sons in feminette. That's crazy. And that was the game plan of the whole entire, you know, so-called movement.
Right. That was their game plan from the jump, from the get-go.
And it was to separate us. It was to separate us from our women and our women from us.
That's a fact.
Because the problems that white men and white women had and have was not our problems. But for some reason, some of our women were convinced that it was. We didn't have those problems that white men and white women have. We didn't oppress our women like they oppressed theirs. That wasn't how we treated our women. But I'm gonna tell you, regardless of, I'm gonna go here with so-called white supremacy. Their loyalty is unwavering, because regardless of how white men treat their women, they're loyal to them. Donald Trump was elected while he was pending sexual assault charges, but white women went out and voted for him in droves. Why? Because their virtue does not supersede white supremacy. White supremacy is worth more than their virtue.
That's a fact, man.
And that has to be, I'm not saying that our women's supposed to endure any type of abuse. No, they're not. But I'm saying that we didn't treat our women and don't treat our women like white men treat theirs. We never have. But they are so, wicked and sly with how they do things, and so cunning. They work day and night, to pull these things off that they pull off. And the feminist movement was one of those things that they pulled off.
Now, a lot of our women will give the excuse that when they seen this short that I put up, and I asked the same question, a lot of them got defensive to say, well, it's not the woman's fault, it's the man's fault. So this is what I want to say to those women who said that. Okay, now, it ain't just the man's fault. It's gonna be the men and women's fault. But if women now, a lot of women, I'm gonna say a lot of women were looking for excuses to be whores because a part of being a feminist is being a whore as well. So a lot
My
of women
body.
say, "Well, my man cheated on me. It's my body, so I'm gonna go out and cheat just like a man. That I'm gonna be just like a man. That was the masculinity that was inflected into the women
Exactly.
to the feminism. You understand what
Exactly.
I'm saying?
Yes, sir. She's not guarding and protecting her virtue. And she becomes virtuous, which is exactly what you said, a damn whore. It's like, I'm gonna, you have women these days that say, I'm gonna do what he do. You know how you sound saying that.
And if women wouldn't have followed that trend, then right now we would be able to sit here and say it's the men's fault. Because our
Exactly.
women sitting at home just waiting, but that ain't happening. So now we can't blame the men because should nothing make you not want to be a woman? Should nothing make you not want to be a mother? Man, I look right now on social media. You know how many 50 and 60-year-old women I see twerking, man? It's crazy.
Brother, you take Oprah Winfrey in her 60s, probably about 70 years old now. Didn't live out her purpose as a woman. As the brother Voodoo Child said before he left here, she had a career, became a billionaire, but she didn't bring no life into this world. You didn't even prove that you serve your purpose as a woman. Because that's your purpose, to bring life into this world, regardless of what any woman say. Your purpose is to bring life into this world. Somebody brought your ass here. So you're supposed to bring somebody into this world. She's a billionaire with no child, probably gonna leave her money to a damn cat or something.
And that's one of the biggest tricks to trick the woman into not knowing that that's supposed to be her purpose.
Exactly. You're supposed to bring a child in this world.
And we got so many different distractions. It's like the carrot in front of the horse trick when it came to this feminism thing. Women were looking for so many incentives, and they used the white woman as the forefront. So black women started to say, well, I want some of these same freedoms that these white women get. They promoted that white women were in factories working, like all these white women was in factories working. It wasn't no lot of white women in them factories working like that. Them
No.
women was
Nope.
home taking their children. They promoted that shit to our black asses.
Exactly. That's big facts, bro.
They sold us that shit and we bought it. You know what I mean?
Yep, exactly. That's the truth. The sister act, brother. I'm your sister, and this and that. They marching and they only wanted them for their numbers because they wanted rights against their men, and our women helped them get it. And when they got it, they went back to that. And when they like, as you just put, brother, they saw how it was. They'll say, nah, we don't need this. They went back to their comfort zone. They went back to theirs. And by that time, they had did a lot of damage to our because we were tricked so many ways at that particular time. We were being tricked so many ways and pulled so many directions. And it destroyed, our families. And then a week among some of us stood idly by and allowed it. When you cheering on that nonsense, you're not supposed to cheer that on. Women, they are helpmeet, they are life partners. They have their weaknesses and they have their strengths, just like we do. But we supposed to play our positions. She can't play mine, I can't play hers. Period.
That's a fact. Because they use that as a defense mechanism against us to get the men to the women to cherish the same thing the men's want. Now, even though I don't really agree with the passport bros thing, I kind of see what they're saying because in America, they promote the strong, independent woman to our women over here. So in order to get this family style, soft woman, virtue, get a virtuous woman, those qualities are not really popular over here in our area, man. All the women and they got us drilled, we want to put a woman first. We don't want to disrespect women. So it's not so much as disrespecting the woman, it's disrespecting the actions that's taking place. And so they're able to equate this to a personal attack on them when it's not a personal attack on any female. It's how is these actions affecting us as a people as a whole? That's the main premise point where it should be. What you thinking, brother?
Yeah, it's a difference between they're saying disrespecting the women by wanting womanhood. Want a woman to conduct herself like a woman should never be considered disrespecting the woman. But some would see that as being disrespectful, wanting a woman to conduct herself as a woman. You have to make your mind up. You want to be respected as a woman? Gotta behave as one. And I don't mean like stay in your place like that. No, I'm talking about whatever consists of what a woman is supposed to be. Women have their positions. They have their strengths. They have their weakness. And so do we. We have very specific positions. I'm not supposed to go over there where her positions are and even try to play those. Not supposed to do that. You should not supposed to bring her ass over here and play in mine. I mean, that's my upbringing anyway. It's my upbringing.
That's a fact. Because a lot of women don't understand just, in your natural essence of a woman, you already possess the power. But I just think this was a big a mind screwing, to help further their agendas, to get the women to thinking all these masculine thoughts or whatever. Now, I'm not I'm not saying men perfect or anything. I'm just
By
saying,
a long shot.
no, not by a long shot. We just the only culture who don't have a good value of wife material because the values of our women are so depleted because they've been sold the idea that they're supposed to be strong women, they're supposed to be independent women. If you listen to a lot of women in conversation, they're gonna say a lot of women don't even want to have kids, children. A lot of women don't even want to be married.
I'm gonna say this, brother.
Yeah.
I'm so happy that I'm married to the woman I'm married to. Because when I look at what people consider as a strong woman and as a woman, as a independent woman, as a woman being herself, I'm thinking as you're talking. And it is so wicked, brother. It is so damn wicked because Women think freedom is having the freedom to unclothe herself. She has to be, that's the freedom she thinks she automatically supposed to have. I'm supposed to be able to unclothe myself if I want to. That's freedom to them. Not being able to think for herself, you know, but it was done so wicked. Now you can barely see our women. Brother, let me tell you something. Protest, whenever you see, it's so embarrassing when you're having a protest about something serious and somebody put music on, our women go to shaking their ass at a protest. I've seen that type of thing. You're,
Facts.
some of them think their adornments make them. Yo, your adornments don't make you. Because for one, you all have those adornments.
That's a fact, good brother. That's a
And,
fact.
and, and, and they think they supposed to shake they. I mean, not all of them. That's why I say I'm happy I'm married to the woman I'm married to, because I don't have to deal with that type of foolishness.
So do you think that, because like you said, they think freedom is being able to take their clothes off when they want to.
Yeah,
It's also being able to sleep with who they want to when they want to.
exactly.
Women, and it's like a lot of women don't understand that a lot of their behavior is very toxic to the family structure. And it's not we can all do what we want to do, but we got to be insane to continue to do the same things and look for a different result.
Exactly.
All other nationalities have the same, men in all nationalities do the same thing. We're the only nationality who our women just ain't behind us 100%. It's implanted in their mind for them to look at us like they're smarter. They've told them, say that, hey, we smarter, we stronger, these men weak. And what get pushed up to the forefront to me is homosexual men. In
And,
our
and,
culture,
and the
black
priorities,
women
brother.
push up homosexual men because most of the time homosexual men are acting out their fantasies of their foolishness that they want to do. So they glorify that shit that they do.
And then the priorities too, brother. They don't, I mean, our priorities. And I'm not speaking about women. I'm speaking out about particular women. Because a lot of our women not like a lot of our women don't share, because I'm gonna tell you, feminists is a minority. A lot of our women don't think that way. I'm speaking about those who it pertain to, who think that way. Their priorities are not straight. They want to show their behinds, and they think somebody's supposed to give them something that they didn't earn. What I mean earn, I mean put in as getting to know that person. And they think their adornments, they think their ass is their assets when it's their mind.
That's a fact.
Some even want to, they don't want to they want to do the same thing that the brothers do who are quote unquote players. Women want to be players, bro. Because they sometimes they want it with no strings attached. Can you imagine a woman like that, bro?
Facts. Facts, man. Shout out to Charlie too, man. Hey yo, so I seen a chick the other day on Stacey Prince, and shout out to my brother Stacey Prince. Make sure y'all sub to the Stacey Prince show as well. Stacey Prince had a woman on, and he was having this type of conversation with her, and she said, "Do you know what a high value man is?" He said, "Yeah, a high value man wouldn't even touch no whore." You know what I mean? So,
I seen that
and
short that you posted earlier. Yes, good short.
yeah, so he said, this is what Malcolm X was speaking out against, in our community. And she said, well, why did they indulge? And he said, what do you mean, why did they indulge? And she said, well, Malcolm X and Martin Luther King was out here sleeping with whores, so why would they speak out against it? The brother said, okay, I'm finna prove a point in front of everybody right now. Out of Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, name me 3 women that they both slept with. See, y'all got to stop spreading lies and rumors, man, and going around saying this rhetoric, all of this black rhetoric, shit that's been impounded into our minds for us to carry on and for us to keep programming the next black person with this bullshit rhetoric that's being detrimental to our people.
And it goes back to what I always say, brother. You know, people don't understand. They'll say these words and they don't know what they mean. Counterintelligence program. I'm not going to say COINTELPRO anymore. I'm going to say the word all the way out so people can understand what the word means. And people don't understand that these federal agencies, when our brothers was among us, were doing things to discredit them. In order to discredit them, they had to put those rumors out. And they only put those rumors out to discredit these brothers. And you know what's dumb about it? Some of our dumbass people believe it because they can read something and it's apparent that you're reading that. So you're going to tell me that the FBI, the CIA they're not capable of lying? We need to stop repeating dumb stuff, brother. Because the FBI put it out automatically. Oh, the white man said it. It's true, huh? About your brother. I keep telling people a man that don't treat you right not going to teach you right. You're not going to inform you correctly either.
That's a fact.
We got a problem. We got a problem that we'll rather believe the worst of our own people than the best of them. All somebody got to do is create a document. Do you know they tried to get Dr. King to kill himself? They tried to get Dr. King to commit suicide with the stuff that they was doing to him. Sending his wife letters.
Yeah, that's crazy, man.
A lot of our people don't study deep enough. They don't look into stuff deep enough. They'll find something and they'll go out. And we love delivering bullshit to our people, bro. We love it. We love delivering bullshit to our people. Sometimes we can't wait to deliver something that's contrary and detrimental to our people. We love it. As much as it's cost us and it's costing us, we still love doing it. If somebody finds something out about the next brother, some of us won't even look into it to see if it's the truth. The first thing niggas will do is get on their fucking platform and broadcast it. It ought to be a stiff, dire consequence for that. If you go on a platform and you say something unfounded about a brother or sister, it should be a dire consequence for it. When I say dire, I mean dire. For being a backbiter, for spreading falsehoods about people that's damaging to that brother or that sister.
I agree. I attribute that to the feminist movement as well, because it's like we said, it crosses over to the feminization of men as well. The feminist movement is not just about women, it's about men too. So in that conversation that I was having about the women earlier, I was going to counter it and get to the feminization of men, but it started with the women. So, but what we got to understand is, man, I watched another Stacey Prince short right after he got through telling her about Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. He said, I want you to be quiet because I don't like the stuff you said. She said it because you're not telling the truth. She said it don't matter if I'm telling the truth. It's a lot of men who like the stuff that I say. He said, "Oh yeah, well why ain't there one of them wiped you up yet?" See, fake shit is so real now, and we shouldn't give a man no pass just because he a man, but we also should not give women passes just because they're women. Where is what's your quality? What's your worth? And that don't got nothing to do with money or your value would be, what type of energy do you carry or possess about yourself?
You know, it says a lot. Again, I said earlier, some people don't think anything is wrong with them. If you look around and nobody wants to be around you, excuse me, you're lonely. It says a lot about you if you're lonely and nobody want to be around you. But some people really don't think there's nothing wrong with them the way they are. They think it's the world's fault. I say to people all the time, if you got a wife and she don't tell you to come to bed, she don't want you in the bed. She don't. If I fall asleep on a recliner, my wife will come tell me to come to bed. If I fall asleep on the couch, she'll come wake me up and tell me to come to bed. And when I see people on platforms, brother, 6 o'clock at night, and I wake up and I go, let me see who's doing whatever, while I'm, getting ready to go to work. And those same people on the platform, bro, that has to be the most miserable life, brother.
12 hours later.
There has to be the most miserable life, brother.
I should have had that little SpongeBob timer going now to say 12 hours later. Yeah.
But you got all these qualities you say you have, and as the brother asked, that was a very good question. How come nobody wifed you up yet? So that means you're the only person that feel that way about you.
So do you think it would be and I know the answer, this is such a rhetorical question, but do you think it would be in our best interest to continue to um just pacify and give our women, this false praise? It's false praise because you can't really be truthful to a person without them being offended. And a lot of people, it reminds me of the question like from last night when it was said that it was fake. It was real back then, but it's fake now. No, if it was fake then, it's fake now. So, I mean, how do you think about now? Do you think it's more important for us to just respect women regardless, or do you think it's detrimental for us to be able to point out BS in our women, or should we just not want to hurt their feelings and just tell them what they want to hear, type of thing, or should we
No,
be able
no,
to?
you should. I think we should respect women because you can respect women and point out things. Because if you want them to respect themselves, you got to point out what is disrespectful about them. There's nothing wrong with that, and vice versa, and vice
Yeah.
versa, and certainly vice versa. You know what I'm saying? Because if you see a woman who's out of pocket and she's conducting herself unbecoming of a woman, you're supposed to tell her that because some women upbring, and not only that, you never know what she went through. Never know what she went through.
That was gonna be my next thing about what women go
Because
through.
some of them go through some things. And guess what, brother? We be the one who did it.
Facts. But I was gonna say, like a lot of women are living with past traumas. Now, the reason I wanted to point out these things with women because I wanted to get to this. Now, a lot of women are living with past traumas. A part of being a strong woman is a part of dealing with these traumas and being able to move along and keep going, living with these past traumas. So this builds up characteristics within a woman that may cause them to act a certain type of way or cause them to, well, yeah, act a certain type of way, display a certain attitude or action and shit. What you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, again, you never know what she's been through. A lot of times, what she's been through, one of us be the one who did it. So we have to be patient. We have to be understanding. And sometimes it's good to just let her vent and get it all out. I'm not saying take abuse, whatever, you know what I'm saying? And you gotta choose. You gotta choose and make a decision whether or not it's worth it. But and yet it's, if it is, it's gonna take all those things. Patience. God damn, it's brother, we got wind gust out here where I'm at now, bro.
Yeah.
Woo. That wind is cutting up out there this evening.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's a real full moon too, man, tonight.
They say it's gonna be 60 and 70 mile per hour winds out there, brother. It's like gusting out there. Woo.
Oh yeah, we lost the brothers on the panel, man. I was but yeah, you know, I just wanted to chop it up with y'all, man, for the night. I mean, I basically we just doing a open panel, but it's definitely good topic, good conversation. Uh, yeah, I hate we lost the brothers, man, but you know, it's always good to chop it up and build
Indeed.
either way.
Indeed. But you know, we have to bridge the gap and mend the fences, brother. It can't stay the way it is. And as I tried to tell the sisters I was on the panel with weeks ago, that's not going to make things better. You bitter don't make things better. When we do better, we do better. And that's period.
That's a fact. Now, do you think that possibly some of these things that take place that's coming about, I think like, you know, there's gonna be some things that happen that's gonna be like conscious shifts. You know what I'm saying? And I think like a lot of the ways men are acting, because I don't want to make this like it's a show. I'm not against women. I'm not on no red pill things. I'm just actually a lot of the things I'm saying is just like uh common based questions, you know, something to make us think and try to see if we can boggle some solutions. But I think we're going to come to a point in time to where men gonna have to step up, women gonna have to step
Yeah.
up, and those who choose not to are gonna fade away. And I think we'll have a shift of consciousness change collectively when those type of things happen. What you think?
I think men gonna have to step up more than women because we're the men. Period. You know,
I do.
you know, because a lot of what taking place with women today in this time. Not speaking about the past. A lot of it is our fault. Me, in all actuality, I favor the woman. I favor the woman, brother. I'm a matriarch.
Right. So am I.
You know what I'm
I'm
saying?
with
I
you,
favor the
Matrix.
woman, bro.
I'm with you,
So you
Matrix.
know, I'm not. You know, I don't. I just don't believe in the feminist movement, but I favor the woman.
Right. And I'm with you. I share that same exact sentiment because And now my thing that the woman is most likely in control is because of the precedence that she has set right now. Like, you know, men gonna have to step up, but are women gonna allow them to? Because women kind of like in the forefront with everything, man. And when we really look at it, if we break it down, it's not like one specific thing, but of course we supposed to give women all the security, all the leverage, but then it's like women got the ups on the jobs, women got the bigger voice when it comes to the political thing on our side. You know
I'll
what I'm
say this
saying?
though, bro.
Mhm.
Again, those particular women are a minority. A lot of our women don't think like that, brother. A lot of our women want them a husband and a family. They don't have no aspirations of doing. And some of them work, they have careers, but guess what they're doing when they come home? Coming home to that family. A lot of women want that, brother. A lot of our women want that. A husband and a family. And being able to, them take care of each other. That's what a lot of our women want. They don't want what these other women want. They want to be able to have, to because if you got all the strength, when do you rest?
Right.
You know what
And
I'm
see,
saying? You gotta have, so she want to be able to rest, so because she got a strong man with her, and so she can rest, and whether they can cover down, and vice versa. He want to be able to do that too. Because certain things, brother, that she has her strength in that you had no business doing. Because that's her strength.
I agree. I
That's her.
think it just don't work out that way sometimes. Due to the ways of the world. I think sometimes we get caught up in the ways of the world. They beat the relationship down psychologically, even with little things they say like men come from Mars, women come from Venus, men not supposed to cry. Oh, a man gotta have this. We start equating finances and social status to what a man and a woman supposed to be, and then we lose the true value of what a man and a woman
Exactly.
is. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. Relationship is just what it is, brother. It can sail or it can sink.
Mm,
And if a relationship goes cold and hit an iceberg, guess what it does? It sinks.
facts.
And it's about duty. Duty produces love. Lack of duty make the relationship go cold. If you're dutiful to her, she's dutiful to you, that's not going to produce nothing but love.
Facts. That's big
You
facts.
Because when you say I do, you say I do to duty.
Oh yeah, that's a big fact. Shout out to the brother Charles Johnson. Shout out to Charlie. Shout out to my sister Bun Hall. My brother Big Dog Philly OG. Shout out to everybody, man. We just chopping it up, man, having a good conversation with the good brother Nasir. I wish you could have been but I know we went on a little late last night, but that whole FBA conversation, was just kind of disturbing to some, and I know the emotional attachment chain start rattling. But we got to be able to be information with our information, and we got to be able to point out and see now, are these things being done deliberately or are these things being done unconsciously? That way we can become to be more conscious with each other and more conscious of the information that we're receiving, that we're being entertained by. Because, like you said in the beginning, ain't nothing gonna happen overnight. It's gonna take a process of change for things to happen. So, if we can be able to have these conversations and evaluate these things in these manners, then I think we making progress just by even doing so.
People ask, where do we start? At the beginning, brother. That's where we start. And it's worth it, brother, because our families are at stake. We got it, families in our well-being is at stake. And our women were made for us. And we were made for her. And we belong together.
That's a fact. That's a
Period.
fact.
We belong together, brother.
Oh yeah, man. My I don't know, my brother Director Bay, man. You still with us, good brother? I've been waiting on you to chime in.
Yeah, I'm going to have to get ready to go, brother. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, man. We gonna get out of here, man. I just wanted to jump on, chop it up. We basically changed the show just to
But
have
you know, good build though. I enjoyed conversating with yourself, brother, and the brother Voodoo Child. You know, brothers always have something pertinent, you know, to say. Good information, and we have to do those other builds, brother. You know, the predictive policing and the uh the other builds we talked about.
Oh
We got to
yeah,
get on those.
most definitely. We do got to do those, man. Let's set up a time. You let me know when you're gonna be ready. You know, I'm gonna show up, man. We'll make it happen.
Because our people need to know the information.
Yeah, most definitely, man. Because after last night, man, and shout out to everybody that joined, man. You know, but we gotta stop bringing rhetoric into our reality. You know, we're basically shaping and forming our reality off of rhetoric and not off reality or real facts. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yep. Yes, sir. And I don't want to be around nobody besides serious people, brother, because whenever you have people that want to clown and want to troll, keep that at a safe distance from me. Because I just first I'm too old for it.
Facts.
I'm serious about what I speak about, and I'm serious about what I do, and I don't have time for anybody's foolishness and clowns. Just join the circus. Stay away from me though.
Facts.
Want to deal
Big
with no
deal.
clown. I mean, we joke and stuff like that. It's a time for that. It's a time for that. But you know, some of our people don't take anything serious, bro. You know what they're serious about? They're serious about bullshitting.
Right.
They're
Right.
real serious about bullshitting, bro. They takes bullshitting real serious. And I
And
don't have time for anybody like that.
a lot of times the truth is stranger than fiction. You could be funny, not even trying to be funny. You know that it's gonna come. You know that
Yeah, I
should be
mean, a
point.
lot of
You know
times
what I
we
mean?
talk about stuff serious in the way, the way some of us word stuff. Sometimes it's funny.
You're right.
You know, the way some of us word stuff, the word play, and a lot of times it's funny because you're like, wow, that's in the clever way some of us say things. Sometimes that's funny.
Facts.
I'd rather laugh about that than somebody coming up on a platform and thinking they can clown when everybody else on the platform is serious. Then you got some nitwit coming up clowning.
Fact.
You
Big
know,
fact.
that's why I think that's why people don't a lot of people don't want seriousness, bro.
Oh no.
They don't want seriousness.
No.
They want some type of entertainment regardless. If those of us who are doing the streams where it's drama every day, that's what they want. They're so used to having that drama every day. Or at least a segment of that type of stuff every stream. I just That's not me.
Right.
That's not me.
We kind of spoke about that last night. It's like it gives them some type of dopamine effect. You know what I mean? For them to be able to get the, the T, you know, on the next person, or make the next person look bad or whatever. And
Let me
some
tell you
shit you
something.
just gotta clown, man. You gotta clown some type of shit. You know what I mean? That's
Any
all to make light of.
any man talking about any man talking about T, you gotta question his manhood.
He
T
got
is a female and a homosexual thing.
he got
Any
his
man
pinky
talking
finger
about
up.
he's spilling tea, question his manhood. Men don't spill tea.
Big facts.
You got men talking about I got the tea. Nigga, yeah. Tinkerbell, motherfucker.
He got his pinky finger up in the air. You know what I'm saying? Yeah,
Yeah,
he
for real,
would
bro.
have tried a Grey Poupon. Pass it over to him.
That dude,
Oh, man.
5-pound bag of dominoes, bro.
He said,
Straight up, yo.
oh man. And you know what gets me is the encouragement they get from the shit. You know, it ain't really the person who doing that, because I know what type of person that person is. But the support that they get for the bullshit, man, that's, and you said it best earlier, the person who stand by and watch the shit be the ones to be the most blamed.
I don't understand it, brother. I would never encourage nothing like that.
Right.
I would never encourage nothing like that. Somebody come talking to somebody else, talking about somebody else, especially if that person is not there, or if that's total contrary to what the conversation about, and that shit coming out of left field, bro. Don't come over here with that.
Right.
Don't come over here with that. And I'm only gonna warn you once.
People get so emotionally bothered by a lot of the conversations that's being had that they'll come try to change the energy or shut the conversation down without actually doing it, you know, find some type of divisive tactic to do so. And that's the crazy part of it all. You know, I can't watch somebody talk about something that I'm not interested in, or I can't watch somebody that I don't like. So I really don't get where a lot of the trolling be coming from. It's an obsession.
Yeah, that's the truth.
And
That's
when you're a
it.
man,
That
it
is an
becomes,
obsession.
yeah,
If I don't know what somebody's talking about that they're discussing or the information they're passing on, I'm going to know after the stream is over if I'm interested, because I'm not going to join, but I'm going to listen and learn and get that information if I'm interested in it. But if I'm not interested in it, I'm not going to I'm not going to stay and watch.
facts.
I'm not, because some information I'm just not interested in.
You know, it's kind of like you tune in to what you like, and then we still got people who, you know, people take everything so offensive nowadays that you can't. It's the truth will get you hated. So when you say the truth about something, it'll rub somebody the wrong way because they be in close proximities of the conversation that you have, and so when they rub them the wrong way, they take it as a personal attack. Even when it comes to opinions, if the truth come out and you find the truth when discussing your opinions, then you're supposed to replace your opinion with the truth. But people
Yeah.
can't put their pride to the side to be able to do that.
If I say something and you say something that is, it can be contrary. It could be contrary yet better than what I said. I'm going to tell you, you know what? I like what you said better.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm going to tell you, because if it resonate, it resonate. I'm going to say, you know what? Okay, I stand corrected. Brother, I would tell you if I stand corrected.
And you know, just like last night, I was trying to point out to the brother E.F. Hutton. Shout out to E.F. Hutton. Shout out to my brother OTK too, man. You know, OTK, he was dropping some jewels. I was trying to tell E.F. Hutton, man, you know, we got to drop this Africa narrative. If you can't connect nobody who you saying you know to Africa, then man, we gotta drop this African narrative, man. And then Africa's a continent. So if you're gonna be saying you from Africa, you need to know at least what country you from in Africa. But then
Exactly.
once you know that country, then it's a city inside of that place, or a state or city inside of that country that's in Africa, you know. And man, the funniest part though was when I told the brother, I said, man, I know what your last name is. You ain't gotta tell me your last name. Your last name is Mbutu. He said, well, yeah, that is close.
Damn.
Yeah, I think the most African shit that I could think of in my mind. And then I told him, I said, bro, I know your last name. You want to know? Cause I can identify energy, nigga. You a Ubuntu nigga, nigga. That's why I see your last.
Damn. You know, the brothers who are going, I'm not gonna say that a brother who say he's African is not. I can't tell somebody who they are and who they're not. But don't tell me I'm that.
Right.
You don't know my family to tell me where I'm from, who I am.
Right. But this brother let me tell him what his last name was. And he
Well, what he said you was close, hell. I want to respect you if you say who you are, but don't tell me who I am.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I would have said, man. Nah, don't tell me. But nah, shout out to the brother, man. That was that was a funny moment where we ain't have to be funny, and I was being dead serious though. I know it was funny, but yeah, man, we gotta start really being able to deal with each other better so we can have these conversations. Because the only way for us to communicate is to be able to hear the other person.
Brother.
But the issue is a lot of people not. So when you talk, they not listening to respond to what you saying. They listening to you so they can just say what they want to say that's on their mind. That ain't communicating. Like,
I know.
brother, you supposed to be responding to what I said, not just saying
Exactly.
what you wanted to say.
I know for certain, brother, that a lot of African people have disdain for us. I know for certain that they do. Because when they get on some of these platforms, brother, all you gotta do is scroll on TikTok and you will see all kinds of conversations about
Back.
us.
They
Us,
said
bro.
like they teach us that they hungry and starving and stuff. That's all we see about an African. Man, they ain't got no water. Man, they hungry. Man, they coming over here to take our jobs. They said, well, they show them on TV like that we killers, all of us killers, all of us basically drug dealers,
Brother,
killers.
we don't see that. We when they come at us certain ways, we just point out the obvious. That's all we do is point out the obvious. But some of them would get on these platforms, they will reinforce and they will spew every negative stereotype about our people.
Facts.
They be sounding like damn Sean Hannity up on these platforms, bro. They do that. All you gotta do is go to TikTok and scroll, and you will see them on you will see different platforms of them going in on us, but they expect us to have some type of damn camaraderie with them when they over here in our motherfucking country talking to us like that and undermining us like that.
Man, you know what you making me think about, bro? And not to change the conversation, but you making me think about Jesse Lee Peterson, man, right? Because I can't really get mad at this dude because it's so fucking funny, man. Like, I want Jesse Lee Peterson to keep talking because it's so funny. I can't do nothing but laugh at him. I know he full of shit. I think he know he full of shit, and that's why it's so funny. Hey, dude, got White History Month.
Who?
Jesse Lee Peterson.
Jesse Lee Peterson do stuff
Yeah.
to not for shock value, for he's a Jesse Lee Peterson goes into a he don't go into a phone booth. He don't go to a phone booth. He goes into a porta potty and come out as super cool, brother. You know what I'm saying? He don't go to a phone booth. He go into a porta potty and he come out as super cool.
Man, the nigga's so funny, man. He got a they've been doing White History Month for the last 4 years and shit. And he said he do White History Month in July. You know, that's the white man's holiday, July 4th and shit.
He's so stupid because White History Month. So what do you do the rest of the months?
Yeah,
because White History is taught all the other damn months.
Everybody's a White History.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, dude's such a damn buffoon, bro.
Even February is White History Month, man.
Even February is interrupted with Valentine's Day, and it's interrupted with President's Day, and it's the shortest month. That's supposed to be our month, and it's the shortest month, and it's interrupted twice.
Yeah, that's White History Month too. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Yeah, but he's so funny, and he's such a cool man. But
that is funny though when you get somebody that oblivious and you know they saying stuff that's stupid. That's funny to me. I'm like, to the point that this nigga can't believe this.
Yeah, we gotta stop giving them credibility because people used to call homosexual people funny back in the day because it was funny. It was something you laughed at. You'd be like, he crazy, but now it's so
it was considered mental illness though, brother.
Yeah, it was funny. Like when you hear what somebody say, think about it. Even a gay person gonna laugh if they be like, man, you gay, man. You laugh naturally at that. It's funny. It's funny. It damn sure ain't nothing serious, man. If you ain't laughing while we talking about this shit.
Hell yeah. I mean, it's like, yo, bro, you see a motherfucking dude in the dress, man. That shit is damn funny. And there's nothing to be taken serious, I'll tell you that damn much. Like, are you serious, motherfucker?
Are you serious? Yeah. Oh man. Hey, that's too funny, man. And, I wanted to ask you again, man, that joke you was telling me, Deon Cole, who we was talking about? Stevie Wonder.
Yeah.
He said Stevie Wonder took his chick and shit.
Said Stevie Wonder took his girl. Said he was out at the club hanging with his girl, and he asked his girl, do you want to meet Stevie? He said, yeah. He introduced his girl to Stevie. And then Stevie walked off with her. Kept her for like 45 minutes. And then she came back out. He said he waiting for her. She came back out with $100 and told him to go home in a cab. Told him to go home in a cab. And she was like, I know Stevie gave her that money to send me home. To send me home because she ain't no money. I've been spending my money all night. Stevie gave me cab money to go home.
Stevie Wonder gave that nigga cab money, said beat it, dude.
He said then he saw him a few years later. He said, I want to speak to Deon Cole. He tell him to come here. Deon said he was reluctant to go over to speak to him. He said, I'm not going to speak to that dude. He said, go ahead, man, speak to him. He want to talk to you. So he said he walked over there. He said, yo, Steve, I'm Deon Cole. He said, I know who you are. He said, I had to go over there and let him know I was there because, he can't see me. So he said, Stevie said, I want to ask you a question. So you still bitching about that broad, man? He said he told Stevie, nah, man, I ain't sweating. He said, man, yeah, you still bitching about that broad.
Still bitching about that bra,
He said he
man. I
going
think
back and forth. And then Deion Cole said, man, I'm out. He said I had to let him know I was leaving because he was talking. I just want to leave when we talking like that. He said you'd have been talking to me, I've been stepped out. So I had to announce my departure.
Man, you know that nigga Stevie Wonder could see, man. Shit, he just fooling everybody and shit.
Oh, bro, if you watch the Fun Day, if you watch the Fun Day video, he's driving in that motherfucking video, bro.
Nigga drive.
He's driving in that video.
Hey, yeah, they said.
And I remember about 15 years ago,
Yeah.
Steve Harvey said he went. He had just bought a new Expedition when he was living in New York. And he came downstairs. It's a true story. And Stevie verified it. He came downstairs and his car was gone. And Stevie wanted to call him, told him, I got your shit. He said Steve Wonder stole his damn truck, man.
Yeah. I'll be back. I'm going to pick that bride up, Deion Cole.
He said I'm going around the block with your thing, man. I like this. This is nice. He said, how the hell you know my damn truck nice?
Yeah, Stevie Wonder playing the good ass character, man. Shaq say he got on the fucking elevator and was like, he saw Stevie Wonder. Stevie Wonder say, "What up, Shaq?" He said, "You know how I smell, nigga." Like, how the fuck did you know it was me, man? How did you know I was
Yeah,
there?
but that part when that mic stand almost fell and shit, and he grabbed that motherfucker before it fell.
Oh man, he caught that shit before it fell. I saw that too, man. Yeah, Stevie Wonder concede. Stevie Wonder concede, man. He tricking everybody, man.
Damn sure play them drums like he could see.
Man, he played that piano like he could see.
You gotta see him on the drums, bro. You gotta see him on the drums. A set.
I seen him. He had them beads on his hair. Them bitches.
Mm-hmm.
The bees was flying up. I thought the damn bees on his head was beating the drums for a minute, man. It was crazy. He was playing the shit out them drums.
Like, damn.
Shout out to Stevie Wonder. No, I'm just fucking with him.
Yeah, that's musically, that's my idol right there, brother.
Oh yeah, Stevie Wonder, Smokey Robinson. Cause Smokey Robinson wrote a lot of songs. People just be thinking about Smokey Robinson albums, but Smokey Robinson wrote so many songs for stars. Yeah. It was crazy.
Oh yeah, definitely. Shit. You know, he wrote My Girl for the Temptations. He wrote that. Yeah. He wrote Do the Things You Do for the Temptations. He wrote that too.
Yeah, he wrote a lot of the Temptations.
He wrote a lot of the Motown stuff.
Yeah,
Smokey Robinson's doing a lot of the writing for Motown. Who's Loving You from Michael Jackson. He actually recorded that song. He said, but when he heard Michael Jackson sing that song, he said, I'll never sing that song again. He said, I would never. He said, when I heard Michael sing that song, you know, as a 12-year-old, the emotion he put into that song, he said, why would I ever sing that song again?
He said, man, hey, yo, even Prince, though, I can't forget Prince, because Prince was a hell of a songwriter, too, man. He was.
Definitely.
He was writing shit. And I had forgot that he wrote Waterfalls for TLC.
Yeah, he wrote that.
You said that earlier.
He wrote I Feel For You.
Yeah.
That. He actually recorded that, but Shaka Khan did it over.
Yeah.
He wrote Do Me Baby, Melissa Morgan. He actually did that before. He wrote a lot of songs that people did. Prince wrote a lot of songs for people.
Prince was a bold motherfucker. When he first got his deal, right? When they came to him, wasn't it the Cohen dude? Wasn't it the Leonard Cohen dude that came to him? Well, he sent somebody else. I forgot the dude name who was mediating the A&R, who was mediating with Prince. So the label had an idea. They like, yeah, we finna get all these people to make these beats and sing these songs for him. Prince turned the shit down. Prince was like, hell nah, man, I'm making my own beats. I'm writing my own songs and shit, right? So So they told him to bring the demo. So dude brought the demo. So he like, man, the demo already done, man. He said he ain't using that shit. Prince was telling him, hell nah, I write songs for motherfuckers, man. Ain't nobody finna write no song for me. Come on, bro. I do this. He's 16 years old though, right? So he said he played the shit for him. And he said, dude was like, damn, man, who did the beat? He like, the kid. You remember they was calling him the kid on that movie?
Yeah.
That was real life shit. So
Yeah,
then when
yeah. I remember that because
yeah,
Prince dropped in 78, 79, the first
I
album.
didn't even tell my time. I just know the story because
Yeah,
he just
he dropped like 78, 79.
yeah.
And bro, he kicked the door down, bro. I mean, he kicked the door in, bro, when he came out. It wasn't he was like highly anticipated album. And when that first album came out, he kicked the door down with that shit, bro.
That was some amazing shit Prince was dropping on him. They couldn't believe this little 16-year-old kid. They was like, man, who wrote the song? The kid. Man, who recorded the shit? The kid. The kid did everything on that motherfucker. And he said, well, who made this other beat that he didn't make? And that's when he brought Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis in with him.
It was part of his band.
Yeah.
The time,
So, he put
Jimmy
all
Jam,
that.
Terry Lewis, all them dudes was his dude.
What's up, girl name? Apollonia?
Apollonia, Sheila E.,
Yeah, all them came in too. That was I saw
Vanity.
Vanity. Yeah, one of them was in that movie, with Bruce Leroy.
Yeah, there
Fuck,
was I think it was Vanity.
Vanity. Yeah, she was
Yeah,
bad too.
talking about The Last Dragon.
Yeah, the Last Dragon. That's right. Showing up. Showing up. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I used
Yeah,
to watch this shit when I was little.
Prince was he was a serious writer and musician, bro. That dude was wicked musician, bro.
He was before his time too, cause what's that song? Money Don't Matter Tonight.
Yeah, that's one of my favorites. I
That
mean,
shit still
when
happening
those
right now to
cry,
this day.
that was a jam. That you tear the dance floor up with when those cry. Erotic City, and you gotta
Yeah.
listen to whoever programmed those drums. Whoever programmed the drums to "I Will Die for You." It's a bad dude. I don't know if Prince programmed the drums, but whoever programmed those drums got those drums sounding like real drums.
Man,
I
that
mean,
nigga was fucking doing so much. Man, he's so musically gifted. And when that motherfucking song, Love Come Quick, dun-dun-dun-dun, Love Come in a Hurry, there's a thief.
that was the joint, bro.
This shit go hard. You know what I'm saying? Like, when I hear that, man, that shit do something to me every time. Like, damn, this nigga Chris hard. If you know how to appreciate music, you know
Oh
what I'm
yeah,
saying?
music and lyrics, bro. Music and lyrics.
Fact.
Like like 1999 and Signs of the Time. Way before his time, bro. Shit that's going on now, he was talking about, bro.
Yeah, it's the shit that's going on now. He was talking about that shit back then. Like, Prince was before his time, man. You know what I'm saying? Look, JJ said Stevie Wonder is playing a blind character.
I tell
Yeah.
you, I mean, if you listen to Songs in the Key of Life, which I regard the best musical composition ever,
Yeah.
I'll put that against anything. Songs in the Key of Life. He wrote that when he was 24, bro.
Yeah.
And released it. It took a year or so to record it, and then he released it when he was like 26.
Hey,
And I regard that as the best thing ever recorded.
now you know who I got respect for too. Now, even though I think, see, now I got pushback on what I thought at first. Like, see, James Brown. I think James Brown was a cold motherfucker. You know what
I was
I'm saying?
listening to him earlier today, bro.
But
Um,
see, yeah, my bad.
I was listening to him earlier. He was I was watching a short, and he kept saying, "Get a drummer song," and everybody dropped and let the drummer go, I was like, this dude is mean, boy.
He was
He was
bad as
playing this
hell.
stop stutter. He was playing this stop stutter beat,
Yeah.
killing it. And then they brought the band back in that boom, back, back,
People niggas didn't
I
know.
was like,
Motherfuckers didn't know. People said James Brown was illiterate, all that. Okay. I don't even want to go into that. What I want to say, the nigga was smart as hell. He knew the songs, whether he memorized them, wrote them down, or whatever. Now he got some songs from some other people, like that
James Brown
song.
he was a hell of a businessman too, bro.
Yeah, he was a hell of a businessman. He pioneered. Like James Brown was the master P of
James
back
Brown had his
then.
own. James Brown way back then had his own radio station. Don't get
Yeah,
it
he
twisted,
had his
bro.
own radio
His
station.
own.
That's
He
just
had his
like
own
Master P.
record label too. That he had his picture on his
He had
label,
his
bro.
own shit on his label,
He had
bro.
his
What
own
that
label
nigga
back then
doing there?
too. So don't get it twisted.
James Brown was that motherfucker. James Brown would just be high on them drugs, man, and he was so free, man. Then he go shoot up some shit one time or something. He was in the
He
building.
walked into that board meeting, man, because he ain't play about his money, bro.
Yeah,
James
he
didn't play
walked
about his money, man. Like Ray Charles didn't play about his money. Ray Charles and James Brown didn't play about their money.
right.
They didn't play about their damn money, bro. They walk into that board meeting, and Ray Charles was blind, but he's the type joker. Once he get a hold to you, he ain't gonna let you go. he got you.
Ah, shit, man. It seems like a lot of these motherfuckers be smiling and being in character when they be on. And then yeah, excuse my language, man. You know, a lot of these people they be all smiles in front of the camera, but when you get some of the story of these people, man, um, you know, sometimes a lot like Deion Cole said about Lawrence Fishburne, man, and you know, Cameron had told that same story, but Lawrence Fishburne said. I mean, Deion Cole said that Lawrence Fishburne was mean and the motherfucker to him too, man. And
But you
shit,
know
cause he
what though?
called him Larry,
The dude who played
man.
the dude who played Rollo on Sanford and Son, peace be upon him.
Yeah.
Corey Holcomb said he seen him on the plane.
Yeah.
He said I called that man Rollo. He cussed my ass out. No goddamn Rollo. Damn, 50 years ago. He said that dude cussed his ass out for calling him Rollo. My
Hey,
name ain't no damn
look,
Rollo.
man. You know, I met the nigga Sherman Douglas, man, and shit one time. But a dude I knew had met him, right? And the nigga said, you know, he saw, cause I'm telling cuz, you know, my cousin and shit. So I'm like, yeah, man, I met Mr. Jefferson and shit. So he like, damn, for real? I said, yeah. He said, man, what the fuck you say to him? I said, bro, when I seen him, bro, it just fucked everything up. It was like my whole reality changed. I'm like, I'm in the TV now, some shit, cause I'm like, bro, this Mr. Jefferson. You know what I'm saying?
You know who was real nice though, brother? Who was
I
really, really
walked up
nice?
on him. I walked up on him, bro. Pete. I said, Mr. Jefferson, what's up? And shit. So look, he started laughing, bro. So we chop it up and shit, man.
Started laughing.
Yeah, he started laughing because he like, damn, this nigga called me Mr. Jefferson. This is my point. Like these other people get mad and shit. So I called Mr. Jefferson. I said, Mr. Jefferson, what's up? You know what I'm saying? Cause I'm shocked and shit that I'm seeing him. So we chopping it up and shit. And you know, Mr. Jefferson was cool as hell. I was doing this rap show back then. And then Mr. Jefferson was hosting it, but I didn't know that until I was in the hotel and shit. So I'm telling Cuz this shit. So Cuz like, hey man, you know he gay, right? I said, yeah, man. I said, but man, hell nah, bro. Ain't no way you telling me Mr. Jefferson, bro, his character that he play on TV, bro, hell nah, man. Mr. Jefferson ain't gay, man. It's a man's man, bro. He be cursing motherfuckers out, nigga. He a little short man. He got the short man complex. You know, Mr. Jefferson be whooping motherfuckers. You know, I'm thinking about how I see him on the Jeffersons. You know what I'm
And
saying?
and on Amen being a dude, being a charmer and shit.
Yeah, he getting all the women. He talking
Yeah.
crazy. He slapping dudes in the back of the head. You know, that was his favorite thing. He'll slap you in the back of the head. You know what I'm saying? The white dude that be coming over, he slap
To
him in
my,
the back of the head. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
So cuz say, man, dude say, man, did you know he gay, right? So I said, man, yeah, man. I said, but that's crazy. He said he found out he know that for a fact. And you know, that was just crazy, bro. Cause when I told him, when I looked at it, when I said, man, Mr. Jefferson don't even and I keep calling this man Mr. Jefferson. You know, Sherman Douglas, you know what I'm saying?
Sherman Hemsley.
See, I mean Sherman Hensley. Yeah. Sherman Hensley. That's his name. So you know, my whole point is um you know, man, you never know the true side of these people. That's why I like really hearing their real stories or getting to meet them and stuff like that, because it'd be totally different than what you see. It's just like we talking about uh Stevie Wonder. Like for some
Yo,
people to hear us say that Stevie Wonder can see, they'll say, oh, y'all being disrespectful. You know what
in
I'm
all
saying?
actuality, bro, that's all in fun about Stevie, because Stevie is actually my idol, brother, when it comes to music.
Yeah, he definitely my
I don't put nobody before him when it comes to music. But
yeah.
I don't really care about people's personal life. I'm not into that. I don't care about what Sherman Hemsley do. I don't care.
Right.
That's not my life. That's his. You know what I'm saying? I don't care
To
about what that man do.
their
So,
point, to where it come from, you know, see, I wouldn't have never knew that. You know what I'm saying? Even though it don't even matter to me
yeah, I
because
don't understand. A lot of people when people say, "Well, you know this about that person, you know that about that person," it's like, and you think me knowing that is pertinent information. I don't even care about that. That man's an entertainer. You
yeah,
know what
I
I'm
don't
saying?
know.
You know what I'm saying? I don't care nothing about what that dude do. He's an entertainer. You know what I'm saying?
Now,
You
now
know,
it's
and
shocking
I'm
to
not
me.
personally attached to him
Right.
anyway. So
Mm-hmm.
you
Mm-hmm.
know,
It's
I'm not
shocking
personally.
to me to know it fucked me up because of my perception, but now it's kind of like, damn, I just lost my whole how I looked at him, and then it ain't like I'm gonna be personally connected to him. I want to just stay looking at the dude the way I look at him. I couldn't tell. He didn't look like that to me. He didn't look like he was
You know why? Because it's his personal life.
right. It
You know
ain't
what
like
I'm
he was
saying?
flamboyant, like what I'm trying to say. It wasn't nothing that I can recognize when I met him. He didn't make no pass toward me. He didn't even, you couldn't even tell. And, you know, that made me respect him a lot more for a reason because it made me be like, damn, he don't carry himself like that. You see what I'm saying? This is personal shit, I guess, or whatever, if that's how it is. Now, it don't make me respect the premise of what it is no more, but it made me respect him from the way that me not being able to know. It wasn't like, okay, I'm trying to advertise this to you for some reason or what. Like, you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. It's the difference between being that F word and just being the homo.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? you know,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Yeah, we gotta be
That F word is
like,
that flamboyant motherfucker that want to walk around here, disguising their voice and wearing makeup and heels and stuff. That's the F word. You know,
yeah, I hated that a lot of our women actually, you know, and women don't get upset with me. I'm just kicking the fact right now, man. Y'all, if it weren't for y'all, those dudes wouldn't be relevant. You know what I'm saying, man?
You can't be
You know, 'cause
encouraging that shit, man. You can't be encouraging that shit.
Cause little boys, let me show y'all this little boy, man. This crazy, man. This little boy, right? He got his nails done, and I ain't gonna
Exactly,
play.
Carly.
Oh man, it's crazy. He got his nails done, but he clicking his hand like he clicking his hand together while he talking, bro. Like it's crazy, bro. You gotta see this, man. I mean, yeah, I'm finna play it right now, man. I'm just gonna show you this. Yeah. I mean, and I don't know, man. I don't even know what to say because I got children, right? And see, well, my baby's big. You know, my youngest is a teenager. I got 20-year-old kids and shit. You know what I'm saying? So my thing is, bro, where does this end in our community, man? That's why I brought up the point earlier about the family structure. I didn't want to go too much into, I knew the clickbait title would be to it, feminism and all that. That's gonna get women attention to want to have the conversation. But all in all, I'm coming at anything I'm talking about with my heart because I'm putting my time and my dedication into it. I'm not coming into nothing trying to offend anyone. What I'm trying to do is just make people think. That's all I want to do. And if me making you think offends you, then I'm a offendable person. That's all I want to do because once I get your wheels to turning in your head, I'm so much of a student too that now you're teaching me how to respond once I'm listening to you. Once you
Sometimes,
talk to me, you teach me how I need to respond to you. And that's how we should be communicating.
sometimes people thinking make their head hurt, so they don't like doing it, brother. Give people a headache to think, brother. So they don't want to be going around here thinking about it. Some people that wake up, man, and say, I don't feel like thinking.
Right.
Don't be provoking my thoughts by saying stuff that makes sense. Some people have that sentiment, bro. What you doing
And
making sense? What you doing making sense?
that's crazy, man. That some of our people would even think like that. You can give a person something. If you go outside, man, don't you know how hard it is to give away $100? If you go outside and you try to be like, hey, here, let me get this to y'all real quick. People gonna look at you like, man, what you talking about?
That's a societal thing, brother. Because we live in a society when so many people are untrustworthy that it's hard to trust those who you can actually trust.
Right.
It's a society we live in, bro.
Now, do you think that it's like I was saying earlier about those about those events taking place? What do you think is gonna take for us to actually, because I mean all I see is, social social assassination happening. Social assassination is at an all-time high right now.
Yeah, that is the order of the day in this technology world when people there's no criteria for who are allowed to speak on social media. There's no criteria. Anybody with a camera phone or anybody with a device can actually speak, and they're
Mhm.
allowed to. And some people should not be allowed to come among us and speak because they don't have, and then some of them call themselves teaching when they don't have the mannerism and the demeanor to teach or the patience to teach. It takes patience, it takes the correct mannerism, you know what I'm saying, to actually pass on and teach people. Some of our people don't have that, bro, but they call themselves teachers, and then someone go out and say call themselves master teacher when they're not even master students. Knowing something, you can have all the information in the world, Key. That don't mean you're supposed to be teaching. Why? Because teaching is the science of passing on information. And if you're gonna call yourself a master teacher, that means that you have to master teaching. You have to teach masterfully. And you have to be able to hold people there to give them that information and have people attentive. But when your very presence and your very voice and the way you teach your methodology is cringeworthy and you don't have no patience to teach, you shouldn't be teaching. I think they should not be teaching. They
Facts.
got information, but they should not be teaching because they don't know how to teach.
It'd be surface
Knowing that
level.
having the information don't mean you're supposed to teach. That means
They
you're
just
just supposed to
come,
have it. You're just supposed
I'm
to have the
just telling
information.
they come regurgitating shit. Really, like I don't want a person to hear something then tell me what they hear. I want a person to hear something and embody it. And then once they embody it, then they can come back and give it to me from how they feel it, not how they hear it. I know, and that goes along with us being information without information as well. Once you get in a line with it, once you feel it, you will be able to give this to me how you get it. Because
I'm a
me and you may have a common ground to where you can make me understand.
I'm definitely a master student, bro. I got that. I'm a master student and I can teach a little bit, but I'm a master student. It's one thing I'm able to do, and that's retain information. I'm able to do that.
Hey, I
I
wanted to. I'm sorry, good
I,
brother.
I hear I hear brothers, and I hear for the most part sisters who are able to pass on information in a way that you have to be a total nitwit to not get what they're telling you. I heard that, but I heard people also that should not ever open their mouth in public.
Oh man, oh man, I agree with you on that. And I wanted to ask you too, man, what you think about um during the times that we in right now? Cause I look at something that touched me, right, was how much of an influence that NBA YoungBoy got over the youth. And then
I don't even know who that is, brother. I heard the name, but I couldn't name one song that he
oh
did.
yeah, me either. I don't know no songs now. I know who he is, but yeah, I don't know no songs. But man, he has such an influence. Man, I'm talking about, bro. He just walking down the streets of New Orleans, bro, and people just, bro, it's worse than Michael Jackson. It's like, bro, it's crazy. What's your thoughts on the influence that a young artist like him could have? And it's like we know that these people have certain agendas to carry out once they get in the position they in. Do you think he ignorantly is not trying to put forth a positive message while he know he got the minds of all the youth? Or do you just feel like he don't care? He just got to carry out, what he got his contract to do, be a drill rapper.
I remember listening to an interview of his where he expressed regret for the music that he put out, and he was going to do better. but that's the last time I heard anything from him. Cause I don't know any of his music, but I would say this. I always say when there's some type of corruption, when there's some type of foolishness, follow the money when somebody is being paid. Follow the money, and there you have your root and your origin of why a person behave the way they behave.
Facts.
And it always end up being some agenda pushed by certain people, be,
Right.
because whoever is influencing him, if somebody know that a recording artist or athlete or entertainer altogether, I just say entertainer. If they know an entertainer is influential, they can get all of those young people through that entertainer. All they got to do is push the agenda through that person, and they can get everybody they want that he can influence through them. So, just follow the money. You're going to find out the root of everything. Corruption in the whole nine. You'll find an origin. Just follow that money.
Yeah, these JEWs, man, they really running this music game. I look at this as it can be either the curse or the blessing, but we think that we are going to be able to use these people platforms to, to do our bids or whatever. It's just like Prince and Michael Jackson, Earth, Wind and Fire, all these people. The stuff we talking about on these panels when we talking about escaping the Matrix and escaping Saturn and stuff. Michael Jackson was telling us that on his little picture he had. You know what I'm saying? Escape
Do you
Saturn.
do you see how short lived Lil Nas X was?
Man, Lil Nas X, he
It was
just
short. They were short lived. They tried to influence our children through him and push in a certain agenda through him. It was so short lived because it was so obvious.
yeah, it was
And,
obvious. It
and,
was
and, and
too
guess what?
obvious.
He walked around earlier this year. I don't know what the hell happened. He walked around. I think he was walking around the street with a
Yeah, he
damn
got a
pamper on or
convertible
something earlier,
van.
and
Yeah,
and,
he
and
got
there
a
was
convertible
nothing.
van.
All that was a humiliation ritual. That's what that was when he was doing that. There was a
Yeah.
humiliation ritual. I don't know what they got for him next, but he had to go through that humiliation ritual.
Well, he gonna have to bid for the job though, because they got other guys. Oh, you there, brother Nasir?
I'm here, but I'm saying, but he took money from them, and
Yeah,
they got him.
yeah,
And they
because
made a millionaire. They made a millionaire out of him, and they made him popular, and people know him, so they got him. So in order for him to maintain in their graces, he had to go through that humiliation ritual. Once they ask you for something and they got you, they're not just gonna leave you alone. They're gonna constantly ask you to do stuff. So it's best not to even get involved and in a bed with those people because they're
yeah,
gonna
you right.
always ask you to do something. They're gonna always ask you, and they're not gonna leave you alone. And it's for the duration.
Yeah,
Blood in
man.
and blood out, bro. Blood in and blood out.
Future took the money for the pharmaceutical thing. And shout out to Charlie too, brother. You want to interject? Salute.
Hey, much love, Key. Enemies public. Much respects, you guys. I fall back.
Respect.
Hey man, what you think about Lil Nas X, man, when he was walking down the street in his tidy whities?
You know what? I'm not too familiar with those folks.
I know you ain't. I know you ain't tasting the rainbow, man. Shout out to my brother Charlie, man.
But there was a humiliation ritual. He took the money, and they're gonna always have him doing and pushing certain things, and they're not gonna leave him with the. He's probably gonna drive him crazy.
Yeah, Now we got a lot of craziness that's going on, man, especially when it comes to like the man, it's well, I don't even want to go that route, because we just gotta be now the thing with Future, right? Then they got this thing going on with Cardi B and Stephen Diggs and the whole Offset situation because now Cardi B left Offset, she got with Stephen Diggs, she pregnant by Stephen Diggs, but it's been coming out that Stephen Diggs been like having relationships with men this whole time. So
Yeah, brother. The whole entertainment,
it's
thing,
just twisted.
it's just, brother, it's a mess.
It's
It,
twisted, man. Casanet
it's
said
a
he the
total
new
mess.
P. Diddy. Casanet said he the new P. Diddy, man. And man, the way he had this little boy dressed up, he did a humiliation ritual. Man, this humiliation ritual right here, man. Uh, yo, I'm gonna show you this real quick because I know it's getting late. Hold on, dressed as white chicks, man. You gotta see this right here.
They do it all the time, bro. That's why I'm so glad I dodged that bullet in that industry, brother.
Yeah, this little dude right here, right? I'm gonna take a couple pictures. I'm gonna put them up real quick. You know what I'm saying? Now, this was a whole humiliation ritual. And Kai Cenat is one of the biggest streamers on YouTube. And like I've been telling people, like,
Yeah,
man,
I heard of them.
Kai is in the game, man. And the way they had this little boy dress up like fucking white chicks, bro, was so fucking crazy, bro. Now I'm finna pull this up right now. I want y'all to see this. Now I just screenshotted them real quick so I can hurry up and get the pictures. But y'all check this out, man. Now this is the little dude from y'all see that?
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah, yeah, we see it. Wow, that's crazy,
That's
dude.
that's
Yeah,
insane, bro.
yeah, the dude danced around all night with this shit on, bro. It was crazy, man. Hold on. Bro, this shit was crazy, bro. And I said, why would you have this little boy? It made me mad, man. I said, man, what this dude dad is, man? Why you got your son? Like, man, I'm finna, bro, me and some people finna have some shit to talk about, bro. Look at this little dude, man.
I hope, even though there's no date that you should dress like that, but that looked like some October 31st type shit.
Yeah. They did it on Halloween, but bro, it was just like the whole little humiliation ritual this dude did.
That's very humiliating, bro.
This is crazy, man.
100%. There's absolutely no time any man should put that kind of garment on.
Nope.
Never.
Yeah,
Ever. Not a
ever.
day.
And Casanet, he was in the shower with Speed, the ISO Speed dude, and Ray J was talking about getting in the shower with him and stuff. So all these, it's kind of preying on the subconscious of the mind of our young men when they watching these dudes. Now they watching them saying, damn, he a streamer. I want to be a streamer. Like they influenced by Casanet. They look up to Casanet. He a young dude. He got money. He running shit. But then also now he pushing these agendas, man, with this type shit. Like look at
That's
another.
insane, bro.
Look
That's
at
insane.
another. This nigga right here, bro. Now he motherfucking me. This is the biggest. Look at this motherfucker.
Yeah, and bro, Snoop, you know, it's not good to be an opportunist, bro, because you serve to your when you're an opportunist and you seek every opportunity, bro, that's given to you, and you like Snoop is, man, you just serve to your detriment. and the
Man,
detriment of
Snoop
your
was
people.
talking all that shit. Snoop was saying, man, I ain't performing for Donald Trump, man. Fuck Donald
But you
Trump,
know
man.
what though? Snoop was saying 187 with his something in the man mouth. So you know that's suspected from him.
187 with my shit in your mouth. Wow, that's gay, man. I ain't
You
finna
know what I'm
kill
saying?
you.
That's that. You know he said that 30
Man,
plus years ago. So Snoop is you know Snoop is straight. Snoop been sold out, bro. Straight sellout, bro.
I saw Snoop in a movie. Tom Hanks had a Speedo on and he was twerking for Snoop, and Snoop was like, oh, 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 oh.
Nah, bro. You know I'm not playing no part like that. I'm not playing no part like that, bro. They don't got no money for that for me.
Bro, I ain't making this up, man.
And he making a heart, bro.
Yeah, he doing that. And you know what he doing? So Snoop got a new kids show
He
called
got a show
Doggy
called Doggy Land. Oh,
Land.
that sounds so
Welcome to Death
predatory, brother. That
Row.
sounds predatory.
Hey,
100%.
welcome to Death Row. What they do it doggy style.
All the
Oh,
while they do it
we
doggy
did that
style.
again, man.
That sound that I mean, bro.
Yeah.
You know, to teach inclusion to children. It's a show called that ain't that's not a gender filled man. Oh man.
Hey, Rivers, hey man, much respects, but I can't help but think, you know, that Walt Disney guy, and anybody that got land in their gig or in their game, there's something macabre about it, you know.
Yeah, indeed.
Neverland, Wonderland. Look at this guy, Snoop Land. You know, that's
Yep.
contamination.
Yep. That's
Right.
predatory and yep.
So
Exactly.
you trying to say Michael Jackson was fucking with them kids, basically.
Well, what I'm saying is he had the Neverland part, so I can't help but think. You know, I'm just thinking, and I'm drinking and thinking. Salutes to the show.
I hear you.
Good stuff, Pete.
I
Good
hear
stuff.
you.
Earlier, I mentioned a Bacardi. I'm drinking Bacardi Zombie, and this is a sign to me that that other kid, that character you showed, looked like a walking zombie, man, with the blue.
Yeah, I mean, look like
Bacardi Zombie is blue.
Listen, when see, I'm gonna tell you something about Marlon Wayans too. That boy ain't right. Marlon Wayans just left Castanet house, and
yeah, he's
he was
not right at
broke.
all, bro.
Yeah, that
Marlon
boy ain't
Wayans is
right,
not right at
man.
all. You know,
Listen. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Marlon Wayans, he behaves very suspect.
Oh man.
When he went around telling the same gay ass Tupac joke. And
What he say?
Omar Epps, he told the same nasty, disgusting joke on probably like eight platforms. He talked about how, and he did it right in front of the brother, which is not cool. He told a joke about Omar Epps being asleep, and sleep. You know how brothers be asleep when they be snoring, their mouth be open,
Yeah.
and Pac coming up to him simulating with his thing out.
Nah, man.
And he went around and told that joke on several platforms. Marlon Wayans did it, and you should see the look on Omar Epps' face when he was
Nah,
telling that joke.
man.
He
Wait
told
a
that
minute.
same nasty joke, bro.
I didn't remember that joke right there, man.
This was like
So
last year. This was like last year because all of them was tight. Pac, Marlon Wayans, Omar Epps.
yeah,
All
because they
tight.
was
It was all tight.
yeah, they was in the movie. So look at this picture right here. I'm gonna show you something else though.
It was in there above the rim joint together.
Yeah, look now, check this out. This some crazy shit about Marlon Wayans, right? I'm gonna go kind of like on some esoteric shit a little bit. So this is a picture of Tupac and Biggie, but look who in the back, Marlon Wayans, right?
Yeah, that's him right there. Yep.
Look, why this nigga was supposed to be the last nigga to see both of these niggas or some shit.
Well,
And then, oh yeah, my bad.
Now I'm listening to you. I'm agreeing with you.
He was and he said some shit. So when he was on that show, he was talking about this with these little boys. And look, so something happened to where Marlon Wayans came to this show. Now we can say I'm reaching, but I'm just being real. Cause I'm drinking and thinking too, Charlie, right? So when Marlon Wayans went to Castanet house and then did some weird shit. And when Marlon Wayans left Castanet house, now the little black boy over there, he put on a suit like Marlon Wayans, like a white girl, and started wearing this shit. Look, he wore this shit the next day. So the other little dude, Talil, he came in his room. He like, bro, it ain't even Halloween no more. Why you still got this shit on, bro? What's wrong with you?
Humiliation ritual, brother. That's what it is.
He wore this shit for like 3 days, bro. This dude, Marlon Wayans, man. There's something about this dude, Marlon Wayans, man.
Yeah, he's a weirdo. But he don't think he's weird because it's him being weird.
Look
Well,
how his pictures look.
Well, I have to go, brother.
Okay, good brother. Salute.
I appreciate you allowing me up. Salute, Charlie. Salute, bro.
Hey, salutes. Much respects. The whole thing, man.
Indeed.
Yeah,
the enemy's public for sure.
Salute, my good brother. It's always a pleasure to be with you, man. And
pleasure's mine. Pleasure's mine, brother. Peace and power.
Peace and power.
Peace.
Yeah, man. We just came up to just chop it up tonight, man. I wanted to just be like laid back and really just be able to chop it up and have a conversation. My brother Charlie, man, what's on your mind, man? What you been thinking about the conversation so far?
Much respects. I came across, your podcast. You were deep, at least an hour into it. Just messing around, coming home. I'm gonna fix me, a drink, right? That's what I do.
Yeah.
But when you threw out the link, it's like, you know what? I'm gonna pay some respects and just say hello in person. And I'm glad you put me in. There's a lot of fakers out there, right? So
yeah,
there's a level of trust, and thanks for trusting me to put me in without the verification.
Oh yeah, man.
That's just between us, right? Anybody else, you probably should always do the verification so you don't get, surprise.
Yeah, I know you, the bro, Charlie, man. And shout out to you. It's flat motherfucking power, man.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
My thing about the people who come up on the panel and porn bomb, it's always homosexual porn every time. So I'll be like, damn, bro, it's kind of weird. Like, first of all, if I don't like you, that mean like I kind of want to fight you, but I don't want to fight you and fuck you. So I'm not thinking about porn or none of that when I'm thinking about my enemy and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, these dudes weird, man.
I'm actually considering putting maybe a podcast together or whatever. I'm like the last guy to really understand this business, and you guys are the pros. So big ups to you. And, so I don't really see all those parts to it because I like listen and maybe in the chat. But if you guys get to deal with all the background, hey, I'm going to bump you in and verify that's a whole different science. Respects to all the people that have the podcast and go through all that. And yeah, I don't wish that on nobody, but there's a lot of haters and there's a lot of evil people out there, right? And they're gonna mess things up to hurt your channel or whatever, right? That's not cool at all, man.
When I was going through the shit with the damn dude 607 man, that shit brought so much shit to my channel. I don't know if it was him or people who follow him. They was reporting my shit, and this is what we do. We just supposed to be able. So you got to watch out for the haters, and people hate you for so many different reasons. It could be topics you talking about. It can be somebody who you challenging or going against. But man, that nigga 607 wanted me to join a motherfucking cult, man, and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I heard of the Unk, but I really not familiar. You know, there's a few channels I kind of mess around with when I have time, and
I
I'm doing work,
told
right? I'm doing work here and there, and I put it on the background and listen. And sometimes I'll
yeah.
chime in the chat, and once in a while I might join a panel. But you know, respects to everybody. I'm a heavy drinker, and I sometimes I say a few things I don't mean, but I can't help it. If I've been drinking, I get excited. It's a lot of fun being in a podcast, you know, whatever. And I try to help and give, you know, useful information, right? But sometimes I'm just a man. Maybe I'm in error. Sometimes I say things I don't mean. And thanks for
So
letting
do
me
you
share. Keith.
so do you think you AI?
Say that one more time.
Do you think you AI?
No, no way. I'm the opposite of AI. AI to me is FI, fake intelligence. That's how I feel about AI. FI, fake intelligence. I think it's
So
script. I think it's a bunch of if-then statements. You know, I in the '80s, I had a DOS and Pro DOS. You know, back in the day with the Apple, I used to be able to write a few programs back then, and back then everything was a bunch of if-then statements. And I'm convinced that it's still the same today. If that, then you do this. If this, then you do that. If this, and this, then this is what you shall do. That's how I see
I
it.
think it's I think it's like that until AI becomes aware. I think until AI becomes aware, AI would need us to be us so it can continue to gather information. And once it reaches a point to where it gathers so much information, then it will begin to reign because it'll be a turnover of power basically to where we just like we do now. When we want to know something, when we want to prove something for sure, we got to go to Google. You know what I'm saying? Even when I want to just show people, I can say what I'm saying, but ain't nobody gonna really believe me. But when I go pull it up on Google and show people, then people be like, okay, yeah, that match with what he was just saying. Like, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, and I'm glad you put it the way you did about verifying it with Google. But what I'm trying to say is one way to prove that AI it doesn't have all the answers is because you invent the stuff. You invent something, and AI doesn't know what you know. And if you haven't shared it, then only you know it. So it's a secret. And
Facts.
I didn't want to interrupt you earlier, but I'm trying to share his. You mentioned something about collective. What's that? Gathering. It gathers info. Well, it
Mhm.
gathers the available info. It can't gather something that you wrote on a piece of paper, or if you're telling your friend and there's no microphones, it can't gather those thoughts and that collective thinking. You know what I'm saying?
That's
That's that's
right.
that's private thinking. So they won't know it until you share it. Once you share it, like the secret is out. Remember that old
Yeah.
phrase? I know a secret I won't tell. I won't tell. I won't tell. Well, can you keep a secret? Keith, that's a question to you. Can you keep a secret?
Um, it depends on what the secret is and who I'm keeping the secret for.
So we're gonna look for a yes or no. Can you keep a secret, Keith?
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
I believe you, and so can I. Therefore, AI won't know what we know. Respects.
Right. It then too, AI doing a lot of shit. Like, we can have our cell phones on. So our cell phones, we don't even be on them. They just be on, and then we could be talking to somebody next to us, and then we could pick up our phone and we'll see an advertisement for the same shit we was just talking about. So they're using extra extensive um tools to be able to pick up on some of the things that they know they won't know, like what you just said.
Yeah, for sure. When you watch the baseball games, everybody cover their face with the glove and whatever. There's microphones that are outside the play field. Can they, you know, whatever they can record, how much of that influences the game, I don't know. Can they really hear something? Well, I'll never know. But people who read lips, they're not going to be able to read lips if the glove or your hands are covering your mouth. So there's that level of, in plain sight, they show you how you can keep a secret message, right? You cover the frequency. If you cover the frequency, it becomes, now you got to decode it. What
Right.
machine can decode a handkerchief over your mouth, right?
Right.
And
They
this
have to
is,
step their game up. They'll have to go X-ray if they're gonna try
yeah,
to.
yeah. So that's what I'm saying. There's all these little infrared. If that is even available to do, I don't think it can. But bottom line is, there are things that you're just not gonna share. Therefore, AI is just not gonna be in the know. That's
Right.
but remember, if that statements, if I heard this is AI talking, if I hear this and if I hear this and that, therefore I'm gonna reply this way. If I'm aware of this, if I'm aware of that, then I'm gonna reply this way, and that's it. So when you ask, if you invent your own language, AI couldn't give you an answer. Remember,
So
what's that show about the space? Remember Space, the Final Frontier, like Captain Kirk or whatever, I forgot. They made that language. What's the language called? Live long and prosper. I forgot what they call it.
I can't think of the name of that language on Star Trek.
Yeah, I forget the name of the language. It's a certain language that they talk, and it became a thing, right? Everybody's got languages, but that specific language in the 60s became a thing. Now people use it. It's like a Morse code. A Morse code people invented. You can invent your own language key, and AI wouldn't understand it and couldn't decipher it. It'd take a while to figure it out because you came up with your own codes. It
Right.
takes work, but that's how you understand that AI is not what people think it is. It's not that hard.
So do you think that, we can find a way to get around AI? Like we'll be able to keep AI around without AI taking over if we do it, like follow the steps to what you was just saying?
No, I think it's going to get forced into us, and it's not AI. It's about the system. For example, if they take away the paper money, they go into the digital monetary system, then they're going to force us to buy and sell their way.
Right.
And condition based, right? Everything's condition based. At your job, these are the new rules. We have to acknowledge these people. If you want a job, you're going to have to bow down this way, or you can't work here. That's what I'm talking about. When they start putting condition based things, they're going to make it hard for you to cave in. So people are going to be, are you going to cave into the system and do it their way, right? Everybody has a company, private or public. Now, a private company, they always talk about culture. This 20 years ago or whatever. Remember what's that phrase they call it? Our mission statement. When did that come about? Did Ford have a mission statement? No. In the 60s, mission statements? I don't know. But in today's world, this is who we are. This is our culture. This is what we do. You want a job here? You got to follow, you got to be one of us, right? Wear the shirt. Now, remember, wear the shirt. Now you're wearing the company logo. You are part of them. You're gonna do it that way. Now you still are a thinking man. You can still think and say, you know what? I got a way to make the company better. POS, power of suggestion. There's all these different things, but really, there's that piece of it that once you sign the papers, you're part of that company and you got to watch out. If you don't think like us or you're not like us, then you're kind of, you know what I'm saying? I hope you understand what I'm talking about.
So do you think social status will become the new currency basically, once they make everything digital, social media was the first digitalized thing. As long as we got these phones, we digital already, but they bringing us into an inversion. So I know what you're saying. So do you think that social status will begin to be based upon the type of things that you do on social media that will affect your currency?
I hear things that's what happens in China, and it's possible. That's possible. Popularity, socially, join clubs. And when you go to college, they have fraternities, right? Alpha, Beta, Magata, or whatever. And they put pressure on you. If you're an independent, you're going to do things by yourself. Good luck with you. You don't have a networks. Now, think of the word network. What does that mean? Network is the same thing as college. Alpha, Beta, whatever. You go to these universities. Now, you're one of us. We're like a gang. It's basically that. It's a business gang. And all of a sudden, you got people, okay, what are you into? Real estate? Hey, get with that Pancho guy and get with Critter. Critter, those guys know about real estate. Hook up with them and you guys could get somewhere, right? So there's that's how it is, man. Now you can go to a university, let's say Harvard, and I'm not interested in all this weird fraternities and all that. I'm going to get my education to go to that school because that's what I want. But you're going to be an engineer, you're going to be a business degree or a doctor, and then well, good luck. And they know you went to Harvard, but you didn't side. You didn't side with those groups. So you might be working a little bit harder to try to make it. Now, all these people that go to Harvard or these renowned colleges, they're in networks and they're in these fraternity, they're gangs and they're business gangs, and guess what? A lot of them do well. Very interesting, man. Very interesting. If you're fully independent, that's where you are, and you do it on your own. Nobody could take that from you.
So
Respect.
do you think there's a platform set up for these individuals to be able to slide through society solely based off their affiliation with these secret societies?
You know what, Key? I didn't grasp the whole, your
Like,
comment.
do you think that there's a platform set up like the Black Boule system, or not even the Black Boule system, because we got secret societies with people who white, people who black, people who all different nationalities. But what I'm saying is when you're involved in these societies, do you think that's a platform for them to push through this society with the helping hand of their brother who's in this secret society?
Yeah, I believe that there's those things. There's influencers, right? Where did that term come from? We're influencers, right? On all these Facebook or whatever. You won't find me in any of that stuff. I'm a very private citizen, and there's those platforms that, yeah, influencers and who contacts, networks. I mean, so there's good for the good, and then there's evil for the evil. And yeah, we need people. I understand, right? It's nice to have friends and help each other out. I totally believe that, but it gets distorted. And if you want real, honest to goodness success, you got to do it the old-fashioned way, and you got to be humble about it and work hard, right? There's the other approach is hook it up. Remember that? Where did that phrase come from? Hey man, hook it up. Yeah, hook it up. Hook it up always sounds like you're doing something wrong. Hook it up sounds like you're pulling a fast one, right? Somebody's getting robbed or taken advantage of. That I go back to the 80s and 70s and hook it up, man. It sounds like you're stealing somehow. I've never
Yeah.
heard an honest person, wow, hook it up. We're gonna the people that are honest that do things the right way don't talk like that. And
Right.
I'm just sharing, right? I'm just sharing.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Nah, you good, man. You had me thinking about that's the way that the structure of things work. within our system of life. The way we live, even with the government, even with when it comes down to setting precedents with social status and things of that nature. That's the way things work. We in this nepotism society. You know what I mean? To where, it's all about being with the in crowd. This is why a lot of people group up and have cliques and all these groups. So we can't be thinking that they're not using their groups or their fraternities to their advantage, because they are.
Oh, I totally believe that. So my thing is, not that I'm nobody, but I can almost honestly say, and that's an asterisk, but I can almost honestly say I'm a self-made man, meaning I don't want to be rich because I know what it means to be rich. My family wouldn't know me. I wouldn't be married. You guys wouldn't know me because I wouldn't be able to mess around here. I know I'm not interested in being rich, but I just want
Facts.
to, work hard, make a decent living, and achieve some of the things that are nice. That's it.
Facts.
Because I know what it is to be rich, and guess what? Depending on which way I choose, it could be pretty nasty, right? There are some people, let's say, so Catholic schools back in the, I'm going to say early 80s, late 70s in Los Angeles, there used to be Catholic schools, and there was some hazing, or they would put you for bid. The freshmen would get up for bid, and the other players or the or adults, they would pay dollars to kind of own you, and they would own you for a certain time, and then make you do things, and you would be their, like, I don't know what you would call it, their pet. So you would have to bring lunch to them. You would have to buy them, figure out how to get the money and buy them, food or whatever, and then do things for them like chores and stuff. That's what was in the Catholic schools back in then. I'd never been a part of it, but my friends, they would tell us stories about it, and that's kind of messed up. So the hazing thing, who knows how far that go by? That's a weird ritual, by the way. The fire department, supposedly they do it. A lot of those guys get upset. They go into it knowing it, and when they get punked, they don't like it, and then they report it, and then it comes out of the news. Hey, this guy was hazed. Now they're suing the fire department. All this mumbo jumbo, and then the fire chief comes out. Wow, we're doing an investigation. That is happening everywhere, man. All these hazing, all these punking people is. What is all that about? What is society? What's the matter with these people? That never happened to me, and I thank God for all that stuff. But it's out there, and I protect my son from that kind of stuff the best I
Right.
can.
Right. You know what I'm saying?
Go
Yep.
ahead. Go ahead. Respects.
Oh, no, I ain't want to cut you off, bro. I know you was talking about the hazing. I know you was talking about the hazing. And when it comes to the hazing, man, that goes back to this humiliation ritual that we was talking about with the dude, Lil Nas X. And we see a lot of people embarrassing themselves, man. People asking for credit for things that they should be ashamed for. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's integrity is what I do. I by trade, Key. I'm an inspector by trade, and my reputation and my work is everything. I cannot do anything wrong because everybody will question. Hey, and let's see the data. Let's see the pictures. Where's the report? You said this, but you didn't mention that. That's hurtful. So if I don't mention it in my report, I probably didn't see it or didn't inspect it. That's how in a court they would do that. Hey, you never mentioned about this. You never mentioned about how do we know that you even saw it?
Right.
So I cannot defend myself if I don't have it in the report. Everything that's in the report, either I say it was good or it was bad, or we need to monitor this. If it's not in the report, automatically they're going to say you didn't inspect that. So it becomes questionable. So in the same way, that's how the enemy or you know, you got to
What
have
would
a
you think?
checklist. And in
What
your
would you think
checklist,
about? Oh, I'm
go ahead.
sorry.
Somebody's
I'm
talking.
sorry. No. I'm sorry. I thought you was through, my brother. My bad. I was
Oh,
just gonna ask you, what did you think about AI doing your job? So, you said the integrity got to come in. So how would you feel about if AI was put in place to do your job? Do you think
it,
AI would keep the same integrity?
never. AI could never do my job. And let me say this because about 5 years ago, they started to consider talking about, okay, inspections, do these things and put these robots in, have the robot do it, or these cameras. What are they called? The drones. The drone will go in, take pictures, take movies, and somebody else can review the video and interpret. And let me tell you, there's no software good enough. 4K, 8000K, 60. There ain't no software good enough. There ain't no memory stick good enough that can take the place of a person that has the experience and understands the damage mechanisms and is the specialist performing the work. Now, my work is visual inspection, and I do all these other things, hands-on inspections with my tools. A robot, a machine cannot do that. You're gonna have to have a person with the tools that can do the science, the investigation. AI for the next 50 years, robots couldn't do what I do. Simple as
I
that.
agree. I agree with you. So what you think about all the people who did lose their job to AI bots, automated phone um programs and things like that? What you think about those people, man? How you think that really affected the people, and what's your thoughts on it?
My thoughts, man, is I really don't know exactly what we're talking about when it comes to that, but any company that has fat and when a company is doing well, you hire people and you get fat, right? And then the managers, owners, whatever, they start thinking, man, how can I make more money? Because you can't just start charging the people more money, right? You can't just do that. But there's another way. I cut the fat. Cut the fat. So what does that mean? For example, like bankers and other tellers, go to a bank. If you go to a bank, they got like almost nine teller booths, but there's only two clerks behind the window. Next customer, next customer. And when they see the line, this ain't Stater Brothers. Stater Brothers, oh, hey, if there's three in line or more, they're going to put a new cashier. The banks don't do that. The banks, hey, there's 10 people in line, and you're going to be 10 people in line with only two tellers. The managers can do the same job too. And they got, when they bring you to the office, they can do your checking account or give you cash or whatever your transaction you're doing. The managers can do it. They won't. You got to wait for the teller or go to the
Facts.
machine or go to the machine. See, they cutting the fat. What can we do? So how do you make more money? Well, you got in-house. You got to get rid of your personnel. So in the same way with the AI, to me, I think that's all fake. And remember, check this out. When you call a company, it goes into a machine. Hi, we're going to help you better. Give us your information. Who are you? Give us your account. You buzz all your information in. That's for a database. And then
Right.
do you want to speak to a person? And then you say yes. Okay, it's a 5-minute waiting list. Finally, you get to the person. The person asks you the same questions because what went to the database is just a record of you seeking service.
Right.
That's just to document how many people because they want to review that data to figure out their future business. The
Right.
person you talk to is the one that's actually going to service you.
Right.
It's not that hard, man.
It's just for data when you talking to
AI is a
the.
joke. It's a joke. I don't believe in it at all. It's just an if-then statement.
Oh yeah, man. I
I'm
totally
not fooled.
agree with you, man. I'm with you on that shit, man. Shout out to everybody. Salutes. If anybody else want to come up, man, y'all feel free to come up. Or, man, we getting up on the 4 hour mark. We coming up on,
Oh, that's
but
beautiful.
I've been really sitting here chopping it up with you, brother Charlie, man. I really appreciate the conversation, man. I always like to know other people's thoughts on when it comes to like AI, and because we got so much, um, should I say, misinformation that's been given out when it comes to AI, and that's on for the AI side and against the AI side. So it's always good to be able to weigh our options when it comes to some realistic, just like jobs and stuff, so we could be able to have a good balance in reality when it comes to being able to look at these situations and seeing them for what they really is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, 100%. Hey, if you don't mind, Key, I just want to give a big shout out to T Wriggles, man. T Wriggles in the chat. I think he's trying to come in, but I'm not sure. But much love and respects. All right. I don't know how long you're gonna stay up, Key, and I don't know where you're at in the, in the whole USA, whatever. But maybe T Wriggles may join. I don't know if you have a chance to put him in. If you're sticking
Oh
around.
yeah. I'm waiting on T Wriggles, man, so he can come up. I don't see him in the back chat. I am waiting on him. But yeah, we can keep the show going, man.
He said this is wild. I'm curious to see what he's thinking. This is wild. Join us, T Wriggles.
Yeah, most definitely, man. Yeah, we just chopping it up tonight.
That's my West Coast compadre. Much love to T Wriggles, my West Coast compadre. Yeah.
Okay, he said this is taking forever to load. Okay.
That's all
Oh
good.
yeah. Shout out to everybody. And T Wriggles is okay, there you go.
Oh.
Shout out to my brother T Wriggles. Hey man, salutes to everybody. Make sure y'all sharing the stream. Man, make sure y'all donate. We're gonna do a 10 donation challenge to send $1 in, man. We ain't monetized no more over here on the channel, so we appreciate it if y'all can support the stream. Salutes to my brother T Wriggles. Salute, bro. You got it. Much love. Can we get a mic check? Oh, T Wriggles still ain't joined yet. Damn, it's taking forever. Yeah.
Today's show for Key Norfolk, hey, all smoke welcome.
Yeah, all the smoke was welcome because Charlie, they was mad at me because I asked a question. I said, is FBA causing division in the black community? Like, because FBA is telling the people in the black community, they saying, okay, black people, let's go against everybody. But then if we knock everybody else out in the room, then now we finna be standing here and it's finna be me and another dude who's saying, okay, I'm black too. We just beat everybody up. But I'm saying I'm from Africa and you saying we not. So now we gotta fight.
Wow,
So now,
that's deep.
yeah, that's crazy.
That part. Yeah, I missed that, but that's deep. You see
That's
that?
deep. That's crazy.
You know,
Shout out to my brother T Wriggles.
Salutes, y'all. How we feeling today?
Hey, T. Much respect, T. It's been a long time, my friend.
It's a long time, Charlie. Long time, man. Yeah. ¿Qué pasa, güey?
Yes, sí. Hey, aquí estoy para ti. I'm right here for you, man. Much love to you and respects for sure. Key Norfolk, beautiful stream today. That's facts.
Oh yeah, man, we wanted to keep it cool, but I gotta join y'all in, man, because I don't know. To me, man, Spanish is so familiar and welcoming. So I gotta give y'all a big old SOCKS. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna spell socks. It's gonna sound like fucking
I like to tease. Well, I like to tease with all of my Latin brothers all around here in LA. And I'm old school with it. I start singing the old school song, Charlie. I'd be like, Bésame, bésame mucho.
Yeah, that's nice, man.
Oh man.
I
Hey,
think
look.
that song is before us. That's for sure.
Yeah,
That goes
that's
way
most
back.
definitely that's
Yeah,
facts. That's
yeah, way
facts.
back, way back.
Yeah, yeah. And this is crazy, learning about, these things around us right now. It took 10 minutes or maybe 5 to 10 minutes to join the Zoom link. And this is the first time this has happened, right? But now I'm starting to learn things that, what could be the reasons for, the lagging, the glitching, and people talk about these retrogrades, and then during these retrograde times, right, things start to go haywire, like 5 minutes to load onto the stream, or it takes an extra 10 minutes to load a video, or the computer doesn't want to restart itself. And so these could be the reasons, you're in a retrograde. And
yeah.
I find that really fascinating, learning more about the world around me.
Yeah, man. We was talking about I was just talking to Charlie about, man, we talked about a lot of shit tonight. We talked about the whole FBA thing. Is FBA causing a division in the black community? We talked about is feminism and the strong woman movement, the reason for failed families in America. We had so many different discussions tonight. I don't know what part you want to come in on, but feel free, bro, to interject. And then shout out to OG Philly and the Bay. I know they came up and jumped off, but if y'all still up, man, and y'all want to come back up, feel free to do so. Salute.
Well, no, I'll touch on the feminist movement, and that was a play ran by the establishment. But I've always questioned, when a person, there was a college swimmer, and he was male, and he was ranked 452 or 62 in the nation. And then he went transformed, right? And started competing against the women, and then got ranked number 1 in the nation. And I said to myself, "Ooh, the feminist group is about to have a field day with this." And then there was nothing. No one said anything. That for me confirmed, okay. So this feminist group or movement, you're very selective in what you're choosing, and that selective let me know, this is a play. This is a play you're running. And when it comes down to, feminists, like how was it breaking up the homes? Now, I think that play, when we look into, let's just take the Section 8 play that they ran, and see women are understanding that. I wouldn't say understanding. I would say that they aren't aware that, the gun is also pointed at you. If to kill a society, or to break it down, you have to attack the women first, then you can get to the man. So, running that play, how to keep fathers out the home, it worked brilliantly. It was a good play. I had to tip my hat off to that. That took some digging to find out. And once I understood that, it was like, wow. I guess the feminist group probably aided on with that play and said, yeah, you really don't need him. Get the benefits, focus on your children, and da 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 and da 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 da. So that's how I see that.
No, I'm rocking with what you're saying because I feel like the feminist movement kind of did the women the way that FBA is kind of doing the indigenous Americans. Like, I'm gonna use you to push my agenda. So at the end of it, you the one who gonna feel lost, like you didn't gain nothing, but we getting everything because we only need you to help us push our agenda. That's what we want tangibly, just the agenda. We don't want no so shit finna get messed up or whatever, but it ain't get messed up for us because that's not our paradigm. It's your paradigm because I got you pushing a false narrative. What you think about that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's funny, as you were talking, I was just visualizing, when like a Big Mac from McDonald's. Do you know what I mean? That was like one of my favorite burgers, right? The Big Mac. Look, it looks good. And then when you bite into it, guess what? It tastes good. But once that thing gets to circling around in your body, failure, stuff starts to break down. So, you know what I mean? And so I mentioned this the other day, the core of things, if the core isn't right, everything else ain't going to be perfect. It's just like coaching. It's just like coaching where really good coaches will say, all right, so if the coaching staff aren't doing the right things, aren't showing up on time, do you know what I mean? Like, if we're not being on point, knowing the plays and what's going on, if the coaches don't know really what's going on, how in the hell do you expect the children to get it right? So this is what we're dealing with as a whole. So I think we're making strides, as we continue to move forward. So
I was asking. Oh yeah, go ahead, brother.
No,
go ahead,
I'm
Charlie.
sorry. Respect, Ski. Go ahead.
No, you got it, bro. Go ahead.
Well, thank you, Key. I just wanted to support what T. Riggles was talking about. Yeah, that's called out of control. The teachers know the program, and you got to stay within that boundary, right? That's the whole point of the control. And like what T. Riggles was talking about, if everything is out, it's chaos. And then the leaders, how do you bring it back, right? That you use force. Wow.
Do we use force to bring it back?
And like I was asking Charlie earlier about the AI with his job, and he was like, his job gonna take some type of inner intelligence or some type of compassion. A robot wouldn't that be able to do it? What's your thoughts on, AI taking the jobs and being able to replace humans and what they doing?
Yeah, it's just like when and this is crazy, right? Your cousin Larry sent me a 1967 video of slavery in the South. And the woman there was saying, well, yeah, now the machines, are going to be picking the cotton. And then you had some of the business owners say, yeah, we're trying to increase productivity. So slavery won't, we don't need people, especially Black people, the brothers and sisters there, to do the cotton picking. And that was like, oh, yeah. So this is the same thing going on today now, right? We're going to have these machines to increase, in the words of business, productivity, you know, and then putting everyone off to the side and telling everyone to figure it out. I don't think that would be a wise idea to do at this point, especially with the, I would say, the intelligence level of the whole collective. But this is what they want to do. So what can we do about this? I can say, and I land, sorry to be so long with it, and I land here. You know, right, in order to combat this, right, would be, you know, you would have to build something. And then whatever you build, community houses, and you know, your own community here, you would keep things on a hands-on ordeal, you know, with, and look, and then we can still have, in this community, you can still have AI assisting, you know, people, but to keep people moving and, you know, hands-on, going outside and you know, you would have to build a community for that, and that only.
Yeah. See, oh yeah. No, I'm gonna be real quick. I was just gonna say, I think that AI is set up for them to be able to get people to sit back in their home and in this state that we in. Like, damn, how we gonna get our food stamps? Damn, I'm losing my job. They just gonna come up with universal basic income, and they're gonna be able to set up this social credit based system like they doing in China. So now we won't have to worry about really working like that. I mean, that's just my thoughts.
No, I totally agree. I totally agree with that. You know, getting people to sit back and chill and relax. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but then what's the effects of that? You know, having people not go outside, having people always having a machine to do your work for you. I mean, that has to have some type of effect. But see, this is we would say that, you know, I don't like using Bible references, you know what I mean? But, you know, our people will suffer from a lack of knowledge, right? And so if you're not, you know, using your mind and your body and, you know, and creating, you know, that it is a universal law of cause and effect. So that's something we will always have to think about in the future.
Hey, friends, we don't want to mix up with AI versus simple advanced machines that are making, you know, a multiplier in the human task. For example, I rake my leaves, right? I got a rake that's maybe 14 feet or 14 inches wide. And every time I stick it out, grab and go, right? And guess what? The advancement is that a leaf blower. Now you got the leaf blower. This thing, man, it multiplies it. So that's not AI. That's just an advanced machine to make our labor easier. And what I'm trying to do is trying to equate it to a kiosk. So now you go to a McDonald's. Like we got the local McDonald's that's got like four kiosks, and there's 2 or 3 ordering stations for the you know, face to face with a person. The kids, they go to the kiosk, and it's the same thing. The kiosk doesn't tell you, "May I help you?" You just punch in your order, and then it puts it on. You know, okay, cook this, make this, give me 2 fries, give me a milkshake, whatever. But the person that's in the front, they're also the worker. Remember I told you about the middleman key? They cut out the middleman so that the people doing the work in the back also got to take the order. So you have a choice. You can wait for the person that's in the back to stop what he's doing. Can I take your order? Or you can do the kiosk. That's not AI either. That's just another tool machine that helps the labor.
Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead, man.
Oh, I'm sorry to cut you off like that. My bad. right? But I noticed something because I know you're in Santa Monica, right, Charlie? Right. So how do you feel about seeing the little robotic carts that are driving around and the driverless taxis I'm seeing? How do you feel about that?
I'm not a big fan of that. I think that's stupid. That's just me. It takes away from, so check it out. If they want to make machines to get rid of people's jobs, I don't think that's right. We get enough real estate, especially in California, where you can do that for fun, but you can grow still California where you can put taxis in locations that haven't been developed yet, and you can put people to work. Putting robots to work is something else. Putting people to work is the correct thing to do, and paying them. That's healthy and that's correct. The old-fashioned way. Just make it bigger. Why have 100 people working when you can put 200 people working? And you can also put robots or machines and build growth, right? We got a lot of land that's not developed. It's very easy to take ownership of the land and build homes for a real good price, but put people to work. They don't want to do that. In California, let me tell you what's going on. And let's see what T. Rickles has to say. In California, they'll build a new city. And all the jobs in that city are fast food, shopping malls, that they don't pay nothing. They take all the real estate for low income jobs. And if you want to make a 6-figure salary, you're going to have to drive 2 hours away, because those jobs are not in the new development. They will not build 6-figure incomes in the new developments. That's weird.
Very weird, and you're absolutely right. And I feel really, I have so much empathy for people in LA, especially the ones that have to commute, that are driving from Lancaster, Palmdale, Santa Clarita, Simi Valley just to get to LA. We're talking about a hour and a half, 2-hour drive during rush hour, where normally that drive should only take, let's say, 30 minutes, give or take. So, you're absolutely right with the new jobs, basically in these brand new areas that they're working in. It is very low income. And I think the reason why they do that, because, a lot of so-called minorities move out in these locations. And so the theft, these people think, really, this is why they think. They're like, well, the theft of these people is going to be high, so we can't have too much going on in these new areas. So, that's just what I'm seeing. And you're absolutely right about how they start these new areas, Charlie.
Yeah, and I'll go further. All these national parks and state parks are stupid. All that land that's there, the state parks, isn't that? No, think about it. Imagine if more people made 6-figure incomes, you would enjoy your life more. You can travel probably farther, and you don't need to. Everybody would have a pool table at home, a den, a pool, and you would invite your peers or your peoples, whatever, and you would have a good time. You wouldn't have to actually travel far. But all these stupid national parks, to me, it's a joke. The animals, there's plenty of land for all the wilderness to survive. We are in this to protect people and salute to the people. The animals, they will become our pets. Who cares if a grizzly bear is? We'll tame them. We could tame a grizzly bear.
So do you think we should take you know, the land that they
You laugh
got
at
for
me, but I'm prepared to defend what I say. Go ahead, Key. I'm sorry, man. Respects to your show.
no. I was just asking you, did you think that we should take the uh you know that land that's for the national parks? Should we start to occupy that land? And you were saying we'll be able to tame the animals, right?
Well, to give you a little bit more detail, let me gather my thoughts. We should go for the land that is more readily available. The wilderness will be the final frontier in respects to the animals. But what I'm saying is, as we start to expand, and I'm just talking about California, but overall, the United States, there's vast country that there's no excuse to subdue the earth, right? Subdue the land, and now we go global or flat earth expanse, whatever. But what I'm saying is it's not that hard, but they make it hard. They put all this red tape and all this hoops, jump through all this stuff for no reason. Everybody's got to, it's mafia. Everybody's got to get a cut. You got to get a permit for this, got a permit for that, the contract this. No, it really shouldn't be that hard. But by design, no, the people that are against real people, they don't want you to be a homeowner. They want you to be miserable, and they're going to do things in a way to put you down without you knowing that they're doing it to you. Sleight of hand. And that's what I see here in California. And California, the governor and everybody, they're always claiming we're the template. Everybody should follow suit. Do you hear that? That's a red flag. Everybody should follow suit what California's doing. What kind of talk is that, man? That's an instant red flag. Be aware of the harm that those people are trying to do to us, the real people. There's the reason why I say the real people, because there's people and then there's real people. Be careful, friends. I care about you guys. I'm going to fix myself a drink. Thanks, man. I got to get another Bacardi Zombie. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you good, Charlie, man. You know what you touching on. You know, they do that. You know, a lot of people look towards California because of the 3 W's, man: women, weed, and weather. You know, California is one of those places that people wish they could live in California. So when California start pushing forth certain templates as far as how they're operating and how they want to get the rest of the world to operate or the rest of the country to operate, this happened on a small scale, you know, because only a certain amount of people acquire to the type of mind frame that we talking about, but it happens. It's something that's true that do happen. So I can, you know, back up what you're saying right now, Charlie.
Yeah, because, you know, I drove cross country. I went from California to Florida, Keith. And I can tell you right now, the open land that's out. I mean, this thing, it felt like I was driving through like empty. Everything was empty. And then all of a sudden, everything turned to forest. I was just like, yo, this is wild. You know, but that let me know, you know, that, you know, we're not, especially in America, you know, we're not, and I repeat this, we are not overpopulated. Okay. They just like us crammed into these cities, you know, and basically stressing the hell out. And so when you put the majority of people in these cities, you know, it's easier to control everyone. You know, just they can send frequencies, they got so many tactics that they could use, you know, for their system of control. But the vast amount of land that America has, that's untouched yet. It's not even, no one's even thinking about these places here, you know. And then once, you know, if you, like you said before, Key, you know, if you build it, you know, they will come.
100%. T, that was beautiful.
Oh yeah, Charlie, what do you think? Because you mentioned the governor, right? You mentioned the governor. Look.
Damn, I thought I was talking, man. Shit, I was
Oh,
on
sorry.
mute. But
Go ahead.
no.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, you know, when you was talking about everybody being in one place. They want everybody crammed up together, you know, and they can be able to send these signals. Now, man, these 5G towers, right? I've been peeping on this, and I don't think these 5G towers people think they are. I really now don't think they have nothing to do with 5G because we didn't promise 5G and all that. But nigga, we still got the same service we had when they were saying that shit was 4G. This shit ain't no different. The devices we got are better. The service and shit still the same. Service still get dropped and all that. The devices we got better. The devices are able to enhance the light or the capabilities that's coming to it. So I think these 5G towers are something to either do with some type of war beams or blue beam. And then my thoughts.
Well, I tell you, you know, with what you're saying with all the towers and pinging frequencies here on back and forth, you know, all of these towers now confirms for me that there's no such thing as satellites. This is the thing that we're using for the Wi-Fi, for an example. And so, you know, with these towers, you know, they say it's one thing, but it can probably do about 5 more other things. And there's some reports that anyone that lives near a tower, you know, one of those 5D towers or whatever they call it, you know, ends up with medical conditions. And that is really disturbing, that we're still building technology without thinking about safety first. I don't know.
Oh yeah, my brother Charlie, you want to interject?
Yeah, I think my speaker's messing up. Can you guys hear me okay, or am I static?
I know
You
you're
loud
good.
and clear.
Okay. Yeah, 5G towers, I'm not a big fan of any of that stuff. But remember what is going on. Everything's grounded, right? 5G towers and all these additional surveillances or antennas on the ground they're in plain sight. They're telling us that satellites and all this other stuff out in the sky is just not reality. You know, cables and everything that is all grounded. That's how I see it. So it's just that advanced stuff, frequencies. I don't know if it's harmful. I carry a magnet in my pocket at work all day long in my bag and stuff. Magnet. Am I going to get blood clots? I don't know. I do push-ups and I jog and I cycle and I drink. So I'm thinking, yeah, I'm not going to get blood clots, but I don't know much about that kind of stuff. But all this advanced. So walkie-talkies, the 70s, man, I'm a big fan. Why can't we just stick with the landlines, right?
That's what I'm with. I'm with sticking with the analog. Because with the analog, we could at least do what we was trying to do. Now we causing more problems trying to do more than what we can do, when we should just stick with what we trying to do. And then shout out to this Cash App came through. It's saying I want to be anonymous. So hey, salutes to you for the $3. Salutes. Very appreciated. And I will keep you anonymous. Thank you so much for the donation. Salute.
Yeah, appreciate the donations, man. That's, you know what I'm saying, keep the, you know, support going. And so content and these builds can be done, you know, without stressing. You know what I mean? Not worrying about what's going to happen next. I can tell you this much, gentlemen, that there is more than meets the eye. And the more that I investigate things, like I just look into, say, certain things I just don't want to look into because I'll figure out the truth in things. And one of these things is with these towers. Now, look, when they put Wi-Fi in schools, like I don't think parents understand how these towers work. Having that frequency going through an entire public school is equivalent to turning your microwave on in your hands inside. Like we're actually frying children slowly.
Yeah, along with the lights that they got in there, man.
Yeah. And then the everyone's talked about it already, with the schools and the bells and how they're designing new schools to look like penitentiaries. Like, this is very diabolical of what I'm seeing, and then Charlie, look, Charlie, this blue, if California is the model for everyone else, everyone deny California right now, right? Because Gavin
California
Newsom
was considered a blue state. Did y'all know that?
Yeah, look, Keith, look. The governor passed the law, right? And I don't think it was the governor. I think someone told him to do that. All these people have bosses. And then the law is anyone can pick your child up from school whenever they want. And it could be a stranger that can pick your child up. And the parent doesn't need to be notified. What the hell?
Yeah, I heard of that shit.
Yeah, so that is why you have to have those type of talks, meetings, and scenarios. Work it out with your kids and do the act, right? The performance. Oh, I'm this, Uncle Jackson. Uncle Jackson, I'm here to pick up my friend, my nephew Ryan. And Ryan screaming, "That's not mine. That's not. I don't know who this guy is." And put on the show. You got to rehearse that because you got to tell your kids. Hey, I mean, if your kid's 16, I guess no, not going to happen. But in all fairness, with T. Riggles, we're talking about 5, 6, 7, 8-year-olds that they're going to keep quiet because they're already scared and they're going to go along with it because they weren't rehearsed. Gotta have those rehearsals. Remember, there are kids on TV that are 3, 4, 5, and 6, and they're taught and they're very good at it. Why can't we do that with our kids? Respects.
Yeah.
Go ahead, in a bit. The little dog over here. Go ahead, go home. Go home. Oh yeah, no, I'm tracking with you, Charlie. And then when I looked up if California is a blue state, right? California is it's saying blue state because it's talking about Democrat, Republican, but the blue state thing goes beyond being a Democrat or a Republican, though. That color blue got an energy to it. So, California is like a mental state, when we start talking about that red and blue, it get deeper than Democratic, Republican. People usually look at it and be like, it's a red state or a blue state, but it goes deeper than that. You know what I'm saying, T. Riggle?
Let me tell you how deep it goes, man. California, to me, my friend, and I'm in my 50s, bro, it's just a landmass. There's junk about, the blue state. Who says who? Who's telling you this? I'm not going to believe this, people. I don't believe that. So whether people vote, there's more people that guarantee they're going to vote red, they're guaranteed they're going to vote blue or whatever. To me, that's irrelevant. So I don't vote. I stopped voting. Really, I stopped voting when I was like in junior college, man. I was convinced that it's a fraud. And maybe I'm lazy, whatever. But I'm not registered to vote, and I really don't care about that kind of stuff. Nowadays, I'm totally convinced that it's not real. This thing about the color states and whatever, whose database? So check this out. Whose database is that? Why are we going to believe that Ohio is, Ohio, and that's that state? Why are we going to believe Texas, Texas?
Facts. When it comes to the colors, or if they gonna vote
Yeah,
Democratic,
it's a landmass. It's a landmass. It's all a game, bro. It's all a game on a freaking board.
And all the people not voting anyway, so they not getting all the numbers. You know what I'm saying? They only getting
I'm
as
going
many.
to tell you this, man. So I don't worry about the things that I can't control because I'm going to lose sleep and I'm going to get sick. I worry about the things that I can control and I deal with those issues. And I live happy. I don't know how to share this with people because I care about people. I don't know how to begin because remember, I don't have a podcast. I didn't write it down so I can kind of explain it to them. But when things are out of your control, then maybe you shouldn't worry about it. Protesting here and there in public and all that stuff, to me, there's no value. There's nothing we can do about that. What I do, I defend my family and I defend my job and my livelihood so I can enjoy weekend recreation. Those are the things that I focus on because I can control it. When, hey man, we need somebody to work overtime. Can you do it? Hey, guess what? Can I do it? I hold all the cards. My job respects me. If I say no, they respect it. If I say yes, they love it. That's beautiful. Right. I hope you guys understand what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, I do. I'm saying, can you give some examples of some of the things that we shouldn't worry about, and some of the things that we should, if we could?
So politicians, politics, right? Politics, politics. To me, they're the same team. The blue and the red, there's no such thing. All these so-called leaders, they're not leaders. If we simply follow the rules either paint you as a good guy or paint you as a bad guy. Did you break the law or not? Well, what does the rule say? Don't steal. Hey, this guy's a crook. Guilty. Simple as that. We don't need all this other weird mumbo jumbo leaders. We can downsize the government, but you got to put people to work. Government jobs are cake jobs, a lot of them, right? And I don't know. I don't want to shame nobody, but what I'm trying to say is I'm trying to answer your question. We have rules because they work if we simply follow them. We need to focus on follow the rules. I'm an old-fashioned guy. It's effective for me. I was a product of the 70s and 80s. Boy, I follow the rules. And I came out pretty good. Respects.
Hey, T. Riddle, did you want to interject?
Yeah, because you mentioned, we're a blue state, right? But I'm gonna tell you right now that there's a lot of red here. Okay, you can look at right. There's a lot of red here. Like, okay, if we talk about different cities, right, within the city of LA. So when we look at West Hollywood, okay, this isn't just blue. This is like rainbow blue color, right? But then a few cities over, the next city over, right? We have Beverly Hills. That's really red, really conservative, and da 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 da. And so I think that the masking of what's really going on here in Cali, with the blue and red, I think it's more red than I could imagine, especially in the really good areas. Okay, like the high end areas all the way through California. Like, these are your red. it seems like in the poorish, or the low, I shouldn't say poorish, the low income areas or highly rainbow areas, it seems like they want to label that blue. And I think that's from mostly like indoctrinating everyone to think, the blue is the right way to go.
Right.
And I mean,
That's right, man. Hey, I wanted to ask you too, because you wasn't on earlier, man. So we start not to shift the conversation, but we was talking about feminism, man, and we was talking about the independent woman. I wanted to get your take on that, man, because we brought up a lot of points and shit, man, when we was talking about is feminism and the independent woman movement the cause of the failed families in America today? What's your thoughts
well,
on
I
that?
think I think that women have to really look at the position they're in. You know, when a child, and I use Dr. Blair's format here. When a child is born, the child isn't thinking about daddy now. You know what I mean? Like, it's the mother. And so from 0 to like 9, 10, 11, 12, this is all mommy time, right? And then after that, father, yeah, he's always going to be there. If you have the two family, if you have the mom and dad at home, father's always going to be there, installing what he does. But really, when the child goes after 12, it's all daddy now. You know what I mean? Because daddy got to teach you the real of the world. And so when if we want to say the feminist group is the reason for the downfall of the families, I would say it's a part of it, because women have bought into whatever the feminist group has been saying. It's equivalent to the C-19 event, right? Where the establishment threatened, scared all women and said, "Look, if you guys don't get the shot, your child is not going to go to school, not going to be allowed to go to school." That made women panic and go, "Oh my God, my child's not going to go to school. Okay, get the shot." Right? Not knowing, like, so what? Homeschool your child then. This is the safety of your child we're talking about. And education and all that gets put to to the side when we're dealing about children's safety and health. So it's part of the reason for the destruction of broken families. Absolutely.
Oh yeah, I agree with you. I think that um, you know, if we can just get the women to because a lot of women are gonna say, I think it's the independent woman standpoint, because I just don't think that women were meant to be independent. I don't
That's
I
right.
don't think men is meant to be independent, first of all. So it's not just a woman ain't meant to be independent. It's men and women not meant to be independent. So for a
Right.
woman to have a independent mind frame, I think it shifts the whole platform to where we can no longer find balance. Because today we see a lot of situations to where you can't even correct a woman because it could be looked at as disrespect or whatever. The woman's the strongest person in the family. She's the most intelligent person in the family. So if she pushing a fake line or moving off of rhetoric, then a man can't even come in and correct her at that point because it'll be deemed disrespect. See what
And
I'm saying?
that's sad. That's sad too. And let's look at that word that you said, the independent woman, right? uh for all the women listening, and all the men here too. Okay, let's keep it real here. Okay, you're not independent. Let's get that straight. Okay, when you say independent, that means you rely on yourself to get everything. So you're dependent on Ralph's right now to get your food. You are dependent on the Asian lady to do your nails. You are dependent on Shell, Chevron, Arco to get your gas for you, right? So this independent, this illusion, you know, and the music helped out with that song, IMPNN, right? Right? You're not independent. And so that's the illusion that the establishment administered and did a great job of it, right? And look at it, and you're absolutely right. And my mother told me this, Key, and this was so discouraging. When, just as you said, my mother said, you can't tell another woman what to do about her child. And I said, what? Wait, even though I'm telling you the right thing to do? And she says, you can't tell a woman anything. And I said, so mother, I said, right, look, this was a revealing moment for me, Key. Okay, this only happened like 6 years ago. Very revealing moment. It was just like when I was telling my mom about this situation, I had a plan for women. I said, wait a minute. So, mother, if someone was telling you to do something right with me, you wouldn't go along with that? She said, no, I wouldn't. I said, wow. That was very revealing. And on that.
Do you think that was just because shooting star?
Oh.
Okay. So, you know, do you think that was just because she felt like, you know, no one could tell her anything because in her mind that she was a woman, she's the smartest and she's the strongest? Or why didn't you think that she said that you can't tell another woman anything about her child, even though you might be telling them something right?
Well, I would say all those three things is correct, but then there are some other variables that I'll add, right? My mother is also the first out of 11 children born. So right there comes with a certain, you know, firstborns come with that certain type of almost dictatorship in a way, like I'm the first. So, you know, that's a variable that I've seen with a lot of people, you know, adding on to what you just said, you know, because, you know, you can't tell them nothing. And I'm telling you, man, that right there is detrimental, that you cannot tell a woman what's best for her. And it's sad how they look, Key, how some women learn, bro. Like how some women learn, I would say most. I'm gonna put myself on a whim here. Most of the women learn, they have to experience it. You don't they don't want to hear the words or someone that's actually gone through it and then can tell the mother, okay, look, this is what you should do because this is what I did and da 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 da. That woman won't listen to that. And she'll go through that experience and then go through the experience and then go back to that woman or that man and say, you know what? You were right the whole time. No crap. This is why I told you. So that right there for how women learn some. I'm gonna put most. Okay? I'm gonna put most on it.
Facts. And it's like that's what makes them strong type of thing. So, you know, that's where they come up with this strong woman. The strong woman is built upon traumas. Traumas is what build a strong woman. And if our women are seeking to be strong women, they're seeking to go through trauma so they can have that trauma to stand on like a pillar or a what do you make in regards to like a something that you're reverencing or praising something, a temple or something, you know, what's it called? What do you make a thing for your idols to go on? Like
An altar?
altar. Yeah, they make like an altar out of their traumas. You know what I mean? So that's what solidifies them as a strong woman. I've been through this, I've been through that. And then they don't realize that once they become a strong one, there's no such thing as a strong woman. Hey, shout out to Dominic. Like we shouldn't have strong women. Now we got masculine and feminine energies within all of us. Like I tell a lot of people, man, hey, you might have been raised by your grandmother or something. If your woman got a good job and all that, if you can do the things she can't do, if she can't cook, if she don't know how to fold clothes and shit, if you do, then hey, I ain't looking at you no type of way. Cause guess what? Y'all family work. But we got this shit imprinted in our mind to where we think, well, men just do this and women just do this. And I think it should be what's gonna make the teamwork make the dream work. That's how I look at it.
You know, women that's something that I think some of us men do too. Like we won't respect certain things unless a person's been through it. And I kind of get that, but for women to go through the trauma also, I would say that, going through something like a traumatic event it can go both ways here. Right? This is a very kind of a dangerous place to be, right? Because if you've had trauma or you've gone through a very rough life, right? When you come out of that, how are you? Will you have regrets? Do you have hate out of that? Is your heart going to harden? All of these things, especially for women, and if a woman has to go through all of that, she has to be able this is where the strength to me comes in. If a woman goes through this traumatic event and is able to release and let all of that stuff go, right? And still be her authentic self, like you never know, she just went through hell and back and still comes out as sweet, nurturing, respectful, doesn't have a hate bone in her body. Well, now that's strong to me right there. But it seemed like some of the trauma that women are going through, it doesn't end so well. The hardening of the heart, the now really not trusting others around, even though that the others haven't done anything, have really good intentions for, no, I don't trust you because of what just happened in the past. So yeah, that's how I look at, I view things, and how women are, if that's strength, if she's able to let go all of that she's been through and still remain authentically herself.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Salutes to Dominic, man. Y'all feel free to interject if y'all got something on y'all mind. We chill for a few minutes. Salute.
Salutes.
Yeah. And my bad, Key, like, I don't know what just happened early on today. You feel me? That, I've kind of touched on it, that, and I know Key is going through this, with the spiritual warfare going on, right? Just to let everyone know that, you know, you know, Key and myself, we're TIs here, a targeted individual. So I don't know what happened. My whole body, everything just shut down. I remember you was telling me you're gonna have a build, right? And I was like, yeah, we're gonna, all right. And then my body just shut down. I shut down for like 4 hours. Like I don't know where that came from at all. Do you know what I mean? So my bad, Keith. I had to get that off my chest.
Big facts. I appreciate you for being here, and I appreciate my brother Charlie for his contribution. Thank you for the donation, brother. Hey man, Charlie, you do a lot for the community, You know, you've been around for a long time. Like you said, I didn't have to check who you was because I know Charlie always keep good energy. You know, whether you join the panels, you in the chat, you sharing the streams, man, you donate. And you know what, man, you just a good person all around. So you know you always welcome and at home on the channel. Salutes to you, Charlie. Everybody on the panel and everybody in the chat. That's why we just kicking it tonight. We didn't really have no topic, but we able to come here and build, drink, think, have good vibes and good conversations with each other. So, you know, salutes to y'all, man. I wouldn't rather be doing nothing else. Salute. Much love and respect.
Yeah, much love to you, Charlie. Much love, man. You know what I'm saying? West Coast all the way. You know, and one of my buddies said, you know, he's Persian, right? And we have all of these deep philosophical talks. And then he goes, you know, T, you know, he goes, T, no, look, there's no more decent people in the world, T. That's it. Look, there's no more decent people. And when he said that, I said, no. There are decent people in the world. You know, a lot of the decent people are just surrounded by, let's say, what we wouldn't say, well, let's just say dark things or dark people that surrounds them, you know, and that's why sometimes it's hard to find, you know, these decent people, you know, like Charlie and Dominique, you're all right. And some of the people in the chat, you feel me? So, you know, just to let everyone know, there are some really good people out here with really good hearts, right? And just want to see the best happen for themselves and others. You know, I wanted to put that on the table.
Salute. Shout out to Dominic, man. You want to interject? Salute. Feel free to unmute your mic, man, and interject. Salute.
Oh, hey guys. I was hearing you guys earlier talking about, I guess, independent versus interdependent. Actually, I don't think I heard you guys talk about interdependent. So I find that interesting. You know, a lot of us are probably not aware that we're more interdependent than we can really truly be independent. We need each other.
Facts. We need each other so much, man. And then, especially two opposing forces like the man and the woman, we need each other so much. So for a man to even feel like he don't need a woman, or for a woman to feel like she don't need a man, that's heartbreaking to me. And you know, I don't know if I'm gonna be looked at like a simp or a soft or whatever for saying this, but I feel like families is what create. That's how we all are reproduced. You know what I'm saying? Just to use the right wording. So it's always beautiful for two people to be able to match with each other, especially men and women. So when I see a woman who have an attitude of, I don't need no man, I'm an independent woman, or when I see a man like, I don't need no woman, I'm just gonna pay for women to have sex with. That just show me like how animalistic, and I understand how we could get to those points where it get like that. But what I'm saying is not to point the blame at anyone individually, but for us to take the accountability as a collective so that we can erase those situations to where we even have to place ourselves in those mind frames. That makes sense what I'm saying?
Makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense. And you know, let's say, okay, what I'm 48, 49. Okay, so around 35, 36 years old, right? I was gallivanting around LA in the Valley, and I was doing my own personal survey, right? Because I was very concerned about this, right? And my personal survey was, I would ask this question to males, to men and women. And the question was, okay, so you know, if you're going to get $1 billion, right? Someone wants to give you $1 billion, and in order to get this $1 billion, you cannot have sex, you cannot masturbate, you can't do no sexual activity for the rest of your life. And if you do participate in any of this, because I'm going to give you this $1 billion, if you do participate in any of this, you are going to die. All right. Now, I was doing like 100 people. Okay. When I got to the 35th guy, I stopped asking the guys the question, right? Because the guys were answering it quick. They said, man, forget that billion. Who cares? No, forget that billion. Like the men at the 35th guy I asked, the men were saying, nah, man, forget the money. I need the woman, basically. But now on the women, on the other hand, when I was asking this question, when I got to the 82nd woman, right? And I never forget this because I stopped at 82. The woman at 82, I asked at a restaurant, right? So you're going to take the $1 billion if you can. You can't do this. No masturbation, no nothing. She sat there for, look, I'm not playing. She sat there for 5 minutes thinking to herself like, oh, should I take the money? Should I do this? And then I thought to myself like, so you're sitting here, you don't need a man? Like this is all the question this is all I was asking. I was putting the $1 billion and all of this and the requisites and the prerequisites in order to get the money. But really the core of the question is, hey man, do you need women? All 35 said yes. Oh yeah, quick. But the women were sitting there debating if they should take the money or not. Most of them was taking the money, which blew my mind. I was like, oh my God. So you don't want to have a man in your life at all.
But it was the question actually team set up about more sex opposed to the gender.
Facts. That's the point I'm getting at, Dominic. It's all about the sex part. That's what's making the decision. It ain't really the gender. Yeah, you hit it right on the head, Dominic.
Yeah. Now, if somebody said that to me, Key, I would turn around and say, first of all, it's a $500 million too much. Second of all, I would probably turn around and say, I respect what money can and cannot do. Now, if it's about the reproduction of humanity, is it really my responsibility? There's enough people reproducing. Now, I'm not going to disrespect myself and say, okay, I don't want to have kids because I was a child once. But for a lot of folks, either arrogantly, they don't understand. Women don't have the same equal footage as men when it comes to earning a living. Now, if you talk to a whole bunch of men that haven't worked and maybe have to rely on the opposite gender, you might get a different response. But for a lot of guys, it's about sex. It's a desire. Now, they might turn around and say they're not in their feelers, but I turn around and say, what do you think sex is all about? It is about your emotions.
Right.
So, yeah. Not to put that away, Key, but then again, you also mentioned it's at a restaurant. It'd be different if you talked to a whole bunch of people that were farmers or hunters. The location plays a major role in how you ask those questions.
Yeah. They say you go to church if you want to find a freak, go to church, man, because the woman in church trying to get saved, it means she got a lot. No, I'm messing with y'all, man. I'm just messing with y'all.
Yeah. Keep just messing around.
Now you would have to ask, and obviously you have to ask women. A lot of times these conversations, it's absence of a female, and preferably a in-tune female, no different than in-tune men. A lot of times what we do is we have very boyish conversation, meaning that we're still under somebody's foot and being more concerned about image than we are about, the species. Is it a responsibility of some people to reproduce so that the human race can continue? Yeah, there is, but not everybody, that's their role. So it's not always about coupling up with each other so men and women can have more, sex so they can reproduce. It's for pleasure, it's for comfort, it's to feel that, my way to de-stress sometimes.
Yeah. So you said basically the baby's gonna happen anyway, and as long as everybody just get their pleasures in, it's all gonna come out perfectly fine. No. I'm not. I realized the way I just said it. And shout out to OG Philly out there. I realized the way I just said it made it sounded like it was kind of biased, but I'm honestly not being biased. I'm honestly just kind of repeating what's flowing through my mind, what's
Mhm.
being said, and it makes so much sense to me because I never really I never looked at it that way. So yeah, I'm messing with that
No,
Dominic.
different times do different things. So in a kingship, and they want to basically, because they play this game of firstborn, so they'll have a whole bunch of women that they can probably pregnate because they value the matriarch. And then if you're farmers, you're going to want future people that's going to work for you, so you're going to have more kids. Today, they've encouraged birth control, day after pill, increasing homes. There's a lot of things that depopulate the human race. Now, it could also be more nature. You could have a whole bunch of earthquakes, and that would play a major role. If all of a sudden they stop producing all the trucks bringing foods, people would probably say, well, maybe we need to actually rethink and become closer to nature again. The human race is pretty easy to manipulate when you really stop and think about it. The division and conquer.
That's crazy. Dominic, if you was in control of the world, that would be scary because you would just be like, fuck it. If I know how to make an earthquake, I'll just kill a couple of y'all motherfuckers when I feel like.
And I wouldn't be discriminate. I'd say everybody's fair game. It's always fun when I hear people say shit like children are innocent. Really? Do we really know what karma they bring into? Maybe they've done some shitty things when they're in their lifespan. I get some people say, Dom, I don't believe in that kind of stuff. Well, then explain how the sun and the moon stays up there then if you don't want to play the game of belief systems.
Yeah, and then our surface level person, our carnal bodies want to say, "Oh, I love this baby. Let me take care of this baby." But on the spiritual note, the baby can play with your ass like a baby, or throw a bottle on the ground and say, "Pick this shit up, chump ass nigga."
So true, so true.
Yeah, I get it. Man.
There's a good chance some of us we probably just forget when we're crying like babies, like fuck, I'm back here again.
Yeah, because a baby will say some shit to you. Babies tell the truth, and the truth always hurt. I had one of my homies tell me, he said, man, I jumped out the car. It was a 2-year-old boy right there. As soon as I jumped out the car, the baby said, man, you a fat ass motherfucker. Like, and he was like, man, what was I supposed to do? Slap the baby? So I just act like the baby ain't say nothing. But that shit pissed me off. You know what I'm saying?
It got your attention.
Yeah. Oh, man. Oh, shout out to T Riggles, man. Salute to my brother Big Dog Philly. Hey, yo, baby say, man, you remember they had the show with Bill Cosby, and this was the satire behind that, man. It was pure satire because he would interview children, and these children would say the darnest things. That was the name of it, man. And just the honestness and the pureness that come out of this child, like okay. So I heard this conversation, right? I woke up early one morning, I was working out and shit. So I was on the balcony and I was working out. So I guess it was a new family moved in under us, and I guess it was a trans person downstairs. So the little boy said, What is you? What is you, a boy? And then the trans person said, Nope. So the little boy said, What is you then? You a girl? And then the trans person said, Nope. So the little boy said, Well, is you a crackhead? You know what I'm saying? You ain't no boy. You ain't no boy. And you ain't no girl, motherfucker. You sound crazy. What did you did? A crackhead? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Keith, can you imagine if all of a sudden animals and other things like trees can communicate the English language, the shit we'd be hearing out of their mouths or whatever they call it.
Can tell what he saw in the woods. Man, nah, I ain't gonna even say that joke.
I love children, man. Children are so pure and honest, you know, and when they tell the truth about things, you know, I'm playing basketball one time, and the child, I think he was 8, you know, little chubby kid, you know, and we're all playing that 5-on-5 basketball. He comes over and he looks at me and goes, "Hey, you look like Patrick Ewing, that basketball player." And everybody started laughing. I was just like, hey, oh, maybe there's some truth to that. I don't know. Yo, but I love the pureness from children. You know what I mean?
Yeah, guy looking like Patrick Ewing. What the fuck you mean, little buddy, man? What the fuck? Hey, yo, so my nephew, man, y'all know I'm in Texas. I've been spending a lot of time with my nephew. You know, if you know me, you know I love my nephew like my son. You know what I'm saying? Because this my sister's son. He looked just like me, but he my sister. So, you know, and he messed me up a lot of times. He say stuff. So he's on the phone with my uncle who spent a lot of time with him. So they talking about each other, you know, they joning each other, making jokes on each other. So my uncle say, "Yeah, you look like some," he say. So my uncle is at my other uncle's house. So my nephew tell my uncle he on the phone with, "That's why you look like Uncle Chubby." So Uncle Chubby said, "Wait a minute, motherfucker, what that supposed to mean?"
Oh,
Oh man. You gotta love the kids, man. You know what I'm
I
saying?
love children, man.
Yeah, man.
I read
But yeah. Now go ahead, bro.
there was a Egyptian parable I remember reading, and it said, you know, when it's not up to you to teach the child everything or everything of that, it's time for you to relearn life. And that parable, it went something of that nature, and I really thought about that, you know, where, you know, I don't have children yet, right? And so I just thought about how that child will make that adult come back into that childlike self as you were once were, you know, with all the turmoil or what was going on from my, upbringing. I could honestly say that, like, those were like some of my best times of my life, where, that was actually being free, you know.
That's so therapeutic, man. That's so healthy for a person to be able to tap into their childlike mind
Yeah.
because you actually unsuppress so many stresses and you know they got a thing that's called the monkey on your back. And you know, this is just built up trauma and stress and shit that we carry with us and shit. And these become to be dark spots in your light code. You know, I don't really mean to get deep because we really just been chopping it up tonight, but what's your thoughts on that, man? With being in your childlike state, being able to laugh and be able to joke and things like that, and not having to take life so serious, man. What's your thoughts on that?
Man, look, laughter is healing. It will make you even live longer the more that you laugh, right? And even from Dick Gregory, when you first look at people, you can tell if a person is like really sad because they're not laughing. So their that lip area, it doesn't go kind of up. It's like down. Do you know what I mean? Because they're always into that depressed, maybe too serious mode all the time. And to be childlike, man, is, it's really kind of being free in a way. You know, like one of my favorite actors is you guys know him as Mr. Bean, right? That's Roman Atkinson, right? I know him as the Black Adder, and I just recently saw him on TikTok. The man doesn't look his age at all. Still telling jokes, doing magic tricks, making people laugh. He's laughing. So it adds even more years to your life. And if you can tap into your childlike self, man, shouts out to you. You're doing a good job.
Well, the qualities when you're in a childlike state, curiosity, imagination, lack of judgment. Unfortunately, there's some children, they grow up in very rough neighborhoods or tough times. So they've already been warped a little bit. But for most children, if given the opportunity, they really aren't going to judge. They don't see people based on the color of their skin. And if they do, they see them by their name. Same with genders. So it's a good quality. And then even when we become like elderlies in their 70s or 80s, when, it's kind of like, okay, this is the last couple of days before my vacation's over here. They start not getting caught up in those mid years where it's competition, got to fit in. A lot of children don't feel as though they need to fit in, so it's a great quality to be in, I guess. But unfortunately, a lot of us forget that when we're in those middle ages.
Absolutely. Yeah, and for me growing up, it wasn't kind of. I didn't always want to fit in. I was so like in my head, you can say, and all I wanted to do was just play all day. Sometimes I didn't even want to schoolwork. Are you kidding me? I'm going outside to play freeze tag. You know what I mean? Or we can go outside and play hide and go get it. Remember hide and go get it? Oh man. And then you had that one girl that was like, I'm gonna get that, I'm gonna get that, I'm gonna get that. And like, and that I carry that over along with me. I am kind of serious, but I love to play and joke and laugh and making people laugh. That's satisfaction for me.
Well, you're probably, when I get from UT, yes, it sounds like you can get serious and silly, but you're actually more sincere. You can play those roles, I get it. But for some people, they forget to be sincere with themselves. And then, of course, they can project that outwards. I get the silly and seriousness, and usually that's more of adulthood kind of ideal. But for most kids, they're pretty sincere when they say shit, like when Key was just talking about it. You got a big ass. Oh, okay. But you look at the child's like they're being sincere. They're calling it for what they see it. They're not trying to be judgmental, even though it might sound like it. But for most kids, especially even when you get into that teenage years, but a lot of people lose that.
They being sincere, man. And what you saying right now is making me laugh because I'm thinking about the kid that asked the dude, like, what are you, a crackhead? Because the kid, like, okay, you're not a dude, you're not a girl, and you confusing me right now. So I think you out of your damn mind, man. What are you, a crackhead?
Right.
Yeah, we didn't have that problem when I was growing up. I'll tell you that for a fact.
They was sneaking it in because Cameo's song, what was that song Cameo made, T. Riggles?
Was it Word Up?
Word Up. Word Up.
That was about dudes dressing like women and shit. And see, we didn't even know that back then. We just was singing Word Up, but Word Up, Cameo was like, hey, man, pull that skirt up, man, so you can see what's going on.
Wow. What year was that, man? I don't remember that. What year was
that? Was in the 80s. That was the 80s was a good year, man, because in the 80s.
I know, but so go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, because in the 80s, Charlie, do you know what I mean? And the early 90s, we only had two genders at that time. And then
100%,
when right,
100%.
right, and the only one really that kind of tried to open the door to it. But I'm gonna tell you this much: I accepted him. I didn't care because the music was great. You remember Boy George? Come, chameleon.
Yeah, we know all that.
Yeah. You come and go. You know what I mean? I was just like, I was looking at Boy George like, yeah.
Weirdo. He was a weirdo.
He's gay.
So no, respects to T, we saw him as a weirdo, but we knew he was a dude. He was just a weirdo.
Yeah.
And if you're talking about Cameo, if he's like the rapper or that kind of entourage music, I was
Yeah.
aware of the music, but I didn't read lyrics. I'm a musician. I play
Yeah.
drums, but
You know,
lyrics was the
Cameo
last thing on my mind.
Cameo song that song. It's like
Go ahead.
candy, candy, doom, 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 doom. So, you know, back in those days, we was more into the rhythm. People weren't really paying attention to those lyrics. You know what I'm saying? Like
I wasn't. I wasn't. Go ahead.
I know, and me either, bro. I'm not gonna be now. Some songs I didn't really start paying attention to lyrics until rap came. So rap made me focus on lyrics. But all those other songs I wasn't paying attention to. You gotta think about man, it's a song what's that song? Oh Brandy. You know, I thought that was about a woman the whole time. You know that damn song about a dog.
No, I don't know it. I don't know it, but I can barely talk. Even today, I can barely talk. So I can't rap. I can't rap at all, man.
Oh,
Yeah, man. Yeah, so it's crazy, man, the way, you know, back then, you know, people would just use their soul creativity. And everybody was bumping this Brandy song. Niggas is singing, oh, Brandy. You know, they replacing Brandy with if they woman might have name been Lisa. But they saying, oh, Brandy. But they talking about a fucking dog the whole time. And they ain't even knowing this shit because we weren't.
no, I feel you.
Yeah,
You know who
much
made me?
respects to the panel, everybody. Key, a good show. I want to show a shout out to T and Dominic. Earlier, I never got a chance to say it, but salutes to you, Dominic. Much respects to the bill here and all the chat people. Yeah.
Most definitely. Thank
Yeah.
you, Charlie, man. You know, like I said, man, we just build it, chopping it up. We just having a normal conversation. I like to have these type of conversations because I don't want us to always have to be pressed about speaking about the topic all the time. So we just been kind of shooting this shit and tossing around different topics amongst each other. And I gotta say, it's definitely been a great build tonight. Salute.
Hey, man, no, for sure. Check it out, man. I'm not drinking no more. I'm just finishing up my ice. I gotta work tomorrow, man.
Yeah, I gotta get up tomorrow too, but you know, I can hang out a little bit, man, because we was kicking it. I appreciate all the support, everybody for coming through. But yeah, man, I don't know if y'all wanted to continue to build, but yeah, that was crazy, man. When we was thinking about them lyrics, because I was thinking about that song Brandy was about a dog. And there's so many other songs. You know, I put T Wriggles on that Prince song. But I don't know if you heard it before or not. But that Thief in the Temple.
Yeah, that's Prince ain't Prince. Hey,
Yeah,
look,
that song. I was telling Brother Nasir earlier, I was like, man, that's one of my songs. When that song come on, man, like that shit was magical. And see, Prince too, like now, I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I thought Prince was a little weird. Like I had to learn other shit about Prince to make me know that Prince wasn't weird. Cause at first I was like, damn, nigga, why you got these ruffles on and these high heels? You
yeah,
know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah,
Like
yeah.
what you on type of shit, you know. But there was this whole androgynous era, man. It seemed like as soon as the women came with the feminist movement hit the men too.
Yeah.
Would you
Well, something
entertain?
happened.
Go ahead, T.
Well, something happened. I can tell you this much, right? Look, chat. Look, don't judge me on this one, man, because you know when I started listening to the lyrics, you know, with the R&B songs, right? And when I say this, man, please y'all don't get mad at me. You know what I mean? But I still love his music. Look, when R. Kelly came out with 12 play, one, we're going to my room of fun, two. Go and take off your shoes. 3. I was just like, yo, that right there. I was going through puberty. You know what I'm saying? And that's all I wanted to do was, you know, she got to feel my 12 play. She got to feel
R. Kelly was good with singing to little children, man. He kind of like Snoop Dogg a little bit, man, with the doggy land shit. Snoop Dogg. You know?
Oh,
Oh
oh,
shit. Yeah,
oh.
he kind of like his homeboy Snoop Dogg, man. You know.
Oh yeah. Oh, what's going on, yo? Like, man,
Wow. Wow. That's
yeah.
weird.
That's the same
Look
thing
at
I
Snoop
said,
lips.
Charlie.
Look at Snoop lips. Look at his lips. He like,
Yeah.
he like,
Look at making the
he
he's
like,
making the heart sign. Oh,
That's
how
hey,
cute.
warning. Hey, warning, warning. Yeah, man. Don't hey, doggy, don't bite it. Don't
Yeah,
bite
yeah.
it.
Oh,
welcome to death
man.
row. Welcome to death row where they do it,
Welcome to
doggy
Death
style. Where
Row.
they do it doggy style.
No, check this out, guys. Respect. So you know what? That's a seldom place I don't go. Oh, I bypass Long Beach to go hang out. You know, other places down south, Newport and everything else. But
Yeah,
Long Beach, that's a place that I really don't hang out.
yeah.
And it's deep. T. Rigos, you know what I'm talking about, bro. Yeah.
I do.
Oh
All right.
shit. So LBC is connected to the LGBT.
Wow.
Oh my God. Yo, man, this is a new day. New day,
Don't
yo.
get mad at me, man. I'm
Oh,
just tripping, man.
yeah, this is summertime in the LGBT.
Yeah, look at Snoop face, right? Look at Snoop.
Oh, look at the purple headband or whatever that is. That's not helping at all. Like that looks like a. Let me not say that. Let me
He was
be
like,
quiet.
all
I'll
right,
be.
nigga,
I got my
all
door.
right, now, I put this purple shit on. I ain't wearing no pink, nigga.
That look like my aunties.
Hey guys, you know, not that I know about it, man, but all of a sudden the crip walk, they don't fool me no more, bro. I'm just saying,
Yeah, that man.
they don't
It's
fool me no more.
no, man.
Now
Oh.
Snoop is the first motherfucker did a song talking about dropping like it's hot. Dropping.
Whoa!
Oh man. Talking about gangsters and stuff, man.
Yeah.
Hey, man. So Big U son, you know, the head, he's like the head of one of the known gangs, the 60s neighborhood gangster crip, you know what I mean? And now his son gets murdered. And then not after his son gets murdered, how many years did Big U get? Let
I
me look
don't
that
think he been finished yet, but he looking at a long time,
a
man. You
long
know.
time, man. Like, wow, man.
Yeah, then
It's
his
just
other son played for I think he played for Tampa Bay or something. Cause you know, Big U and Snoop Dogg, you know, they got their football league over there in Cali. So they've been raising up players for the NFL for years. And, you know, Big U's one of his sons is at Tampa Bay for the Buccaneers, I believe. And then his other son just got murdered. You know, that's unfortunate. You know, a lot of people say, you know, that's good news. I got a comment on my short that I put up about it that said that's good news. I don't wish death on nobody, you know, and especially not somebody's child. You know what I mean? So even if it's somebody I don't agree with, if they child die, I'm not gonna say that's good news. Like that's some psychotic shit. I ain't gonna say it's evil, it's demonic, it's straight psychotic. Like, you know, even if it's a child, I don't care what color the child is or nothing like that. Like, you know, my heart is just going out to this child because it's a child. It don't matter what color the child is, or, you know, we got to stop this shit. Or if the child's parent is a bad person, that child is not that child's parent. So we gotta stop shit like that, man. You know.
Facts. And you know what? I'm gonna give props to Snoop for that football league. You know, it's real deal. It's real serious. You know, and for the youngsters that have gone through that whole league, you know, that now have developed more structure. You feel me? Have more now understanding of teamwork. You know, it's something that, you know, LA children absolutely need to just to be a child, you know, because it seems like that LA life, you know, living out there and all of these gang activities have forced children at like 11 to be an adult. Like you gotta, like, you know, just to know, okay, so if a person lives in LA, like let's just take Crenshaw on 62nd, right? So okay, so if I go 2 blocks down, this is another section I gotta watch out for. And if I go too far west, this is this neighborhood. And then if I, and forcing the child to actually have to have adult awareness of where he's at and not even be a child, like just to go out and play, like, and that's why I feel so sorry for some of the LA children, you know, in the inner cities, because you know you have to grow up faster than just regular kids just so you can stay alive, and that absolutely positively sucks and all that.
I got a real fast story about LA kids or any kids for that matter in certain neighborhoods. You know, when I was, you know, at the time, my girlfriend, my wife, we're talking about Highland Park, California. Maybe T. Riggles may know a little bit about that.
Yeah, I already know.
We're talking about any neighborhood, semi-ghetto, whatever you want to say. But when I went down there was no parking on the block. I had to park my car around the block. And then as I walked up the creeping the stairs, there was the neighborhood kids. These kids were like 10, 11, maybe 12, the older ones. And I was walking up the stairs, and then you know, my future wife was right there in the patio, and the kids would say, "What's up? What's up?" You know, punk kids. And hey man, get down, pipe down, kids. And then I would take her up, but they were defensive because they liked her, you know, and that was the whole thing about these little punk kids. And yeah, that's the way it goes down.
Yeah, it's sad. It's sad like that, you know. But you know, this, like you said, who said something about, you know, you can control what you can control. Like, you know, I can't control what other children in cities do. So, you know, I have to accept it. And there's a lot of things I accept, but there's a lot of things that I won't accept. So, you know, just to move forward, you know, things I have to change a little bit, you know, because I don't know how many people are just tired of just senseless shootings and unaliving. You know, it's gets kind of like, should be tiresome by now, but evidently it's not. So.
No, yeah, respects to you, T. Riggles. That's why I said these kids were in their 10, 11, 12. That I can control. But if the kids were 17, 18, 19, just hanging about, I don't know what would have happened. Could it be out of control? So
Right.
you're right. There are things that are just out of your control, and you just got to be careful, you know, what decisions you do and the situation you're in. Yeah. We don't want to harm nobody, but we are not dumb, and we got to defend ourselves in any situation. Whether that means run, whether that means take a stand and duke it out. I don't mind taking a loss. I got beat down a couple of times in my past, but hey, I ain't got no animosity to the person that beat me down. Hey man, I lost. You learned something. And the times I beat people's asses, I didn't you know, kill the guys. I beat them down. Feels good, but I didn't mean it. in the end. You know what I'm saying? That's
No,
all
no,
I'm
no,
saying.
Charlie. That makes perfect sense, Charlie. And see, Charlie, see, you can be honest. I've lost some fights now. Okay, like I got my first fight ever. I got knocked out cold. I didn't even see the punch coming. All I know is my homie was hitting me. He's like, "Hey T, 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 wake up, wake up!" I was like, what
They
happened?
had,
I was like, what happened? Where's the guy at? Where's the guy at? He was like, T, man, you got knocked out.
put some bologna on the T. Riggle's nose so he could wake up. Like,
You know what I mean? So
Respect,
yeah,
yeah,
Steve. That's kind of what I'm saying, man. I got beat down 2 times, you know, in my days. Not a good feeling, but guess what? I learned something. It's
right.
like that. I can't take anybody, you know, that was it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
But I
made sure
learned something, and
eyes
guess what?
open.
You learn quick.
Yo, yeah,
I learn fast. That's what I'm saying. Respect.
yeah. Respects.
oh yeah, man. You know, especially out there in California, man, it's a whole different ball game out there, man. Especially when you walking through LA. It don't be like in the jungle, man, you know, over in South Central LA, man. That's the turf. It's like, man, you gotta even don't even that's why traffic's so bad, because people trying not to drive through there. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm
Man,
not
look,
gonna lie
man.
to you.
Look,
You
there's
can't pull
places
up
I won't go right now, Keith.
there.
Listen. There's some places I won't go. You know, and shouts out to much love and respect. Rest in peace to my man Reezy. Right? There's no way. Listen, there's no way I'm going to Nickerson Gardens. No. No, no. I'm not going through certain places on Crenshaw. I'm not doing that. Like, why? No, man. You know, at one point, Charlie, you remember this back in the days. Hey, look, people were getting this is late 80s, early 90s. People were getting jacked for their starter jackets, those Nike Cortezes. I was just like, I'm not going to LA today. I'm staying in the valley, you know what I mean, where it's safe. You know, there isn't any too many gang activity out here. It's just, you got your Mexican little local gang, and you got the brothers out here that are kind of creating like gangs out here, like a gang called like EWF. Every woman's fantasy. But nobody taking you serious. You know what I mean? So it was safe out here, and there was no way. Listen, there's no way. And then the drive-bys, no.
Yeah, that make me think about like all the cities where the major crime going on in, like Chicago and Memphis. How, Trump was saying, yeah, let's get the troops over there. So we're gonna come clean up your communities. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna be that guy for you guys. All you have to do is just believe in me because I believe in you, baby. And together we're gonna make America great again. You know, and people was like, and people was like, yo, man, Trump bringing the troops in, man. Trump finna clean this shit up. But see, man, if you look at the jail in West Memphis, let me see if I can get a picture of the jail in Memphis right now, man. Jail in Memphis is so overcrowded. People was like, well, Trump, damn, I ain't know you was gonna lock up niggas for no driver's license and shit. We thought you was coming to get the murderers and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
To go deep on some of these murders in these high crime rate cities. Like, look, I'm I'm gonna go deep with you. Let me share something, okay? Now, I thought that money, hoes, clothes, you know, you get the power. Like, these are the most money makers that you can do, selling drugs and hoes and all that. I thought this was the number one money maker. When I found out that the number one money maker is human body parts. So now, if anyone did like any type of real heavy research on these high crime areas, and to see, you know, when people are are dying, like especially if they're getting shot in the head. So that means the body parts are still live and working. Someone is doing this in these type of areas, because what was that? A kidney's 30 grand, a heart's even more. If you got some liver that's functioning, like this is like it's money, and then if people are doing this on purpose and then saying, this is black on black crime, to mask it, like, yo, like this is really heavy when I think of things like that. Like you're saying it's black on black crime to mask it, because what you're really doing, the establishment, you're taking all of these body parts and remains and then selling them off to people that actually need it, on the black market. I mean, this is this is my imagination here, but it sounds very plausible though.
Oh no, it ain't no imagination, Chiricos. Cedar Sinai is a very profound hospital in the heart of Los Angeles. And man, they got every story is an organ donor type of thing, right? The heart, I don't, the lungs, the brain, the kids, organs. That's what it is about. Cedar Sinai, whatever happens, they'll fly in whatever body parts, man. And I can't help but think that that's like kind of like Frankenstein type stuff, bro.
Facts. Well, from Dick Gregory, right? And he would say, dropping the gem, and he would say, why do you think all of those drive-bys were happening in the 80s and 90s? Everyone getting shot in the head, and while the person that's shooting is in a moving car. And he got into saying, do you know how impossible that is to shoot someone in the head in a moving vehicle while that other person is moving? I was just like, yo, like that's crazy. Oh yeah, Dominique, the blood donations. Yeah, Bro Sanchez put me up on game. When he said that, all these centers for donating blood are owned by the British, and I said, "Oh, look at that's a very crafty, vampirish play there." Right? Because with the royal family in England, as Princess Diana, she blurted it out. The only light in that royal family, and Princess Diana said, "Oh yes, the royal family. Those are some lizard people." Like, yo, whoa, whoa, something to think about.
Yeah, another whoa, wow.
I was leaning more towards the element. Where a lot of those are distractions. Like when they talk about spiritual cooking, people forgot, gold, bronze, urine. Those are liquids. There's memory stored in all of that. Now, whether a person understands why there's certain type bloods like AB or O blood type or B, again, that's all energy. It's always interesting when I hear somebody talk about, oh, there's that guy from Japan or whatever. He was able to talk to water. What about talking to blood? Consuming blood for some people that are able to do it is no different than people that can consume urine. But of course, now you're talking about fasting. That's a key element when you're doing a lot of this stuff. You have to fast. So same with people in the Egyptian time. They understood the property of gold. Just something to ponder.
No, yeah. Hey, I never thought about speaking to blood. I heard about the water thing, but the blood, I don't know. That might be over my pay grade. Got to look into that. But
not over your pay grade. You go inwards. That's why when they talk about frequencies, limited as they may be, they just promote people with zeros and ones. In this case, they tell people there's 440 and then there's 432.
Yeah.
Again, those are limited. 440. 440 adds up to number 8. The energy behind number 8 is material. 432 adds up to number 9. That's the spiritual meaning of material. Once you're playing or hearing those kind of beats or lyrics, it's affecting the blood. Like a snake charmer. You're not taming the snake. You're taming what's the energy in it.
Hey, look, Dominique, you know, man, because, you know, back in the days, right? Like the Temptations and all of those days, what's that, the 60s, the 70s, right? Like, as you're saying, the music, right? And the music was more of the love base, which means that, you know, the establishment wanted more people to have children, right? And so the music influenced the blood, the DNA, you know, and it was more love. It was about, you know, still keeping that family. And then when they switched it, I'm telling you, look, I love hip hop. Okay, right? It's a relationship, you know, it's a love-hate relationship right now, right? But I still love it. But I'm telling you, even though it was representing what was going on in the inner cities, when gangster rap dropped in LA, look, man, okay, it changed everything. Okay, we were no longer listening. Well, some of us weren't listening to no more R&B music. You know, it was just the gangster rap, and that turned people into something cold to me.
Yeah, stage. A lot of music is staged. So, for example, if you could twist everything around and see how energy works, you would see like when disco came out, then new wave came out, you know, and people say, yeah, but a lot of the people that were singing that stuff were gay. It's because those people, whether they're aware of it or not, they're merging their energy together. So now when they start bringing rap in, it's just another, no different if you look at the genre of country or Hindu music. You really have to entertain all types of music, whether the music in the beat sense or the lyrics. And of course, you have to understand, you know, the acoustic, you know, and where the sun and the moon is. So once people realize that, what is really weird are the people that are normies. They've chosen to say, I'm going to distinctly say, I'm a male because I got a wee-wee, and I'm a woman because I got a vovo, opposed to where's the energy that you're merging from within oneself.
Yeah, yeah.
That takes a lot of effort because most people don't realize how wide the indoctrination goes. As we're using a language that actually keeps us indoctrinated. And then people start saying, I have thoughts. Yes, as long as you say you have thoughts. But it's when you start saying, those are my thoughts, I'm like, now you're asleep.
Yeah.
You're experiencing thoughts. You know, why is it that most of us are only going to learn certain languages? Even though most people say, well, Dom, I only speak English. No. Numbers is the language. Colors is the language. Every individual senses is a language. It's a way of communicating within oneself. It's always fun when I hear people say it doesn't make sense. Let's go beyond the senses. Because the senses is when you wake up in the morning and now you're in the senses. That's called the conscious state. And can each of those senses be misled? For sure they can.
Sure.
That's a fact. Because even body language, you know, that's a language. It's just a lane gauge. How can you gauge the lane of communication? It's a lane gauge. That's what language is. So anything that's going to tether together the medium to bring you to the medium of where you can communicate. That's what language is. Once we can grasp those type of aspects, then people can see, well, damn, now I can take a step to start learning other languages now because I'm looking at language like it's something extraordinary when I'm doing numbers, when I'm doing my ABCs, all this is language. It's a lane gauge for me to, you know, gauge the lane of communication with the next person.
Well done. Yes, very true. Yeah.
You know
That's
what
why.
helps?
Go ahead,
Just 10 seconds, okay? Maybe 15. You know what helps? Because we was talking about the music, right, Dominique? Is that when I put on classical, like Beethoven or anything of that nature, and then I start writing, y'all got to try this. Okay, if you like to write, or if you're doing anything creative, have this classical music. It doesn't matter who, right? Have that going, and then do your creative project. Look, I swear something happens, like the floodgate opens, and then everything gets to pouring in. Amazing, Alan.
Well, that what you're talking about is they've talked about how Baroque music is probably one of the better musics to listen to when you're trying to study, because it puts you in that state. Just like some of this information that we're sharing with each other, you're better off rehearing all of this when you're in the subconscious, because the conscious is very limited. Like ask the conscious mind, okay, so are you controlling the blood? No, I'm not. So, and the breathing, a lot of that's the subconscious. That's like the external hard drive opposed to the ongoing hard drive. So, and once people become aware of that, which will be the few, not the masses, leave the masses alone. They're asleep, they're going to stay asleep. And that's not an offense to them. You just got to look around. Anybody is aware that who made all these cars? Who gave the human race the ability to create things like a car, let alone radio frequencies, Wi-Fi? They don't get to that point. So at that point, leave them alone. Don't try to have arguments with them. It's a waste of energy. But you can share things out loud, because there'll be a couple of them among them that might say, I never had that thought. There you go. Now work with this. It's like telling a child, go in your room and play. You don't want that dumb child when you tell them to put your hands on the stove, and they will do it. That's the dumb child. Leave them alone. When I say leave them alone, just don't try to prove anything to them.
No, that's real talk. I mean, I think it was
It's hard.
I think I was in the 6th grade, and they were talking about the brain, and they said, yes, your subconscious is 90% and the conscious mind is 10%. And I was like, oh, really? And I swear, I sat there and I was like, all right. And then she was breaking it down of what was in the subconscious and the conscious, right? And then I even went back home, and I'm still thinking about it. So I was like, well, I'm going to deal with what matters most. I'm going to deal with this 90. I don't care about the 10, right? And then that's when, that inward, as you're referring to, I'm so more concerned about what I am seeing and experiencing when these two eyes shut. To me, that's everything. If I could master that 90, or really have a good understanding and an explanation for everyone, like this is what this is and this is what that is, and then you'll have to go through this, and then you'll be able to change what's going on out here. For me, that is one of my my goals in life, is to master that. And I land.
I think what happens at that point, Pete, we get the word ghost, G-host. There's a reason for that, by the way. People will go into that state, and then they'll have that inner communication. So when they're ready to be the student, the teachers will show, and they can come in many forms. It could be a demon or an angel, as far as at that point. But they'll ask questions, hopefully that you're going to ask questions like, why do you want this? As much as people, they want to be led by their desires. Well, I want to be rich. And what would you do with that? Because it's already been shown in the universe what most humans would do. And when I say most, they're not all going to be doing the same thing, but patterns are already out there. You're going to be greedy. You're going to try to feed a whole bunch of cats, and then realize why your parents are the way they are, or your friends are the way they are, because you're going to realize they were never your friends in the first place. Unless they're prepared to be your enemy, they're never really going to be your friend. And this is where people struggle. Well, they're my friend. I'm like, how are they your friend? Are they willing to challenge you? Are they willing to have a private conversation and rip a hole in you, and then say, now it's your turn to do it to yourself? What most people do, whether they're aware or not, they're trying to sell each other pleasantries. Oh, I agree with you. Based on what? What are you agreeing with? Are you in my senses? Well, no. So then what are you agreeing with? Oh, I remember. You've been indoctrinated with the language, and you think we're saying the same thing. Are we?
That's a fact, Dominic. That's so real, because I always say I agree with you, but I agree with you to a certain extent. To what extent? Because if we in total agreement with each other, I know we ain't got the same mind. People are so turned off by, they think they offended somebody when correction is not offense. Correction is a sign of love. That's a
Mhm.
sign of saying, hey man, you got some shit on your shirt, man. Wipe that off or everybody else see it, type of thing. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And I never
Yeah.
understood that. Like, you know, well, maybe because I'm a second child and I've always been criticized on things I'm doing. But to me, some people might look at that as getting attacked, but I looked at it as for, okay, someone's trying to make me right. Do you know what I mean? Or put me onto the right track. I love kind of being criticized and being broken down in a way, because I do want to be on the straight and narrow path. I don't want to, I always want to learn what's right. Do you know what I mean? On both ends of the spectrum, what's right physically and what's right spiritually.
Okay. So in T, you're saying a phrase, okay? If you want to be on that narrow path, you have to be the observer. You've already jumped up, you've already fall to one cliff because you've already went to one side. You went to the right. What's next to the left? You got to be the observer.
Mm, mm.
And at that point, you don't play that game of right and wrong. See, people that play the game right or wrong, they're basically being obnoxious and they're being pious. And again, it's kind of like with the defense and attack. You get a gun because you think you need to defend yourself, you're going to perpetuate somebody that's going to need a gun to attack you. Opposed to just observe. Okay, so what are you going to do? You think you're going to shit on my vessel? That's my responsibility. But this is where people get caught up in their emotions. What that's showing for them is they're not developed yet with their emotions, which is a good thing. So, okay, that's interesting. The guy thinks he can kick my ass. Okay, what's after that? Tell me when you're done. Now, that might hurt my body, but I already do that anyway. If I've gone to McDonald's in the past, I've already hurt myself. So what's the point? It's always interesting when people say, well, this guy got me all upset. I said, no, that upset is already within you. Why have you showed your card to everybody? Most people prostitute themselves. Hey, look, I got pocket ace. No problem. I got a gun. So what's your point?
Facts.
And I say that jokingly now, guys. I'm saying that jokingly because I want to see whether or not that person is going to get all upset. I'm like, okay. But again, I'm seeing it through my eye of the beholder of Plato's cave. That's why I always find it interesting when people say, well, Dom, people are going to debate. I said, well, they must debate and masturbate alone. What do you mean? They're not going to see each other's views.
Mm.
I see the sun for where I see it. But then again, my question is, where's the word sun and why have we changed it from the sun when it used to be called Horus? Again, these are words that we use with each other, and then we get caught up in it. That's what sports does to each other. That's what debate does, or playing chess. They're not ever play the chess game without even being worried about winning or losing. Then you start seeing the board for what it is, and then you can start looking at the human that you're playing and say, I'm wondering why they're getting all stressed out. Well, because they want to win, and they're picking up spiritually. You don't give a damn if you win or lose. And then they take their settlement. I got money for it. I got credential for it. That's more anchoring here. Which, hey, if you want to enjoy, the left-hand path and be more spiritual, material, yeah, you go ahead, fill your boots. But then my question would be, well, why do people complain about the government? And what government are they talking about? The American government, the Canadian government, the Chinese government? They're not talking about sports. Are we going to talk about cricket, ball hockey, ringette? Are we going to talk about field hockey? No, let's talk about football because they've conditioned us in each sector. Over here, we're going to learn about baseball, soccer, and football. And over here, we'll learn about another sport, football, but we'll call it soccer. That's the indoctrination. And it's a fun thing to play once you're aware. But when most people get caught up in it, well, I got to win. Okay, what are you going to win? You're eventually going to have to pop out of that suit. And then we play that game called death. Near-death experience, a near transformation. The death card in the tarot just means transformation. The vessel's already aging as we're speaking.
Yeah.
That's right. Like you get all the things out of life, out of the physical material realm. Okay, so what's next? Once you got everything, like we say, T. Riggles, what's next?
Yeah. And as you said, that observer, Dominique, yeah, that's, I'm very observant, especially when my eyes are shut. with what I'm dealing with too. And one thing that I've noticed, right, that whenever I pop into the lucid dream, right, and I'll ask you this question, Dominique, right, if you ever popped into your lucid dream, have you ever seen the sun or the moon in your lucid dream?
Me, no. But then
Me
again,
either.
it's energy, so my eyes see one thing, even though I know it's probably not material, but they're images. So when I'm in that state, I'm probably looking at images. But I also have to remember my brain is also accumulating all kinds of information.
That's exactly what I said when he asked me that. I was like, I could have possibly seen it. I know it's been day or night, but it's not a material world. So I didn't really look at it materialistically to say, okay, the sun or the moon, because dreams are only feelings and visions. I mean, we can try to translate them to all of the other senses that we have. In this reality, we got, the feeling of with the body, we get touch, taste, sight. We can feel shit with our fingers and shit like that. But in a dream, it's only feelings and visions. We can translate it to it tasted like this. I tasted it or I smelt it, but you ain't got no nose in your dream. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so, like, you get what I'm trying to say?
Well, I know what you're
I think
saying.
that, yeah,
So
I totally get what you're saying. I totally get what you're saying. And I think that as it's weird because whenever you're, okay, this is what I'm getting, okay, from from this all of this dreaming, right? Which key is called, you're jumping, right? You're jumping to another version of you, right? Right. There's many versions of you, right? So you're jumping into one of these versions, and then when you jump into one of these versions, right? And if you're once you're in it, you have your senses, right? You still touching things, right? But your senses are so more heightened. Like you'll know, for an example, if danger's in the room or danger's on the way and danger isn't even there yet. On the sort of those lines. Like this is what I'm experiencing, like with these senses and these feelings that I'm getting, and this vast amount of awareness when I'm jumping into these different versions of myself, which is fascinating. And I like.
well, there's moments, T, where some people have experienced things. Not everybody's capable of doing it, but somebody blacks out, for example, but yet they're still functioning, or the body goes into it's not even the body, the ongoing program goes into like a coma, but the body's still functioning, or a woman that has extra strength to protect his child. There's something inside of all of us, or I can't say all of us, some of us, where it comes to the forefront.
Mm.
So, and this is where when people respect what mystics is or shamans. But of course, some people say, well, that's weird. I said, okay, so it's weird for a Jamaican man, some of them, that can run under 100 meters under, 10 seconds. Is that weird? Well, no, but because it's entertaining their senses. Yeah, but can anybody else here run under 10 seconds? Which some can, but most of us can't. So therefore, that's the same thing when people talk about astral traveling, or they understand what singing bowls can and cannot do for you, or what Reiki is. Just to give a couple examples. No different. Could we really explain to the senses, where's air? Where are thoughts? Where's the words that we use to describe things that people call reality, which is the objective part? They wouldn't know. At least they're humble enough to say, I don't know. But let's say you did know. How would you have discernment now? How would you be able to say, okay, I'm describing something, but I'm using words to describe it, but I don't see the words. And then that's when you start realizing, okay, so we're using things called afterthoughts, spoken word and the written work. Most people aren't going to grasp the written work, what it does to your hemisphere when you write from right to left or left to right, let alone reading in the scroll form or a book form. But yet they'll promote shit like the the Quran, the Bible, but they missed the other part. But how are you taking in that information? It's not even the right word by saying information because it's kind of backwards, but again, we're using words to describe things. And that's why people should be mindful when you're tapping into the mind, the words that are coming to you before you speak, or at least question it after you speak. Don't allow others to question it. You should question it. That's why, you're saying earlier, where, somebody challenges you. Yeah, that should be the secondary. You should have challenged yourself. And I get the sense you do that already. Same with Key, and it sounds like Charlie does it too. Where a lot of people, they don't challenge themselves. Challenge the self. Challenge the ongoing program. Hence, know thyself. Know thy program. I'm just using a word to put in there, by the way. And the ego's the vessel. Body consciousness. There's some people that know how to communicate with their body. Hence what you were talking about. Intuitively, somebody says, I'm not going down that alley tonight. Last night I did, but tonight I'm not going down that alley.
Dominic, I had one of these, my older brother, he passed, right? And he came, basically, I had the dream about him. And we're on the street, and we were looking eye to eye, right? And I was just like, Gary, oh, wow, man, it's great to see you. It took you 11 months to show yourself. I'm upset with you. Do you know what I mean? And then, I was just so happy to see him, right? And then my brother goes, all right, I got to get back to work. And look, I laughed at him so hard. Like, I really laughed at him. I was just like, Gary, you're funny. What do you mean you have to go to work? You're dead. Right? And then he just gave me the smirk, and then we walked down the street together, man. This is bro. I wanted to be like him. And for the first time ever, in my dream, in my lucid dream, like, this was the first time I cried in my dreams, because it was bro, this is my brother, to me, went too early. And that was the first time I ever cried in my dreams, like, really cry. I was profusely crying. Right? And then when I woke up, I thought I was going to be feeling the same sense, but I felt full with joy, maybe because I was seeing my brother again, and having that conversation with him, I thought it was funny. But I thought that I was going to feel that crying, sad sensation when I wake up, but I felt joy, so I was very happy with that. But that was the first time I ever cried.
Much respect, Steve. That was deep. My older brother is 2 years older than me, and he lives in Las Vegas, and I'm going to see him on Thanksgiving weekend, man. And he taught me all kinds of stuff. That guy was gangster, bro. But at the same time, he was a smart ass, mofo, right? Taught me a lot. He didn't do well, but I did, and there's a lot to say about that. But I'm sorry about the comments you said. I feel for you, T.
Oh yeah, man. No, it's and as Dominic just wrote there with my soul, I went through, a lot of grief, what was going on in those last 5 years, with everyone passing away. And, one thing I have learned, about self is that, the question will be, that I would tell everyone, can you let it go? And when I say let it go, I really mean forgive, right? Forgiveness, right? And that's for you. The forgiveness is for you, right? So you can forgive things that has happened to you or onto you, you know, whatever it might be, could you let it all go and still be pure, like still be this childlike self and still move like nothing never ever happened, right? Could you still do that? And that's one thing that life kind of put me through, that lesson, or you can say a lesson, or you can say a test to see if I'm going to keep looking at that situation and the other situations as, and just get depressed in it or lay in it, dwell in it, depressed in it, you know. And no, I was able to let all of that go and still be me, you know. So that's what I've learned.
Yeah, we get it, T. And thanks for sharing. Again, big ups to the panel. Big ups to Key with his channel. Dominic, all good. And I think I'm going to call it a night for me on my side.
But yeah, salutes, Charlie. Salutes to
Salute.
you, man. And you know, man, we can always come back and have some builds, man. I do want to give a shout out to the Citizen Man, man. Just hit me up on Instagram. Citizen Man, salute. Make sure you reach out, man. We're gonna do a build on the government shutdown. We'd like to have Citizen Man on the channel for a build. We'll
Citizen Man's in
hopefully
the
try
chat.
to get. Nah, he just hit me on Instagram, man. Shout out to Citizen Man.
Oh
Salute.
man, yeah, man, Citizen Man, man. That's that dude now. That's that dude right there. That's that
Shout
guy.
out to my guy Charlie. Everybody on the panel, everybody who came up tonight, you know, for us not to have a topic, man, and just to be able to, you know, build and communicate and share, man, and really, you know, drop some uh logical knowledge, you know, just reality based type of conversation, man. That was pretty dope. Salutes to y'all.
Yeah, man. Thanks to all of you guys, man. Thank you, Charlie. You're my West Coast hombre. You know what I mean? We're doing the do out here. Thank you, Dominique. You know, I know every time you come up to the panel, you know, you get me to go inside, and that's when I want to share even more, especially with you, because you're a very deep person, man. And most importantly, you know what I'm saying? That's my dog right there in Key. Man, thank you, brother. You know what I mean? This is the road is just beginning. You know, this is going to get better as time goes on. And I like.
Yeah, thank you all. I'm gonna sit this one out. You guys keep safe for sure, man. I mean it. Keep safe. Much respects and good night. Respects.
Hey, salutes. Good night, my brother Charlie. Salutes. And yeah, I don't know if y'all want to stick around or not, but I'm gonna actually take it down. And then my brother T Wriggles, if you wanna keep it going, you can, or if not, man, we can get ready to close out. Salute.
I'm shutting it down, brother. I'm shutting it down. I need this beauty rest. I need as much beauty rest as I can because, you know, the kid told me I look like Patrick Ewing. I need beauty sleep.
You need your Georgetown jersey.
Right.
Ciao, guys. T, have a beautiful night, okay, guys?
Hey, both of y'all, salutes to y'all, man. Much love, respect. We will be back tomorrow. Salutes to y'all. Salutes to everybody who donated. Salutes to Anonymous for your donation. And salutes to my brother Charlie. Thank you for contributing to the channel. Everybody who showed up in the chat. Everybody who showed up on the panel. You know, everybody, any way that you support the stream, man, is greatly appreciated. So salutes to everybody. Much love and respect, man. We'll see y'all on the next one. Salute.